What's the first thing women notice? Your face. That's why you got to take care of. Simple things like getting a haircut, grooming your face, and brushing your teeth is important. But there's one thing guys miss and that women always notice. It's when a guy isn't taking care of his skin. That's why I'm so excited to have TJ Hanley as a sponsor of today's video. TJ Hanley simplifies the process of taking care of your skin. They provide you with all the products you need and nothing you don't. Seriously, I don't think some of you believe me when I tell you how much implementing a quality skincare routine will improve your confidence in all aspects of your life. I recommend you start with the level 1 system, which comes with all the basics: daily face wash, exfoliating scrub, an AM moisturizer with an SPF 20 and a PM moisturizer. But and to make it dead simple for you guys, they provide an instruction card in every box that tells you when to use each product, how much to use, and in what order. But because TJ is sponsoring this video, they're offering you an amazing deal. Just click the first link in the description and get 40% off your first skincare system and free gift. Plus, as a member, you'll get 20% off for life. By the way, one of their new gift options is a silicone body scrubber, which is a $20 value and a complete game changer. Once you use this, you'll never go back to a regular loofah ever again. So don't wait any longer. Click the first link in the description to start your skincare journey today.
Maintaining your beard isn't just style, it's self-respect. A well-groomed beard boosts confidence and leaves a lasting impression. Elevate your look. Embrace the importance of beard care today. It's go time. What's going on, family? Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. Let me go ahead and introduce the crew. We got Mr. Trey Smooth, the lovely Sherelle, Chanel, Darwin, M. White, Sweeney, Law, be myself. I'm Lapeef JR. Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. What's going on, family? What's going on? How y'all doing?
Good, man. What's good?
Blessed to be alive.
I'm hearing them sirens. Must be in Chicago.
What's up, man?
Wasn't mine.
I don't want yours.
It was me.
Okay, yeah. It's the only time you hear it. That's how you know you live in the city, man. You start to hear those sirens going off in Chicago.
Who we lose?
That's Chanel, man. She been coming in and out. Chanel, you good over there on your signal? Miss Chanel, you there? While she getting situated, man, we're going to get the housekeeping out the way. Glad you guys are in attendance today on this lovely Thursday. Shout out to the sponsor, TJ Hanley Uncomplicated Skincare for Men, 40% off along with a free gift. And if you become a member, you get 20% off for life. So feel the TJ, as I always say. That link is in the description. That is for men's skincare. We also have the Assured Man King on top. This is for your beard. If your beard is struggling, if it's not connecting, if your woman is complaining about how rough it is, I suggest you get your Assured Man King on top. This is a Lapeef and Sugar Curl collab. It's an excellent product. We was talking about it yesterday on the live stream. There's a couple guys that actually cop. Shout out to everybody that did place their orders today. Those will be shipping out shortly. With that being said, let's see what we got in the chat. We got Rilla, Jordan, LD. What's going on? We got Insane One, RK, Angela Swift, Shannon Duncan, Erlande, hopefully I said that correctly, TG, Dale Matthew. Shout out to everybody. Quinn, Jalen, Queen Arias, Jamarian, Latrell. We're going to get this super chat out the way. Quinn says they had a beef early this year that was rooted in hate and the community went for it. Down to the Crips and the Bloods dancing on stage. We headed nowhere. I want to thank you for that super chat. How's everybody doing this evening? Y'all good? You guys,
complaints.
You guys ready to converse or ready to rumble? Kind of mood y'all?
I'm ready.
A little bit.
Uh-oh.
Well, you just make sure that your signal stay connected, man. You got that roof connection going on.
I don't know why my camera doesn't want to work. I just decided to download the app. I've never had the app until just now, so we'll see how it goes.
Okay. And then maybe your camera stay on this time, huh? I'm talking to you, Chanel. Yeah, no
Steve.
comment? Okay. All right,
Steve.
Steve.
Yes.
All right, what's going on, Casey? How you doing, man? Everybody got it.
Ooh. What up, Casey?
What did it do? Let's get it.
Go ahead and get this going. Let's go ahead and get this going. Let's go. Here we go. Trev, no, hold on. Trev, you're looking that way. Darwin looking that way. There we go. I think we good now. There's Roof at. We good. Law looking that way. There we go. That's looking good. Anyhow, good to see you guys, man. Hit that like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. And let's go ahead and get this show started, man. So a lot of things happening in the news, especially with Brother Rich, man. Brother Rich. I first want to start this off by saying my condolences to the family. I know anybody that has dealt with a loss know how critical that is and how much of a struggle it may be for some folks. So shout out to everybody that was affected to it. Our condolences from the Lapeef Network and everybody that's on the panel. With that being said, it is top news, and so we are going to cover it. We are going to cover it, and we're going to peel back some of these layers. Main topic is the Black culture keeping. Oh no, let me change that. I think I updated it, but I'll get it corrected, man. It should be updated. But yeah, we're going to go ahead and discuss that. So let me go ahead and just bring up the news for you guys that are under a rock or not in touch with social media. TMZ did release the confirmation. I know it spread on Twitter first. Twitter seems to get all the info first. And then TMZ got the confirmation. They got their videos, you know how they do. But Rich Homie Quan, a platinum selling rapper in Atlanta, is dead, TMZ Hip Hop has confirmed. Rich died Thursday in his Atlanta home, according to his family and a rep for the Fulton County morgue. Rich Homie Quan's family tells TMZ Hip Hop that they are shattered and heartbroken by his sudden death. No cause of death has been reported, and they're desperately searching for answers. So what we do know, and this is the rumor, that allegedly it was from a drug overdose. That's what they are saying. We don't know that until they actually do the autopsy, which I'm pretty sure they're going to put a rush on it, and we should be hearing something soon. But with that being said, I do have the 911 audio that was sent, that was put out. I'm going to play that, and then we're going to go ahead and get immediate reactions. Sound good? All right, here we go.
Line with you, okay?
Okay.
Amber 911, operator 7214. What is the location of your emergency? All right, you need police, fire, or ambulance?
I need an ambulance.
Tell me exactly what happened.
My boyfriend, he's been asleep on the couch since this morning. Well, he never came to bed last night. Sleep on the couch. I left him on the couch before I took my son to school this morning, put a blanket over him. And now I just checked on him again because he never got up. I don't feel a heartbeat. I don't see him breathing.
And you said, hold on, you said on the couch, and what happened?
I said I put a cover over him because it gets a little cool. He's in the living room. And now I just checked on him because I see he never got up. And I don't see him breathing. I don't feel a heartbeat or anything. And I turned him over. I see he kind of foamed at the mouth.
I'm sorry, are you saying he's not breathing? Is that correct? I'm not hearing you.
Yes, yes.
Okay, ma'am. If there's
Yes.
a defibrillator available, send someone to get it now and tell me when you have it.
Is there a what?
If there's a defibrillator available, send someone to get it now and tell me when you have it.
I'm not sure what that is.
Okay, I'm sending the paramedics to help you now. Stay on the line, and I'll tell you exactly what to do next.
Okay.
I need to know about how old he is.
He's 34.
Okay, are you right by him now?
Yes.
Okay, please put your phone on speaker so your hands are free to help.
Can I add his dad to the call? He's trying to call me back because I called him first before I called you.
Okay, so we need to help your boyfriend now. Okay, listen carefully. Lay him flat on his back on the floor and remove anything under his head.
He is not waking up. Quick.
Ma'am?
Yes.
Okay, you got to get him to the floor. Lay him flat on his back on the floor and remove anything under his head.
Flat on his back on the floor?
Yes, ma'am.
Help me. He's not here.
Yeah,
Were you able to get him to the floor?
Yes, he's not. His heart not beating or anything.
All right, such a sad situation, man. But that was the 911 audio. I don't know how things go with the dispatcher. I was under the assumption that when you do make a call, that they do dispatch it, even though simultaneously while they're trying to keep who's ever on the phone calm. But let's go ahead and get immediate reactions about that, man. We're going to start with you, Trey.
Sad to hear. It's unfortunate. The crazy thing is I didn't even know this happened. I was just talking because a song had came on. This was, I think, yesterday. I was on the way back, and I was like, damn, I wonder what, because they played one of his joints. So I was like, I wonder what happened to Homie, man, because I know they were like, I know he wasn't doing that well. I heard he had some problems with his, his record deal and everything. And I was like, man, it's so crazy how the rap industry is, how fickle it is, and how people could just forget about you just like that. He was on top of the world at one time. And just to hear this is actually news to me now. I didn't even know. I guess I was one of the individuals who was under rock. So for me, and just to think about that yesterday and then now to hear that this happened, man, it hits hard. I hate to see young brothers go out like that for whatever reason it was. It was definitely too early. And it's a shame, man. And she didn't even know what to do. She didn't even know what was going on. She probably didn't even know how to check for a pulse to see what's going on with him. I think it's important for us to kind of educate ourselves, pay attention to people when they speak. Because, I mean, just from the clues, just from the 911 call and what people are saying, the rumors, it looks like he might have been dabbling into something that possibly that he shouldn't have. And sometimes we just got to talk to people. I make it my business to do that, man. I try to help people out all the time because I realize that I might be that only voice of reason, right? I've had to help walk some people off a bridge because they just weren't doing well, right? And we don't support each other like that, particularly men, unfortunately. And it's not to exclude women, but it's harder for men because men, we're a lot of times supposed to be tough, supposed to be hard, and we're not allowed to be vulnerable. So a lot of times we try to self-soothe or cope, and it'll bring us into situations like this, whether it's inadvertent or deliberate. So we just have to check on people. Sometimes you need to see how they're doing. I know we're all busy and everything, but in the midst of all of our busyness, we have to just check in with people to see how they doing. There's nothing wrong with calling your brother and seeing what's up. Sometimes they need that voice, and you need to listen to people when they talk and try to pay attention to the context clues. Like when you see things going on, you got to be open to it, and don't judge people when they come to you with these issues, because sometimes people will come to you with issues and our first instinct is to say man up, but it's not always just man up. Sometimes they might really need that help. You might be that one person that they really would talk to, because sometimes people don't seek help. A lot of times they won't, whether it's because of the embarrassment or they might not even have the resources or don't know how to get a hold of those resources. So just check on your people. I'll leave it there for now.
All right, I'm gonna go to you, Sherelle. What are your thoughts about it?
I think it's really sad because it happens often in our day-to-day lives, right? So as Black people, it's happening in our community on a consistent basis, whether it's our cousins, our friends, and it seems like when it happens to one of the celebrities, the world stops to recognize it. But how many times have it actually happened? You know what I'm saying? So, unfortunately, we do have people who are on drugs, and drugs are heavily promoted in our community instead of mental health, instead of other ways to heal through trauma, because we do, grow up with a lot of trauma, but instead of positive ways to cope through it, we choose to like numb the pain with different drugs, alcohol, and that's promoted as normalcy, right? Until we don't know where these drugs are coming from, we don't know who's lacing it, and it's always one of these unfortunate events to just let us see that wow, we actually are still a lot broken, and we need to find positive outlets to heal ourselves, because trying to numb the pain is taking us all the way out the game.
Yeah, I agree with that. Go ahead, Law.
Yeah, man. It's one of those things. So I heard that call earlier today, and for me, it was hard to hear because maybe about a year and a half ago, my god brother actually lost his daughter's mother the same way without the drug use. You know what I mean? It was like pneumonia. He went, took care of some business, came home, and she was on the couch, and it kind of drummed up some of those emotions just hearing it, because I could hear in that call, I could hear it in the girl's voice how she just was lost. You know what I'm saying? And it's just one of those situations where, man, if it does have anything to do with drugs, man, we got to do better. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's one of those things where, like I was saying, using those mechanisms to cope is volatile and dangerous. You know what I mean? The boy was 34 years old. You know what I'm saying? That's insane. And he was super talented. So it's like to have that snatched away like that is just super difficult. And I just wish that I wish it didn't have to go like that, but it is what it is. We don't make these rules. So it's sad. That's all I really got on it. And it really did drum up some emotions from, close situations that I've been involved in.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Chanel.
Well, I didn't get a chance to hear what you just played. However,
Oh, wow.
Man, I don't know what's going on. Go ahead, Ruth.
I had nothing to do with this. Stop blaming me, y'all. Yeah, it's really sad. At first, I was like, why is she not freaking out? But I think people get in shock when things like this happen. You get numb. You don't know what's going on, and you can't judge somebody's reaction. Panicking is not going to really get you nowhere. And when it hit her, you can hear it in the call, or it's hitting her like he might not really wake up. Like, she probably just thinking, I hope he's still sleeping. So it's really sad. I think that mental health is we gotta go to therapy, man. We have to really deal with our issues. I think that even when you go to therapy, you gotta realize like things hit you deeper than you think. That's the revelation I got today. Like, things bother you still that you thought you fixed, or you thought you got over, or you didn't deal with it before the way you thought, and things trigger it. Just like when Law said that brought back memories. This one right here, I had to call 911 for him. He almost lost his life when he was 1 year old. I had just did infant CPR class. I don't know. I was just trying to start a random business, and they taught me how to do CPR in that class. And I ended up saving his life, but not because of what she said. She was trying to, like, sometimes the 911 people can be like frustrating, it was, if I depended on them in the ambulance, he would have been gone. I was about to lose him. I reached into his, mouth, swiped out. It was something stuck right here, like a little shelf piece that he put in his mouth. And he was turning blue. I ended up pulling it out, and that's like a no. You're not supposed to put your finger in there, but something told me just to pull it out, and he was just fine. Like I was freaking out. I was like I didn't know what to do. It was you're just like in a daze. So I definitely feel her. I know what she had went through, but thank God he was he made it alive. So we do need to go to do CPR. You got to know what a defibrillator is. You got to know how to use those things. If you have children, that should be like a prerequisite, because anything can happen at any time, and for grown people too. So we got to get more educated about how to handle like choking and different things, and about the drugs. Like, they're grown people. There's nothing we can do, but you got to really think about things you can prevent. You don't ever have to take drugs, so you never have to put yourself in that position. So you got to find other ways to cope with your issues.
Okay. All right, Chanel, you there? Let's try again.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I didn't get a chance to hear what you played. However, I did hear the 911 call earlier, so I'm not sure what all you played. But the part that I heard, I agree with what everyone's saying, but the operator was really frustrating me. And it just could be because it's just me, because she was really frustrating. I mean, she couldn't understand nothing the girl was saying. And I understand the girl was frantic, but she still was very clear in her conversation. And this woman basically made her repeat everything over and over again. So that I was just frustrated listening to the call with the operator.
All right, go ahead, M. White.
Yeah, rest in peace to him. 34 young. Drugs, they real. And I agree with Chanel. I was a little frustrated with the operator listening to her too. It seemed kind of like, I mean, you can't blame her for him, being in that situation, but it just didn't seem like it was a urgency or empathy, like in either direction. So yeah, that's really all I got on that though.
Okay. Go ahead, Casey.
What's up, y'all? As far as the call goes, y'all think the professionalism, those people deal with a lot of trauma on a daily basis, and they have to remain professional, and they also have to make sure that they get the information right. If they get one wrong detail, or if they guess on something that they heard, could be the difference between life and death for that victim. So I know y'all are expecting like more emotion out of those people, but in those instances, they know that those calls are life and death, and they have to take it seriously, and they have to approach it with protocol, procedure, and their training to make sure that every single detail is correct, that they send and dispatch the correct people, whether it's the fire department, police department, paramedics, whoever. They have to make sure that they get it right, because their job and their training depends on it. It may seem a little diabolical and withdrawn from society and emotion and sympathy, but in that position, just like a ER doctor, they don't have no time to be getting in their emotions. They have to make sure that everything that's said on the call is conveyed exactly how they hear it, so that the right people can come, because every second counts and every minute is against that dispatcher, right? That's how they're trained. Going into the call, I completely agree with Ruth and everything that everyone else said. Sherelle, Chanel, like, this stuff is crazy when you have a person that you find that is unconscious, right? Of course, they didn't know the whole defibrillator. They didn't know what an AED was. That's fine. That wouldn't have helped him anyway. It was a drug overdose. She needed Narcan in that situation, right? She needed Narcan in their house. If there's a person that has any type of opioid, drug addiction, heroin, Percocet, which lean, which is within our culture, right? All of this drug addiction and drug promotion is within our culture. That's something that we need to look at his death and be real about it. It's within all the music. You go back to Juice World and his overdose. All of these rappers are overdosing on some type of opioid. Again, whether it's lean, heroin, Percocets, Oxycontins, hydrocodones, they're all opioids or opiates. We have to be real. And this, Sherelle, I watch this might be frisky. I know you from New Orleans, I'm from Baton Rouge. We know in the early 2000s, Cash Money, this started over 20 years ago with the promotion of opioids, right? It went from ecstasy and Molly, and then it quickly switched into Oxycontin with the opioid epidemic in 2000, 2001, 2002. Everybody on this panel is old enough to know that's where it comes from. And then it switched also into lean. So you got all of these things within our music culture, and it's promoted from Future. One of my, and I'm just gonna keep it 100%. One of my favorite songs, right? The Perky's Calling. I'm totally against drug culture. I'm totally against drug culture. But we all know our favorite Future songs, our favorite music, all that stuff has drug culture plugged in and promoted within all of it. It's promoted. You know, even our favorite producers from all of our, if you 30 to 40 years old, your boy who played the keys, white boy, I can't even think of his name right now. He, Opioids, you know what I'm talking about? Who played the
You talking about Scott Storch?
Yeah, Scott Storch. All of them. It's all drug, cocaine, Molly, and opioid, lean, all of that culture. We have to be real about it. And people are dying at a younger age, and they're also making it seem like opioid is a party drug. I'm sorry, this is not the 1980s. They're not snorting pure cocaine, right? This is not a you can do it and then go to work. This is not a drug. I know people on here are familiar with Philadelphia and what's going on in zombie land out there. I lived in Philly for a while. Like opioids are fentanyl, all of that stuff is overtaking our culture, and it doesn't care about age, but it's rampant within our music. And so I feel I'm heartbroken at a person who is so talented, and I'm landing my plane here, JR, that a person so young was taken from us, if that's the truth, because they said allegedly, right? But at the end of the day, we know within all of our music, all of the rap culture, it is prominent, even going back to our queen, Whitney Houston, right? Drug culture within the music industry.
All right, go ahead, Dara.
Everybody had really good points. It's unfortunate that this happened too. This happened to anybody. It don't matter if you a regular person or hip hop artist, don't matter. I mean, I don't want to make it about an artist. It's a human being just like anybody else. When you do drugs, these are the things that you risk happening. You know what I'm saying? I may have become numb to it a little bit because I got a lot of family members that's currently doing it. They haven't had an overdose. I pray that don't happen. But if it was to happen, you know what I'm saying? I really don't know how I would feel about it. So I can't imagine how his girlfriend or wife or whoever she was felt about it. So my condolences go out to the family. I mean, I don't like to criticize nobody in this situation, but I do have a question. I mean, I like the way Casey kind of cleared up the frustration against people who have to deal with dispatch calls and stuff. I worked in dispatch before. I wasn't the guy, but I was a technician on equipment because I was in IT. And those people have to be calm. So she was right on all those points. Thanks for clearing that up. But I just don't understand why the part about where she went to sleep or he went to sleep on the couch and she didn't check on him until the next morning. And that's the reason why I want to kind of throw the question at y'all. I mean, y'all don't really got to answer it. I know Sherelle want to go and give her a point, but in my experience, and I could be different. Anytime I go to sleep or anytime my wife, even if I take a nap on the couch or she take a nap on the couch, I always wake her up. I always wake her up and figure out, okay, are you coming to bed? You know what I'm saying? What's going on? Are you mad at me or some shit like that? It just confuses me. Like, why didn't she never go in there and check on him? Even whenever you walk past him to go out, I'm just assuming you got to walk past the living room to go out of the front door or back door to take the kid to school. You never even once said, hey, I'm about to go. Is there anything you need? I mean, every time my wife get up, I walk her out to the car to say goodbye and stuff. Like, that's just our little thing. You know, I help her walk the kids in when she take them to the local library and stuff. So if y'all can, I mean, if y'all want to, just answer that for me. Like, has that stood out for y'all? Or is it just me? Or I'm just thinking too much into it?
Darwin, if somebody have a drug addiction, and I'm sure if he died from an overdose and he's been taking drugs for a while, then I'm sure she and friends and other people are aware of him, quote unquote, nodding off or being high and being in a sleep slumber for however many hours as that person is coming down. What if she's used to his addiction? She's gonna see him not come to bed and leave him just where he is. I've in college and school and my environment, I'm a person who really deep dives into different culture, and I'm very aware of drug culture from having two uncles growing up with very strong addictions and seeing my mother have to navigate that, you know, and see how she dealt with that with her brothers. It I think once you know a person's patterns and what they do, you if you still love them and you're going to deal with that person, then you step around and you adjust yourself accordingly. So him sleeping on the couch because he was high may have happened 100 times before. This may be the 101 time that he just didn't wake up. You see what I'm saying? You're talking from a healthy relationship. This situation and him was not. He wasn't healthy. Go ahead.
So
Chanel.
are you saying that she may became desensitized to checking on him?
I want to,
and maybe.
Well, no, she said that when she started first telling the operator, she said that he was, I don't know if she used the word hanging out, but she said he was down there and he was down there on the couch doing his thing. And she said she went upstairs, you know, get ready for the night or whatever. She said he never came upstairs. When she woke up, she realized he never came upstairs. So she obviously fell asleep as well. And then when she came downstairs, she said she saw him on the couch. She's taking the kids to school. She said she put a blanket on him. She must have thought he was still asleep. When she came back from school, then it was like, all right, you still ain't moved yet. I can kind of see how that happened. And, you know, she's like, okay, he still ain't moved yet. Right. And then that's when she tried to touch him or whatever. Yeah, and then that's when she realized, okay, this.
And I want to kind of piggyback on that because I'll keep it real. I fall asleep down here in the cave all the time. You know what I'm saying? My wife don't bother to come down there. If I stay down here too long, she's gonna be looking at me crazy the next day. Like, you know what I'm saying? I fall asleep, probably wake up about 1, 2 o'clock, go get my ass in the bed. I feel like, and I ain't on no drugs. I'm just saying, right?
Can I get in?
But yeah, go right ahead.
Okay, so I think we need to be realistic when we're talking about family members with addictions. We all have a drunk uncle or cousin on drugs who stole from us, abused us, lied, caused scenes, and we get sick of them. That's what happens. We wait on them because they consistently tell us, right, they're going to get help, they're going to change. Unfortunately for a lot of our family members, The day they decide to get addicted on certain drugs is the day we lose them. They're already gone. They no longer behave the way they behave. They're no longer the person we grew up. We can't even recognize them. And we cry ourselves to sleep, mourning them for years. So the day that they die is just the day that we've been waiting on. And some of us will even rejoice that their pain is finally ended. It's not, what can we check on? Because at some point, we have to realize that they're gone. We have to save extra money because guess what? These life insurance policies not covering that. So we got to throw card games and suppers and all of this. We can't even bury them. Barely can bury them. Because it gets that bad. And life never stops lifing for us. We still got to take care of our responsibility. Our bills are still there. She still has to take care of the kids. And they get on these drugs. And they numbing their pain while hurting everybody around them. Because they didn't want to deal with their pain, they decided to add pain to everybody around them. You're not getting rid of your pain. You're just passing it along to the people you love. So we can't blame the operators. We have to take accountability because this is a wake-up call for us individually to heal. Prevent it before you get to the point where you need to be on drugs. If you're on drugs, go to rehab. If you can fight for your life, fight for your life, because if you let the drugs win, it's not gonna, you're numbing yourself. You don't feel anything. You're hurting the people around you. So it's unfortunate. I come from a family of addiction. It's unfortunate that you can't love a person out of their nature. You can't love them through it. And you'll burn yourself out trying to love somebody out of their addiction. You can love them through it and give them help when they want to help. But some of these drugs, it's not like crack. We probably know crackheads. They've been on crack for 50 years. Man, whatever they was cooking up with these pharmaceuticals, Big Pharma, you get on something Big Pharma gave you, you may never make it back. Opioids, it's heroin in a pill form. That the only way, if they can't get the pills, they'll go heroin. The crackheads, they be living forever. But these opioids, if it gets that bad, do all that you can to remove them from the environment, continuously put them in rehab, because it gets to a certain point where we just waiting on the day. We just waiting on the call. And that's unfortunate as somebody who you love, you waiting on the call. You waiting on the moment. Because you seeing him, they're a zombie. He probably was a zombie for years. And we waiting on the Walking Dead. But look at the people in our family that's on drugs. Look at the people that's in the community that's on drugs. We talk about a apocalypse and we're already walking amongst the Walking Dead. And not only that, they'll put people around them on drugs. There goes the bite. There goes the infection. Because my cousin get on it because his cousin was on it. And you confided in them and they want to let you numb it too. So like it's a zombie apocalypse. You understand what I'm saying? So it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. But some of them, they've been gone, y'all. They've been gone. The drugs took them a long time ago. And it even in her moment, you could tell, like, by the way she was breathing, her reactions is like, this has happened before. He's OD'd before, but this time he's not getting up. I tried everything they told me to try the last time. This time, it's for real this time. And that's hard for anybody, but it's unfortunate that we have to already be prepared for stuff like that the moment they get on these drugs. That's why we have to make sure the ones who are not, to check on the strong ones, check on the people that you think they happy, they good. Check on the people you love and make sure and be kind. Be kind. You never know what people going through. Be kind to people. Because somebody one step away and your kindness may save them from doing drugs. May save them and encourage them to doing it. So that's why I want to say, look at it from that angle. A lot of times We have those people in our lives where it's like, even the regular people when we at the bus stops, the ones begging for change at the gas stations. You really think that's them people? The drugs got them.
I notice a lot of y'all are saying if you going through a pain, don't go to drugs or like get therapy or something. Are y'all saying the reason why these people or most people get on drugs are because they're going through pain? Or is it because of it's a recreational thing to do given the environment they're in? Because
It's
I know a
both.
lot of
It's
people who
both,
get on
Darwin.
drugs just to have fun and
It's
then
both.
well
It's
I
both.
so it's both. It's a little bit of it's both of them, or
It's
okay,
both.
I get it. So
It's
so
both.
y'all are completely right. I mean, Cheryl sound like she's completely writing anybody who gets on drugs off. Like, hey, look, that's the end of their life once they get hooked on it.
No, what she's doing is being being realistic. Okay, fentanyl compared to crack is almost 1,000 times more addictive. What we have to do is realize what the odds are. People who get on meth, fentanyl, and heroin have like a 0.01 point whatever of getting clean and staying clean because of the strength of those drugs compared to a crack. Heroin, fentanyl, and meth, it's almost like it takes you in a chokehold and it never lets you go. It changes your brain chemistry. Unlike cocaine, it completely rewires your brain almost to a zombie, right? Because you live your life each and every day only to get that drug. And then to get clean, they have other drugs like a methadone to get you off that you then become dependent on that drug to get clean to get off the other drug. And then you can never get off that drug, right? So it's not like a crack cocaine. Like we said, one of my uncles went to Vietnam. He used drugs and opioids in Vietnam and got my mom's other brother back on drugs when he came back. It is like a zombie apocalypse because when you get in relationships, like you said, recreational is not always, oh, I'm hurting so bad, let me go use some drugs. It can be friend to friend, peer to peer, a party. They used to call cocaine. Oh, do you party? They called cocaine partying or Molly. Oh, you like to party? That means that you like to get high with party drugs and ecstasy. So those things are real. It can be one or the other, but the result is always the same landing. It's always the same end result, depending on if you're using an upper or a downer, like an opioid. There's different types of drugs. Pure cocaine is an upper. Opioids, drinking lean, all of that, all heroin, fentanyl, all of those drugs are downers. Meth is an upper, but meth, unlike cocaine being an upper, it has a stronger hold because there's pure crystal meth, and then there's also manufactured meth that people make in their garages that they can make with battery acid and other drugs and Sudafed from the CVS or Walgreens. That's why when you go into a drugstore, you have to go to the pharmacist to get like Sudafed, depending on what city you live in, because they may have a real meth problem, right? So if people can't get pure meth like they do in Arizona, Phoenix, where crystal meth is rampant everywhere, if they live on the West Coast or they live in the South, like a Georgia, Louisiana, Alabama, they manufacture their own meth, battery acid meth that they can make in a bottle where they shake it. That type of meth, it will rot your body from the inside out, right? That gets a hold of you. That's when you have people, you think crackheads stay up? A meth addict can stay up for 7 days straight and not sleep. It's a real zombie, like for real. You don't, they can take apart a whole car and put a car back together in 7 days of doing meth in a garage. So these drugs change you. You're no longer who your family thought you were, who your loved ones thought you are no longer that person. That's what she's trying to explain. Once you go down certain roads, there is no return. It's done. It's everybody just looking at the clock now. They just looking at when you peacing out.
I'll say this too. You okay?
Yeah, I'm gonna play this video. Rich Homie Quan opened up a resurface video of him opening up his decline in the music industry and struggle with drug addiction.
You down, because there's always that moment where it's
okay,
like,
I'm gonna tell you, I did this show. I'm so hot, bro. I do a show in Carolina, New Year's Eve. You know, you get paid on them type of holidays. My biggest show ever to this day. Still talking about it. It's like, I did a show, man. They gave me 120. It's like 14. Like niggas wasn't even getting 100,000. Then I get 100,000 show 2014. Fuck my mind up. So in my mind, like, he gave me 120. Oh, I don't want number 120. Nigga ain't doing no show for 6 months. Because my mind was set. Like, if he gave me 120, I feel like everybody can give me 120.
Right.
But I'm not knowing they only do that on certain holidays. Like, I'm still learning. You see what I'm saying? Man, that 140 dropped down to the shit I was getting lower. Cause I was already at like a 40 or 50.
Right.
Now, man, I'm down on that 120, 6 months went by. And them folks trying to give me 12,000 and shit, man.
Wow.
And I ain't got no choice but to take them. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It's either that or nothing.
So you back at 12,000.
All right, back at 12,000 show. I'm talking this shit slow as a motherfucker. But guess what, though? I'm still on the road. I'm still booked every week, though. So the money ain't slowing down. 12,000, that's some good money still. It just ain't them 40s and them 50s I was getting.
Right.
But I'm still going to Dubai. You know what I mean? Dubai gonna give me more than that, so I'm doing Dubais and all that. But now me and Fly ain't talking because of the litigation, man. Fly not talking at all. You know what I'm saying? I can't drop no music. My show money down. Man, I got a dark cloud over my head, bro. I probably was the person, I would definitely say, I probably was the lowest I was in my life, because you got to think, man, I went from here to here fast. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And I blame myself. And it's growth. And I know it was my fault. You know what I'm saying? Like, I might have said some shit 6 years ago in the interview, a cussing nigga out. And I ain't that same corn no more, because, like, I've grown. So even if I did, I'd tell a nigga, man, don't fault me for that, bro.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I'm growing, man. You know what I'm saying? I didn't know, like...
Was it drugs involved?
Oh, hell yeah, man. I was on Molly every day.
Oof.
Listen, geeked up. Fight down. Listen, I'm talking, bro, I felt like I couldn't do a show or a song without being on Molly.
When did that start? When did the habit start?
When the habit started, shit. On the road, when I first got the road, on the road, the $800 show, I ain't drink no liquor, no lean, no none of that. You know what I'm saying? Shit, after some type, before some type of way, we was doing so many shows, I couldn't stay up. So I knew some people like, bro, I got something to keep you up. That motherfucker kept me up.
Who said they got something for you to keep you up? Was it somebody from the industry or one of your friends?
It's a family member.
Oh, family member.
Damn. It's family. I would take him out of bro them there every day, man. And I knew, like, my attitude was saying I'm bucking on my mama. You know what I'm saying? I ain't showing up to family events. I knew I was lost in the sauce. Oh, this how I knew I was tripping, bro. I did not want the sun to come up, bro.
The facts.
Bro, it was black curtains all in there. I was popping them off before I brushed my teeth, bro. Like, that I was starting my day. Like, you know, you really supposed to eat, nigga, and I fuck that. I'm gonna take the Molly then eat. You know what I'm saying? Because it make you shit. You know what I mean?
Man,
you got to
listen, you can hear your brain
listen, man.
sizzling.
But guess what, though?
Sizzling.
I was making some dope-ass music on it, though. I can tell you that. That motherfucker had my brain
don't
going.
do that.
I got to be honest. I ain't touched nobody now like 5 years, bro. 5 years, bro. That's what I'm saying. Because when I first started making that music, I didn't know Molly. You feel me? So I had to get back just to myself. Like, this ain't, you ain't going out like that, little bro.
Right.
Like, I'm not going out like that, man. I shook that shit, bro. I shook it, man. Cause like one day I had to look at myself outside of myself. I had to look at myself outside. I'm like, bro, you tripping. I think my mama and I told me, like, you all right? And when she said that, like, you can notice it. Oh, nah, that Mon Duke, I gotta chill out.
Right.
You know, like, niggas still respect Mon Duke. Like, I don't give a fuck how much money I got.
Yeah.
Mon Duke, and
Facts.
she noticed it. Oh, I'm tripping. I ain't
Yeah.
touched that shit since.
All right. We'll go to Trev and then we'll go get Sweeney in there.
Yeah. it's unfortunate because it looks like he defaulted, right? And once you get the taste of that drug, that's what you go to. Even if you clean for a while, sometimes once you start to get that feeling where you don't know what you're gonna do, things ain't right, your life ain't life in the way it's supposed to, then you're like, damn, all right, I'm gonna just hit this real quick, and then you'll see it again. You're like, you know what? Nah, I just need to get this to keep me going, and you'll just say, all right, I just need one more hit, and it's one more hit and one more hit, and it never stops. And what I was gonna say earlier was that people think that they know what type of drugs they're actually taking. But the problem is fentanyl has reached everything. Anything that you buying off the street, period, even perks and stuff, you get a perk 30, whatever, they got fentanyl in that a lot. They're starting to find that out. Once I heard it made it to weed, I'm like, oh, hell no. They finding it in everything. And it's not going to stop. It's not going away for a couple reasons. One, it's cheap as hell. Two, it's easy to make. Three, it keeps you coming back. Fentanyl is here to stay. As long as drugs exist, it's going to have the potential to that. And the problem with that is it is way more dangerous than any drug that we've ever seen before. It's way more addictive than any drug we've ever seen before. So it doesn't even make sense. If you don't know what you're taking, if you're not prescribed that, and even then, I listen, I don't care what it is. I don't want to get prescribed to nothing. I don't care if I'm dealing with pain or whatever. Like, just don't touch it because you start to form a dependency for it. Your body gets used to that. Once you infuse something into your body chemistry for a little while, your mind's going to form a dependency for it. If you can at all avoid drugs, just stay away from it because it is hard to shake. Even if you do, I've seen a lot of people. I had a lot of friends, man, that would stop for a while. And I'd be like, damn, they doing good. That's what's up. But then they still revert right back to it. You're like, damn, man. And there's nothing you can do. There's nothing you can do to stop them. That drug is they everything. It's their life. That's like he said. He did it before he brushed his teeth. That's how deep it is. He need that before anything. They can't sleep without it. They need to do before they eat, after they eat, everything. It's just anything that they do is a ritual. They need to make it a part of it. Don't start that. That's all I'm going to say.
All right. Go ahead, Sweeney.
Shit. Listen to what everybody said on the panel. I was gonna get on my soapbox for a minute, but I ain't gonna say too much more than, you know what I mean, rest in peace to Rich Homie Quan. My condolences to the family. Hope they figure everything out and the kid's okay and she's okay, mother and all of them okay. Outside of that, I don't really have much to say on it.
All right.
Go ahead, what stood out to me on a second, well, first of all, Casey, I appreciate you with that, what you stated about it seemed like you got a background in understanding the types of drugs and how they impact people. You taught me something. I did not know that when you get on a certain, when you get hooked on a specific type of drug, there's a very, very low chance of you getting off of it. I didn't know that because I did recognize that they have pumping all these millions and billions of dollars into these programs to help people get off of them. But I didn't know that, like, once you touch certain drugs, it's just over with. So I can understand why Cheryl made that. I can now understand why Cheryl made a statement on there. So it's pretty strong. But the second video, what stood out to me is that, and it kind of confirms, you know, what I initially thought about. Is it really a pain thing, or are you looking at it as a way to amp up your performance? Because it seemed like Rich Homie Quan needed to perform day in and day out. And he saw Molly, or his relative saw Molly as a way to, hey, look, you got to get this money. You slacking, you know what I'm saying? You gambled, you made a mistake because you were unaware how things work on the holidays, whenever you're getting booked for shows. This right here can give you that competitive edge so you can get out there and perform and make that money back. So it looks like, and I think I see this in baseball, football, and all other sports where people start using performance enhancement drugs. So I think it's safe to say that musicians also use performance enhancement drugs. It might not be the same as far as, tapping into your physical athleticism and all this other stuff, but giving you the ability to stay up and focus and perform is key. So I don't know if there's another alternative that these artists could use. I would hope it. I mean, I don't know if they got to reach out to people who've been in the game for a while, or you just got to have it genetically. But it's yeah. Somebody's gonna say something.
Yeah, I mean, Beyonce isn't doing it. Okay, I've been to a Beyonce concert, a security guard. Beyonce isn't doing it. So, like I said, with the walking zombie thing is, a family member gave it to him, knowing what it would do to him. His family gave it to him. And see, the thing about drugs, uppers, Molly, coke, fun, good times. Close your eyes and then just start spinning around and knocking stuff over in your house. When you stop and you open your eyes, you're going to realize you made a mess. You don't want to clean it up. You want to forget about it. So you're going to get high and make more messes. So he ruined his career. And every time he got disappointed, he needed to get high again. This is where you get your downers. You don't want to feel high. You want to feel low. Now, see, the thing about a person that's on drugs is they while destroying themselves, they're destroying everything around them. Stopping the drugs is the easy thing. It's them shakes. Because now you got your body hooked onto something that can't survive without it. It's the shakes, it's the chills, it's the withdrawals that's going to see you running back to the drugs. But so now you're in this desperate energy. And let me tell you something about somebody that's desperate. Desperate people will do you anything. So now you're going against your principles. You compromising your manhood. You doing all type of reckless stuff to get them drugs because your body is in severe need of it. And every time you get sober, you keep remembering all the stuff you're doing. Now I need to forget. Now the drugs is your friend. The drugs is helping you. But you keep putting yourself in this process because guess what? When you get back high and you black back out and you close your eyes again, you're now behind the wheel of your life with your eyes closed, just crashing into stuff. And the moment you start to feel it, you need more drugs because you don't want to heal it. It's a very dangerous process. The most time I've seen people do it is when something painful happens, like they have a death in the family, or they lose their children, or they have to have a moment of time where they're away from the drugs, like rehab, a supportive family that's going to support them through rehab, or jail. A lot of times, the only time we see people get off heroin, because like she said, she from Jigga City. That's the nickname of her city. That's how popular it is. If you're not popping pills, you're not that. My city, heroin. If you're a made man, you do heroin because you're tough, right? That's what makes you a man. So when it's cool and it's popularized, and this is
what city
okay.
is that? I'm sorry.
New Orleans. New Orleans is heroin.
Jigga City is Baton Rouge.
Jigga City is Baton Rouge. So we seeing this firsthand how it happens. But they go to jail, they got to be in there for 10 plus years to get clean, though. If they go do a couple of weeks, couple of months, first of all, they can get it in the jail houses. The drugs is in the jail houses like it is on the streets. They compromising themselves in jail to do drugs. As men, compromising their manhood. So it's a lot to stay off the drug. You are not in control anymore. When you are on drugs, you are no longer in control. And that thing would take you anywhere. So I wish it was just easy to just take it and get off it. Some people can, but that would be the few. But the many,
It sounds like we kind of accepted that drugs are going to be here to stay. Somebody stated that drugs ain't going to go nowhere. So if that's the case, then
that's a
I
human
think
thing. That's a I don't think they're going nowhere.
Yeah, I think the catalyst that really changed, or that triggered him to even be in the situation he is, I think it was his, and somebody else might have spotted it. I think it was his lack of financial maturity. I mean, could you imagine making 140 or whatever, 60,000 and not being able to live on that for 6 months? I would argue, and it might be petty to try to, lean on this. I would argue that if he knew how to budget that or create a lifestyle where he can live on, I think anybody is capable of doing it. But if he was able to budget, I would argue that he probably would still be here today.
I don't think a lot of these people realize how fast you can climb and how fast you can fall. So not having the mental stability to understand, like he said, getting paid 6 figures for a show and that going to 5 figures or 4 figures, you can't really process. They kind of equate that to their worth of a person, right? Like you go from, oh, well, I used to be valued at 6 figures, now my value is 4. And so you're riding that wave of I used to be more valuable. And then like Sherelle was explaining, you go down this road of let me numb or figure out ways to be more creative. Or I mean, we know drug usage is rampant within rock and roll in the 70s, right? From Jimi Hendrix being on heroin to, Marvin Gaye, to all of these different artists in the 70s within R&B and rock and roll, letting drugs fuel their creativity as well as it being an outlet, right, to everything, all the pressures of the music industry, to Ray Charles, right? So when we realize that, yeah, absolutely nothing has changed from the 70s to 2024. The only thing that's changed is the promotion of the drug uses, right? Ray Charles wasn't saying, get you a needle out, wrap your arm up and shoot up. In 2024, Future is saying Molly and Perk, Perks and Molly, Molly and Perk in the music. That is the difference between the time, because they were doing it on the low within the industry. But go ahead, Law.
Hold on, Law. Hold on. Let me just read this real quick.
I was gonna say, hold on.
Read this. So, how do drugs affect the brain? Why can't they just stop using? Just like we turn down the volume on the radio that is too loud, the brain adjusts to drugs by turning down its ability to receive signals. As a result, the brain reward circuit of a person struggling with addiction is abnormally low. They feel flat, lifeless, and depressed. They are unable to enjoy things they used to. They need to keep taking drugs so they feel normal, which only makes the problem worse because the brain is learning to tolerate the drugs. The person will take larger amounts to produce the same result. And changes last long after use. Stopping drug use doesn't immediately return the brain to normal. Some drugs have toxic effects that can kill neurons, and most of these cells will not be replaced. And while changes to connections between neurons in the brain may not be permanent, some last for months. Some research suggests the changes may even last for years. Long-lasting brain changes can make it challenging for addicts to stay drug-free. They often experience intense cravings, leading to relapse.
Okay, I'm so happy you just posted that, Lapeef. Okay, let me say this. Even down and oh my gosh, God is good. I'm so happy. Somebody needs to hear this, right? So when I had my first daughter, all right, I'm an extremely disciplined person, right? I'm a person who I've been an athlete all my life, always physically fit, always trained, multiple sports, senior class president, captain of the dance team, all of that. Like extremely disciplined, extremely driven, all of that. Having a child rocked my world, right? Okay. Postpartum anxiety set in because issues with nursing and breastfeeding, going back and forth to the lactation specialist, all of this stuff, my OB said, oh my gosh, you have postpartum anxiety. You need antidepressants. I said, the hell I don't, because you know what? On Netflix, I watched a special about what antidepressants do to your brain, right? So right now we're talking about opioids and all these other drugs. Like Trev said, drugs, period, you guys, will change your brain chemistry and it will stop the production of natural hormones and things that you have in your brain. Me being an athlete my entire life, endorphin, serotonin, I know that my body naturally produces those things. That's why I love to work out. When I read about the medication that my doctor said, hey, you have postpartum anxiety, once you take this, I go type, look it up. It says everything that my brain already produces from working out, from sex, from all these other things naturally, that antidepressant will replace that production and give it to my brain, not naturally, but what? In a fraudulent way, from an artificial way. Once my body takes in artificial hormones that my brain and body produces naturally, guess what happens to my brain? Because I'm getting artificially those same endorphins and serotonin, my brain will now stop producing the same things, right? So my personality, me waking up with a natural love of life, all of that will go out because then I'm now taking pills that's pumping that into my body and not in a natural way. So once you change your brain chemistry, you have to understand all of these recreational drugs and opioids, it changes your brain chemistry. You are not the same. Sure, you are a zombie. You are not the same person. You cannot revert back to what science and chemistry is. Our brains are the most powerful things in our body, and it's also the most sensitive. It can change and never revert back. A child learns the most from newborn to 4 years old. That's why they say under the age of 4, before kindergarten, teach your kid math, teach your kids languages, because you think, oh, the child just walking around. Their brain can actually absorb all of that. It can absorb from 0 to 4. So you thinking that a drug cannot destroy it? We have to educate. If you have children, guys, if you are a teacher, educate yourself on what drugs can do to the brain. That whole, this is your brain on drugs. That whole, what is that? Ronald Reagan's wife that did the cracked egg and the
Dare program.
Yeah, all of those commercials.
Just say no.
It was like the watered down version of what's really going on, y'all. But once you put that stuff in your body, it's a done deal. It's done.
So I'm sold on that, and I'm glad y'all are so experienced with a lot of this stuff. So is it safe to say that we could label hip hop artists who promote drug dealing, especially to their own people, and just people who sell them? Is it safe to say that those people are anti-black?
Definitely.
I would say I want to speak against that. You know what I'm saying? That's something I want to kind of speak against when we start talking about. I don't think it has anything to do, honestly, with the type of music. Drugs have been rampant in music since music was a thing, right? When you look at one of the greats, Michael Jackson, yeah, he died from a drug overdose. You dig what I'm saying? A toxic mix of drugs, sleeping pills, and also opioids. You can name a whole host of them. Drugs have been rampant, in
and
music
Prince,
since
opioids.
the beginning.
Amy Winehouse.
Right. So it's one of those things where exactly, it doesn't matter if you rapping about it, they still sing about it. They may not have said it explicitly like Future may have, but they make full songs about it. You know what I mean? They'll try and dress it up, put lipstick on it, but it's still singing about the drugs. So I don't want us to get into the whole, my thing is when people start saying, oh, it's the hip hop culture doing it. No, that's not true. I think it's the fact of these are people expressing themselves, right? Based on the things that they're going through and the drugs that they're doing. That does happen. We see that quite often. But I don't want it to be like, oh, it's the music that's driving it, because I'm gonna keep it real. Without the music, y'all think people gonna still do drugs?
Why you don't want it to be like that?
I could tell you why. Because I mean, I spent some time in the music industry.
Hold on.
Can you answer that? You don't want hip hop is associated or black. Somebody argued that black people is the group that keeps hip hop thriving, and we the ones that the music is for. So if the artists know this, that we're the ones who listen to them and we're inspired by them, our children are, and they know what drugs do to people, just like we do, and they promote it, and some of them sell it. You're saying you don't want that to be associated with anti-black. Why?
No, I'm saying that it's not fair to make that the thing, because it's not just our music that's and our people that suffer from drug abuse, right?
No, but I'm talking
the only
about
reason opioids became
hip-hop.
hold on. The only reason opioids became an issue in America is because it started affecting these white kids the way it has been, crack has been doing us. So that's when they made it an issue, opioids, right? So now we want to have the war on drugs and all that because it's affecting them just as much, if not more. You also have to look at the different genres of music. This white kids dying all the time from these drugs, period. You know what I'm saying? Rock, they been doing it first, to be honest. You know what I mean? That is a prevalent thing in music, regardless of the culture. The only thing is they demonize black music as much as they can.
I understand that I understand it exists in all genres of music. Well, what I don't want to happen is you kind of like all lives matter, my Black Lives Matter just then. I'm talking specifically about our people. Let's take everybody out of it. If you and I know as a black people or we promote, hey, black excellence and black empowerment, we need to change. But in one hand, we're selling drugs on our people. What does that say? How do you interpret that? You don't see that as, hey,
For
look,
me, I feel like
I haven't counted. We can't hold our own people accountable. Or is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is I don't want to demonize the creative process of artists because we feel a certain way about it. Regardless if we're singing about it or not, that shit still is going to happen.
So you want us to praise their creative ability, but you don't want to. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry for interrupting.
I didn't necessarily say I want to praise it, but I don't want to make that the reason why it's happening. You feel me? I don't feel like that's the reason why it's happening.
Why don't you want us to own our own destruction of our people?
So do you think that the reason that people are doing drugs is because of the music, or are people making music about doing drugs because they're already doing it? Which one came first, the chicken or the egg?
Okay, I would answer it this way. I think most people who do drugs in the black community are inspired by people who do them, or they're influenced by people who do them. And if that's a person that's a family member or a person behind a microphone. So I'm saying, let's point the accountability out. Can we as a black people who get on here every day in front of a microphone and say, we need reparations, we need this, we need love, we need family. Can we sit here and look in the mirror and say, hey, look, we need to use shame. We need to say, hey, look, you got to stop doing this. I think Casey took accountability very well when she stated that one of her favorite songs from Future was about drugs. And she kind of felt like the irony in that. You get what I'm saying? So I'm saying, can we collectively do that?
Bruiser,
go ahead, Sweeney.
Do you drink?
I plead the fifth.
Come on, man. We got to be honest.
I plead
the
fifth.
Who you asking?
Bruiser.
I plead the fifth. You can ask somebody else to make your point.
All right. Well, I'm assuming by pleading the fifth, you're saying that you do. Why do you do it?
No, that's not accurate. That's not what pleading the fifth is.
Well, typically people who plead the fifth don't want to incriminate themselves.
No, that's inaccurate too. You can't use typically either, because typically means that it's an absolute thing. That
this is what's wrong with us, right? When you flip things back on people, because we can all sit here and look at people who do drugs and try to pathologize the community and whatnot, but we all participate in it. And like to say, oh, well, people are influenced. No, we do what we want to do. You have your drug of choice, whatever it may be, whether that's drinking, whether that's sex, whether that's music, whether that's a number of things, whether that's video games, whether that's such and such. But we'll look at certain things in the community and be like, oh, well, that's really bad, but what I do is okay.
Sweetie, we're not about to sit up here and compare playing video games to fentanyl.
Well, honestly, I try to keep.
Whitney Houston ain't never rapped about it.
I honestly try to keep it at just
audacity.
And sex either. Don't do it.
We're not
sex
gonna do
is not
that.
an addiction.
It can be, but we're not gonna do that.
It can be, but that's a natural thing too.
People not dropping dead, and they didn't create Narcan for you having too many orgasms. Sweeney.
Okay, fair.
We're not gonna do that.
Fair.
Sex is natural. Drugs are not natural.
Ah, Jesus Christ! I started with alcohol though.
That's bullshit.
I started with alcohol.
Sweeney, when it comes, you started with bruising with alcohol, and he pled the fifth. Alcohol is a more manageable drug for most of the population. Yes, just like I can walk through a casino and not spend $1 on any gambling, is not the same as if I go choose to walk through a damn trap house in the middle of the hood.
That is
dangerous. It's not the same thing.
That is
Sweeney.
dangerous to say, considering the fact there are a lot of alcoholics out there that lose their life to alcoholism. Just like there are a lot of drug addicts out there.
I would like
that
to
lose
say
their life.
alcohol is much.
That is not fair to say.
I would say it's much worse.
I'm not gonna say that it's
and
much
it kills
worse.
More people.
I'm not gonna say that it's much worse or anything. I'm just simply saying that we know that alcoholism is very bad in our community as well. In any community, this ain't even just the mere fact that we even making it just simply about the Black community is that drugs is not a problem around the world by and large. Every group has their problem with drug use.
Sweeney,
every last one.
What we do know, let's stop. What we do know is that Justin Bieber and Justin Timberlake are not rapping about snorting lines of coke and popping perks. That's what we do know. But what we can say within our music and our culture, like what we started the conversation about, is that our music promotes the drug usage. That is the difference. It's tons of, I went to mixed schools my entire life. It's tons of kids that cosplay Black music. Yeah, they buy it. Yeah, they know the words to it. Yeah, they sing it. Yeah, they support it. But guess what? They not doing whatever the music is talking about. But you know who is? The Black kids are. Even the ones who weren't raised in the hood,
be the main
they
ones.
still.
Even if we make the argument, that it's not always in their music, there's drug use.
What's cap?
That other communities are not using drugs or leaning towards drugs.
Sweeney,
you said that cosplaying.
White musicians are not promoting. I said white musicians are not promoting drug usage within their music like our culture. What about that is cap?
But they are.
They are.
Who? Tell me what white
you hear it in rock music right now.
I'm a choreographer, so tell me.
You hear it in rock music, and you also hear it in country music. They promote drug use and alcoholism every single day.
Give me the artist who talks about popping mollies and Percocets and snorting cocaine and drinking lean. Give me the white artist right now, Sweeney.
U2 song's Bad is actually about drugs, right? U2 song in 1987.
Really?
The Beatles, Got to Get You Into My Life, is about drugs. That song is about drugs.
The fact that you had to point that out, nobody knew what that song was.
1990 debut album.
Because you don't know what the song is, doesn't mean that it's not.
I do know the song, Sweeney.
The Beatles, though, the Beatles are way more popular than Future.
So just concede to the fact.
It's not on the same level. It's not on the same level.
What we're saying, instead of just trying to demonize it in our culture. We have to remain a frame of reference, right? So when we start talking about,
y'all just arguing just to argue at this point.
Things, we need to at least do some research on it because it's crazy.
So,
Fleetwood Mac,
can I say
Gold
something?
Dust Woman. That's about drugs. Plain simple. Like we can go on and on. I'm telling you.
Yeah, let Ru go.
Did I not start like 30 minutes ago?
That's
and talk
because
about
you're not
the
listening
70s?
to those songs.
Did I not bring up rock? I was raised on rock music and Fleetwood Mac and Stevie Nicks and all of them. You can't educate me. I'm a choreographer. Nobody on here can educate me on music. What I'm telling you is, when I started the conversation back before, I started with rock music. Did I not start with heroin usage and rock music? Did I not say that over 20 minutes ago? But when I skipped ahead to 2024, the white artist, other than a freaking Mac Miller, you cannot tell me a white artist in 2024 that is rapping about drug usage like our artists are. Why can't we like call a spade like Darwin is saying? Like, y'all are trying to pull back the 70s artists and it don't even make no sense.
Okay, Amy Winehouse, Lil Xan, Lil Pump, Lil Perk, shit, who's the like? It's not that many. MGK, I think he be talking about that shit too. Eminem was talking about it for a long time. Like he probably was the first person in the rap song I heard talking about prescription pills.
It sounds like
again, they're in rap culture. They're in black music. They're literally in the black music lane. Other than Amy Winehouse, everybody else you just named are in the black music lane.
First list I gave was rock and roll, and you were saying you already did that. Then you said name a white artist. So then I went and named white artists in hip hop that do it.
I think Rufus was trying to get in there.
And considering the fact that the group that listens to hip that has the largest demographic as far as listening to hip hop, the ones that are in the stadiums watching them do the music, also are white. We're sitting over here we're pathologizing black folks for shit that happens in every single community. Every single community has music that promotes, if not promotes, drug use.
My turn. Thank you. All right.
I didn't speak for like damn near an hour and a half.
Yeah.
Come on now.
You gotta let him.
It's all good though, JR. It's all good.
He was cut off.
You ain't finished. I thought you were saying the same thing that you was just saying. So I was like,
it's all good. Go ahead.
All right. So if I listen to Sweeney and Law, like y'all make excuses for everything when we're trying to make a point. We're trying to get something done. We're trying to create a solution. You getting mad and you arguing the point is not solving anything. We're over here making these faces because we get frustrated, because this is how we get away from trying to get a solution. Yes, it's drugs in some of these white people's music, but we're talking about a majority of our artists. I don't know those white artists that you're talking about, but you can't. They have country, they have love songs. They're allowed to have all types of songs. I'm walking through the supermarket. They can talk about love. They can talk about anything. The only thing we talk about is the same thing: the drugs, the murder, and all of these things, right? And we know they are getting a check for it. We know it's propaganda. We know that people are selling their soul to do this stuff. What we're trying to say is a majority of our stuff, we got one-sided. Back in the day, it used to be positive black music and negative black music. Now we have no positivity to balance it out. Do we have positive artists? Absolutely. But are they on the main stage? Are they represent the culture? No. So let's just get to if Casey's telling the truth, why can't we just for a second shut off our need to be right just to hear what she's trying to say? I get it. We're not demonizing black people. We're saying like, this is a problem. It's not just our problem. It's not because it's innate in us. It's something that is kind of like perpetuated and pushed and marketed and funded. So there's all types of forces that we don't see behind it. So no, we're not demonizing black people. We're saying, oh, black people just got to talk about drugs. No, they're getting paid to. We're getting paid to look bad. Why don't we come up with a code to say, you know what, we're not going to do this anymore. If you guys want to do this for a check, we're not going to support your music anymore. But if we keep arguing a point like, oh, it's not bad, we're not bad people, let us do it. You white people do it too. We're just not going to get the solutions that we need.
It's their music.
We're not
Yeah,
What we
talking
talk
Ruth,
about,
I
it's
think
their,
that's
it's
where I'm
Hold
either
on,
you
going
hold
with
on,
it.
y'all. Let Sweeney finish. Let Sweeney finish.
it's their music. Either you listen to it or you don't. Their music, they can sing about and talk about whatever the hell they want to sing about and talk about. It's their music. You
Why
don't want
can't
to
we talk
listen to
about
it.
love?
Hold on,
Why
let
can't
Sweeney
we talk
finish.
about the
Let
positive
Sweeney
things?
finish.
They do talk about love. There are plenty of artists that talk about love. In fact, the artists that we're even talking about talk about love in some of their songs. They talk about being done wrong. They talk about playing people and when it comes to love. They talk about losing relationships. They talk about gaining them. There's a number of artists that talk about black music isn't just about murdering and drugs. There's plenty of there's a whole plethora of black music that talks about a plethora of things. So if it's their life, they're rapping about their life for the most part. Is there some fake ass motherfuckers out there? Yes, but
you cannot police artistic expression.
Sweeney,
As a
like this,
as an
y'all
artist, as a
are
filmmaker,
so
you
y'all
cannot
are so hypocritical.
What we gonna bring
Because
up?
y'all
you
the same one.
cannot
No, y'all
police
the same
artistic
ones that want to
expression.
y'all want to tear Tyler Perry down because of the images that he put out to the black community on black women being so hurt and beat down by black men. Y'all like so hypocritical on this whole conversation. Like we were literally on an education tip from Sherelle to Bruiser to Chanel and Ruth and Trev. We literally were talking and educating people on drugs and what our community. We were talking to a point of education and uplifting, and we need to be aware. Where did the conversation shift to? Well, white
Well,
people
it
do it
shifted
too,
because
and why
somebody
y'all
has
so
a
worried
difference of
about and
opinion
this
on
and
the
this?
topic.
But
The difference was we have a difference of
What's the
opinion
difference
on
of
the topic.
opinion?
You all spoke.
Law. What's the
Hold on,
difference?
one mic.
The difference
I just
is
want to
y'all
throw
are
in. I
speaking
just want to
on.
throw in there
Hold
that
on,
our
hold
music.
on, y'all. Hold on. Because we got to make sure that the conversation is controlled so that everybody hears. Let's make sure we wait till the other person finish. And for the people that's speaking, try to keep it short, like 1 minute, 20 seconds, so other people can get their turn as well.
Because there'd be some dissertations going on in here tonight. All I'm saying is, bro, the difference of opinion came to be when we are speaking on like your opinion. A lot of what I heard tonight was also basically someone's own trauma that they've experienced or witnessed. That's not everybody's reality, right? On top of that, like everybody doesn't have drug addicts in the family and what have you. So that's a difference of opinion when it comes to
I
how we
brought
hold
up
on.
Cash Money.
Hold
I
on.
brought up
I'm
Cash
not done.
Money
I'm gonna
rapping.
listen. I wasn't even referring to you. That's what I'm saying, right? So secondly, on top of that, you have to remember you cannot police artistic expression by calling us hypocrites and saying we're the same ones that say this and that about Tyler Perry. That's not necessarily true. I don't like his stuff, so I just don't support it. I don't watch it. See how that works? If I don't agree with it, I don't watch it. I don't have to down it.
So, Law, you
I
just said you
don't
wasn't talking
I
to
don't
me.
like
So
his
how would
content.
you think that I was talking about you? I've never even been on a panel with you before. So why would you think I was automatically talking about you?
Well, you said y'all, right? You said y'all are hypocrites, is what I'm referring to. And then you started going into different things about Tyler Perry and what have you.
Just
All
like
I'm
you
saying is
said,
you
y'all
can't
are
police.
different. You have a different opinion.
Listen, right? Y'all are trying to police artistic expression. As a filmmaker, that's just something that I don't like when people do it, because you can't tell someone how they can create and what they can do. It's all about consumption. If you don't like it, don't listen to it. But I also don't want us to sit here and try and say, oh, it's the black culture that's doing this because of the music. That's not the case. You know what I'm saying? Because nobody said anything about Whitney Houston. You know what I'm saying? Nobody said that she was promoting drug use. Right? We didn't talk about that. But
I dropped Whitney Houston like over 45 minutes ago.
All right, I do
She
want
really
to
did.
Hold on, I want to get to Chanel, and let me get Sherelle in there as well. And
I feel like my point doesn't matter. I feel like my point is so small at this point. I just wanted to add in there that just to support what Casey was saying. Our music is the only music that in the history right now that constantly has trial because of drug conversations in the music and leading to different drug raids and pandemics, epidemics in the different cities. But I don't really see. I know the other rock and all that heavy metal
And
that
racketeering, Chanel, and racketeering.
in racketeering, we're the ones. It's our music, you know what I'm saying? And and I follow all of it. So in the last 6-7 years alone, with Tekashi 6ix9ine and all of them have had trials, and it's all been about the music and the drug talk conversations in it. So we are using our music to sell drugs and it's leading to crime, and we're on display all the time with the grand jury. So that's something to support, that we are the majority. Our music is the ones that are doing it the most, and that's what the point I believe that she was trying to make when she was saying that. We're not saying that all the other ones don't do
And
it.
I think that's an incorrect assertion. That's wrong.
All right, go ahead, Sherelle.
I'm just, that was nice. Casey, you rocking, putting on for the boot. I see you. I want to get back to the question of, yes, the music is a problem. It's propaganda. And grown-ass people are always talking about with their grown-ass minds.
Did she freeze?
Like, am I frozen? Okay. So grown-ass people with grown-ass minds are always talking about, we're grown. Guess what? The music is for the children. The music is make children feel like drugs are popular. So your children going to do drugs. You don't watch them. You're not always with them. They go to school and they do drugs at school with their friends. The music ain't for you. You already done. They want to make sure they destroy the future. It ain't your future. It's the children's future. So they control them. Future don't even sell drugs. So, like, I mean, he don't even use drugs, but he promoted. So my whole thing is that a lot of these people are foot soldiers, right? Right? So they go into this lifestyle, music, drugs, whatever. It's a dangerous lifestyle. It's like basically going to the army in a way, right? So you join the military. Sometimes people might call you and say, hey, they can't come home. But they fighting for their nation, right? It's different with this drug game, right? What they fighting for? Some of them fighting to elevate their particular family. Some of them fighting because they saying, I'm a sacrifice and I'm gonna live this hard life so that my children don't have to. A lot of them do, get in the gangs, get in the life for that. So what they saying is, I'm gonna promote good wealth for my particular family and I'm gonna destroy my community for it. And that just be the handshake that they decide to take. Okay, if they was really for the community, why they not? And they promoting drugs. If you promote drugs, why aren't you building rehabs with all that money you making? Why aren't you building schools for them children that you love, the community that you love? You don't care. You care about your own self-interest. You sell your soul. You sell your people out so that you can have a good time, and then you can't live with yourself, and you get on them drugs. And it eats away at you, which the music industry, they're going to pump out. They got positive music. They're going to pump out that. What's their music? Some of them do get caught up in the life. What Michael Jackson's song was promoting negativity. That music is going to touch the core of people's hearts till this day. It's going to live on. They said it, okay, I'm a martyr. I know that I may not live long for my message. I know that they're going to try to demonize me for my message, but pay attention to their messaging. If you really want to know the rappers and the music and the artists that are for your people, pay attention to their messaging. Look at the life that they're leading. The ones that are just doing it. Even Meek Mill said we get paid more to do the debt culture, to say do drugs, pop ass, whole culture. Because guess what?
Cardi, Cheryl.
Exactly, because it's my thing. They're gonna say more white children listen to it. No, white people are the majority in the country. They do the most of everything. Let's get that clear. But the majority of black kids are listening to it. And guess what? The majority of those white kids, they're listening to it, but they're still in a 2-parent home. So they can get hype in their room and go down and be like, Mom, Dad. Majority of them black kids who listen to it, 70% of them, single mother homes. 70% of them missing a father. 70% of them, mama gone. 70% of them going through life, living in communities. And really, it's not even hitting the middle class communities. It's hitting that community that nobody care about, the hood, right? That music affects those kids because they can go outside and get into all that trouble that they singing around the songs. Y'all gonna lie and try to make it seem like them drill dudes wasn't going to catch bodies just so they can make a song about catching another body? Them little boys in Florida wasn't going to make songs just to say they caught a body and make another song about catching a body, going to people fucking graveyards, dancing on them, making videos about killing people, and we promote it. But we love our community. Wait, I'm not finished.
Do you think
we promote it?
That
hold on, Lo.
Well, I mean, it's been 3 minutes.
Okay, you talked for a long time too. We love our community, but we promote debt culture. If you participating in debt culture, you don't love your people. You're anti-black. You always want to talk. Y'all always want to talk about what somebody else did, y'all. And then the moment we got to talk about us and hold us accountable, y'all want to bring up whoever is who give a fuck about what the price of tea is in China. This shit is affecting us. So do you care or do you not? Because you're gonna make excuses for the behavior. Y'all gatekeepers. Y'all gonna keep y'all people lost. Every time y'all people talk about solutions, y'all gonna go cause a distraction. Pay attention. The devil is in the details. They gonna cause confusion. You talk about a solution, you try to get to the bottom of fixing shit, and niggas gonna come up with another problem. They don't want you to fix nothing. They like it. They okay with it.
So first of all, drug culture, violence has always been a part of American culture and American pop culture. It's always been a part of it. Some of arguably the most popular TV shows were based in drug use. Let's see, Breaking Bad, The Wire, The Sopranos, Narcos. What else? What was another TV show?
Goodfellas.
Goodfellas. All
you
these
can go
TV
all
shows
movies,
were,
bro. You can
like, it's always been a part of American culture. Scarface, all these TV shows and movies, it's always been embedded in American culture, but we're the only ones that's going to sit here and look at our music and be like, yep, that's the reason why there's a lot of drug use. Not poverty, not a lot of other things that may, not the fact that Rich Homie Quan just told us that he couldn't even stay up during the show, which is the reason why he turned to drugs to begin with. He ain't say, I turned to drugs because I was listening to the music and the music told me to do drugs. He said, man, my brother came to me and said, hey, I got something for you if you need to stay up. In fact, that's oftentimes how a lot of people wind up being hooked on drugs, is because they're trying to solve a problem in their life or they're dealing with something in their life. Drugs is promoted in American culture all the time, especially in pop culture. It's embedded in it. The solution isn't, hey, you need to change the music. The solution is, man, you might want to find out why people are doing drugs. And it ain't the goddamn music. It's not.
It's always been problematic.
and they're not going out here killing each other.
The promotion
and most black folks ain't out here doing. Most black folks don't do drugs, and most black folks
they're not out here drilling for the music.
Problematic.
Sweeney, you know what you sound like?
Problematic. You're popularizing.
The
problem.
Just like violence
and normalizing bullshit. It's
right.
a problem. You're
Just like
literally saying it's always been a problem. Okay, what's the solution? Get rid of that shit. Get rid of it.
Don't listen to it.
So
wait.
what we gonna do? So now we saying get rid of.
Sweeney.
Hold on. So
Sweeney,
now we gonna say get rid of
music. You have violence in music. You have violence in movies. You have violence in video games, and you're saying.
And there's no correlation between none of that. There's no correlation between any of that and violence nor drug use.
That is a lie. That is a lie.
It's
so you
already
don't think
been debunked. What are you talking about?
You don't think a 3-year-old watching a video game, seeing somebody head blown off on social media, seeing somebody
do not
head
get up
blown
and
off,
say later on, yes, I want to go shoot somebody. No, it's already been debunked.
That is a lie.
Casey, it's already been debunked.
All of that affects a person's psyche and desensitize them to violence.
So let me ask you this: do y'all think that these movies and music are just an American thing?
I'm not finished. If you think that the drug usage,
well, I mean, y'all just talking over everybody anyway.
She's making some really good points. We just gotta let each other finish.
If you think that drug usage and if you hear an artist that you love is popping persons talking about Molly, if you don't see them strung out on the corner, you think, oh, they look great, they look rich, they look happy, and they do drugs. I can do it too.
Casey, one of your favorite songs is about drugs. Do you do drugs because you listen to it?
Okay, like Sherelle just said, I'm grown. I was raised in a 2-parent household in the goddamn suburbs. I am not exposed. What?
How old are you?
I just turned 40 years old, Sweeney.
You just turned 40. So
let's not attack. Let's not attack.
So what difference does that make?
It's not an attack.
That's what I'm like. What does that matter?
Wait,
he tried to do the same thing with me.
Let me explain what I mean.
Oh, y'all, hold on.
Sherelle just made the point.
Jesus Christ, man.
Can I interrupt?
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. I'm about to start putting a 2-minute time on, man. And then we're going to do it that way because.
Let me just say one thing.
Hold on. I know Law was trying to talk, so let's let Law get in there. And then I'll put the 2-minute time. Everybody get 2 minutes. And then we just keep it moving that way so ain't nobody long-winded. Go ahead, Law.
Yeah, I'm good, bro. I lost my train of thought. You know what I'm saying? It's just
All right,
somebody
well,
else
let
can
me
go.
go. So first of all, ladies, I like that y'all passionate about it, but don't feed into the blame shifting. Because what the guys are doing on this panel is blame shifting because they're passionate about something and they want to kind of protect it. So the way people tend to protect things, they shift the blame on people who have equal sin or whatever, or equal fallacies. But let's just entertain them. Let's just say when we talk about police brutality, we know it's a small group of people in the police force that kill people or delete people. We know it's not all police officers, but yet we still go out there and we promote police reform. We know that all hip hop artists aren't selling drugs or promoting drugs. Can we promote hip hop reform? This is just a question to the brothers. We just want to humor the deflection and the projection. Can we promote hip hop
No,
reform?
I don't believe
No,
in
you
telling
cannot.
somebody to change their art. They are entitled to talk about whatever they want to talk about in their music, just like we give everybody else license to do whatever movies they want to do, whether it's violent as hell, whether it's riddled with drugs. We give everybody else license to be creative, but then we'll try to look at hip hop and try to blame hip hop for real problems in the Black community rather than just looking at what the actual problems are being caused from. Hip hop is not the reason why the things in the Black community are transpiring. We're trying to scapegoat hip hop rather than actually talking about real reasons why that shit is going on. It's not the hip hop. It's not the music. Just like every last one of us has been exposed to music, and I'm sure most of us don't participate in drug use. We all heard the same music growing up. We all heard Biggie. We all heard Pop. We all heard LL Cool J. We all heard all these rappers. We all heard Khalees. We all heard them all. I don't see any of y'all on drugs, just like majority of the community are not on drugs. Most of the community is not on drugs by and large. Almost 80%.
Tupac didn't support drug usage. He talked about his mom being a crackhead. What are we talking about?
I didn't even say
Tupac.
I didn't even say Tupac was talking about drugs. I literally said violence, drugs.
Oh, yeah,
We talked about their art altogether.
Why do we got to be drug users for
Hold
us
on,
to make
y'all gotta let
points?
Sweeney finish. That's Sweeney finish.
Because we're human,
The
bro.
point is that most of us are not drug users because of music. The music is not causing drug use. Y'all keep
That's not
talking
what
about
our argument was.
Y'all keep saying it's promoting it and it's affecting the community. It's not affecting the community. It's already
We
been
didn't.
proven.
We didn't argue that. We didn't say that.
Jesus Christ, you didn't argue that. It was definitely argued on this show. That's why y'all keep saying change the music, change the music, change the music. If you what is changing the music gonna do if the problem isn't the music? Y'all are just mad at the musicians. Rather than looking inside and looking at what's really going on in the Black community and what's happening to these kids for real, y'all want to look at the music and blame the music. Y'all scapegoating the music.
All right.
You want to blame the artist.
Let me get Trev in there. He hasn't spoken in a while.
Appreciate you. So I wanted to address the fact of it being anti-Black, and if we're gonna say it's anti-Black, then we'll have to say that the people who are not Black using it are what, anti-white if they're promoting drugs. One thing that I did learn is part of the culture, just in general, right? I spent some time in the music industry, and I can tell you, you are not recognized as a good engineer or producer if you don't have drug dealers. You have to have them, and it didn't matter what genre it is. You had to have them. It was just encouraged. It was just part of it, and you're expected to be able to not only tolerate it but also supply it, just like that. If you were in a studio, if you wanted people to come to your studio, you had to have access to it. And we're not talking about people who don't write their music, because sometimes it's really no creative process. You can go in there and blow, and that's fine. But particularly artists that have to write their music, that's just part of it. So yeah, I think we're making a mistake by just trying to blame this on hip hop alone. Me personally, I would prefer that they didn't always promote that as much, because I'm sure there's a small percentage of people who would be influenced by it or even introduced by it. But I think it goes across the board. But it's a deeper issue than that. So if we're trying to be solutions based, then we probably have to look at why people are beginning to take drugs. right? And a lot of people are dealing with coping. They're having issues with their family, or sometimes it's heredity. Your father might be doing that. Your mom might be doing that, and it just passes down to you. So I think we have to really get to the root of it. The music is part of it, but I think it's minute in comparison to what the real issues are. If we really want to solve the issue, then we'll have to get to the root cause of it. And I don't think that almost any of us who are experiencing that, I know a lot of people who have that, friends and everything else, and I can say 0 of them that I know who started, when whoever I asked what made them do it, it was someone who introduced it to them. Oh, this will help you, or like Homie Quan just articulated, this will give you that pick me up, or yo, you get down, and you were like, what is that? Oh yeah, no, this that joint right here, you should try it, and it's over from there.
All right, let me get to the super chats real quick, and then we're gonna go ahead and keep this conversation going and switch directions with it. AP Accountability Partner gifted Lapeef Network membership. Salute to you, sir. Thank you. Harrison Davis, $10 says salute. Frenchie 757 member for 18 months. His addiction is extremely unfortunate. To prayer hands to all those going through it. Dr. Steele, member of 25 months, says this was house song, but about the white stuff. I don't know if I could say the C word by Future. The lyrics describe everything you talked about. MK Rich 199 says fame is bigger. It's the biggest drug. MC Heavy Tits 199 says, to be fair, outlaw country artists glorify alcohol. MC Heavy Tits 199 says the problem is white people have no problem going against drugs. MC Heavy Tits
So
again
do
199
we.
says white people created satanic panic. We want to ignore it. Ikene, $2 says, for the first time I agree with black women on the panel. MC Heavy Tits again says, Hope Sweeney doesn't say Sexy Red is a problem.
Most y'all ever heard me say about Sexy Red is that she's a trash musician. She's untalented.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and start playing some more of these clips. This is kind of furthering the conversation as far as with culture, and then let's make sure we get the people in there.
Can I just point out one picture before you change it?
Go ahead.
It was something Bruiser said. Bruiser, you understand why even though it's a minority of time it happens, why when police officers delete civilians, especially black civilians, why we rampage, right? Because if they get away with it, that sends a message to the rest of the police that shit is okay. And if officers think that it is okay to delete us for no reason, if they ever start to believe that shit, wouldn't it happen more often?
Absolutely.
So if we are promoting that culture of our community is okay, isn't that sending a message, and isn't that going to result in the behavior being participated in more?
Absolutely.
No.
Thank
No.
you. All I needed is one man.
Sherelle,
Sherelle,
it's called removing a stigma. If a stigma has been removed, right? If the crackhead stigma has been removed from drugs, it lowers the possibility of you feeling shame from doing it. So then when, like Trev said, that friend or that family member says, oh, I got this, that stigma has already been removed from your brain. So you're more open to it because there is no negative stigma within our culture about
when
it.
we stop shaming women for
first of all, drugs have always had a negative stigma in our culture, whether the music was there or not.
Sweeney, pills came about
you can't use the tactic of grandfathering in saying it's always been here to justify that it's okay to continue.
Who says that it's okay?
You've been
Who
using
says that it's okay to use drugs? Who in our community? Who in our community said that it's okay to use drugs?
Was not popular 50 years ago.
Do drugs. They're saying it's okay. The artists who are saying do drugs.
Sweeney, the tactics you've been using this entire show.
Okay.
The tactics you've been using this entire show that, hey, look, it exists here. It exists there. It's always been here. It's a part of our culture. Is your way to defend.
I didn't say it was a part of our culture. I said violence and drugs.
You said American culture.
has always
that
been a
our
part of
culture?
American culture. So why aren't we talking about Game of Thrones? Why are we talking about violent TV shows?
Exactly. You're
None of y'all
blame
crying about that.
shifting.
Why we not?
That's not blame
What about
shifting.
what's the most
Hold on,
successful
wait, real quick.
drug
No,
movie?
it's not blame
Hold on, real
shifting.
quick.
It's
Hold on,
not
real
blame
quick.
shifting. It's sitting here. We're pathologizing one group rather than if y'all not even talking about all of that. If I would grant y'all argument if y'all said we need to stop watching Game of Thrones. We need to stop watching Sons of Anarchy. We need to stop watching this. We need to stop watching these
Scarface,
violent
all that.
movies.
It's
I
not
would
even about those.
grant your
Y'all need to
argument.
stop making movies like Boys in the Hood. Y'all need to stop making TV shows where
Why?
we drug
That's
dealers and we hate the
insane.
cops.
So now
Y'all
I'm gonna
need
say
to stop
something about
making.
that.
Y'all
That
need
is
to stop making
insane.
movies
So now we need
about
to
black
stop
men
making movies
disrespecting
about
black
the
women.
truth.
I would
They
grant
need
We
to
you.
also
stop
need to
making
stop
movies.
making
Yes,
movies. I'm
all
gonna
of that
keep going
shit
as
is
long as you're gonna
propaganda,
keep
and
going,
all of that
Sherelle.
shit is a
So look,
problem.
right now what we need to do is
They are
what we need
destroying
to do
us
is
with
stop making
programming.
movies about
All of
what's
it is
actually going
trash.
on.
All
Right?
of it is trash. And when you
So
take
because
away
somebody
shame,
doesn't
you
like it,
let the
artistic
foolishness
expression should be
continue.
removed.
When you take away shame, you let the foolishness continue. When women stop having to be held to a
You sound
standard, you
insane
get
right
sexy red and a bunch of whole shit. When you stop holding them to the standard of making them marry
I
you,
bet you her
all of
playlist
y'all are
reflect
baby
all this
mamas
shit.
now. When you stop
Show us
holding
your
the fucking
playlist.
standard, you
Show
let
us your
debauchery
playlist.
in and you promote degeneracy. Now you have a bunch of
Show
degenerate
us your
shit.
playlist.
And then you putting it on there, you okay with
Right.
it.
So
Show
let's
us your
Come
playlist.
on now.
so
So there
That is
go again, Sweeney.
ridiculous.
You shifting it.
Show us.
Yeah.
No, it's not shifting. I'm tired of motherfuckers
You trying to
being hypocrites. Show us your
personalize it.
playlist.
You don't know me.
We
All I listen to
All
is
of
my
y'all.
friends.
Let's post our playlist right now.
What
Since we
Sweeney
want to
is
talk about the
doing,
music
what
so
Sweeney
bad,
is doing is ingenious, but it's clever. It's a clever way to dodge accountability. What he does is he
what's there to be
grandfather in it.
accountable for?
Okay, now, please
What's
let me
there to be
finish the
accountable
point.
for?
Just let me finish the point. What you're doing is you're not only are you blame shifting, what you're trying to do is deflect and project it onto people's personal lives to try to justify other people's sin or other people's fallacies or other people's promotion of things that cause harm to our people. We're justified to speak on Black culture and hip hop because the things that we're talking about, the topic is related to what we're talking.
You're not
You know what's crazy about it? So look, what's crazy about it? The only people that I hear that speak against creativity are those that are probably not
When
creative.
y'all
You
interrupt
probably
me,
never
y'all,
wrote a script.
I get you don't
probably
agree
never
with
made a
me.
video.
I'm very
you probably
creative.
made a
I'm very
song.
rude to
creative.
interrupt.
I'm
So
one
the
of the
main
most
thing that
creative
I hear
people you
us
ever
doing
met.
is trying to demonize people that are actually creating something. So now we shouldn't make Boys
My
in the Hood, which is
entire
a classic.
family. I come
Here's the
from a
thing: you can
family of
also make a
creatives.
film. Boys in the Hood was also a film that could easily be putting the medicine in the candy, right? This could be a cautionary tale. But
this is
I'm
one of the
extremely
reasons.
creative.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
Let's go.
He didn't let me finish.
Hold
That's
on,
my
y'all,
issue.
because
Y'all
we
talk
talking over
so
everybody.
much when we
Hold on.
going. Let me cook.
Hold on a second.
Yeah, but you gotta let us finish.
And then we go to law. Okay. So
Listen, I get it. Everybody's passionate about defending and protecting what they love. But we got to be respectful as a people on this panel to allow people to finish. Because when y'all interrupt, basically y'all are saying to us that I don't give a damn what you're talking about. You're wrong. You're not even trying to hear what we're saying.
I don't give a damn what y'all talking about. Y'all wrong. I'll be honest. Y'all are wrong. By and large, y'all wrong.
And my issue with it
I'm
is
just
you're not
playing.
gonna,
I'm just
if I was
playing.
speaking first, don't just because you're talking louder and you just gonna keep.
I was about to be done with you at that point.
I'm
just trying to finish my point without getting interrupted. That's all. And I won't interrupt you. So all I'm saying is we're justified to talk about Black people, Black culture, Black hip hop, because the videos and the topics directly related to that. But it seems like the handicap or the thing that plagues Black people is every time we come together as a collective, we all look like we all have the skin color, but we tend to deflect our problems on the other races and other communities and other cultures instead of just focusing on what the fuck we got going on. So instead of saying, hey, our shit stink, we need to change our draws. We say, well, the white people shit stink too, and they're wearing their draws. Like that shit is getting old, bro.
That's not what we're saying, Bruiser. That's not.
That is exactly what we're saying.
I'm not saying that. Ask me what I'm saying before you assume what I'm saying. I'm saying that music is not the problem. That music, just like it's not the problem in any other community. The videos, the movies are not the problem. That has never been the problem. We could talk about drug use in the Black community without saying it's the music. What we're saying is not the music. It's not the music. People
Well,
use
no,
drugs for a number.
technically, we started off by saying that it started and it happens with family, friends, and recreational. It evolved to music because the subject was an artist who recently died in music. And you keep focusing on we're blaming the music. No, it evolved to that. We all address where this can come and how this can lead to influencing the young generation. But
It
you're just
doesn't
so
though.
focused on this one
It
thing.
doesn't though.
And it is true. It's
It's not
true
true.
that music has an influence. It's true that family has an influence.
Show
It's true that
proof. You gotta
recreational
prove
has an
that.
influence.
You gotta prove that. Show your proof, because it's been debunked
Why don't
several
you prove
times.
that it's not true then, Sweeney?
There's been several studies that talk about whether violent TV shows, violent video games, violent music influences people, and it's been proven there's no correlation between the two. It's been
Music is an
proven.
expression of one's reality, right? Creativity is an expression of one's reality. Even if they're not living it, they may be living it from somebody else's perspective. So for us to try and go ahead and change that and demonize that is my main issue with this entire conversation. We can't say,
So
oh,
you
well, they
mean
need
to
to
tell
stop making their
me,
music.
you mean
Hold
to
on,
tell
hold
me
on.
this music
Listen,
right
hold
now
on.
between Kendrick Lamar and Drake, let's just say one of them flipped and just let's just say Drake lost it and decided, you know what? I mean, at this point, I gotta shoot this dude.
Who cares?
It's
That has
it's
nothing to do
music
with it.
beef. It's influence because it's showing a lot of people. Do you understand that a lot of people was watching beef in our music amongst each other in our community?
That has nothing to do with
That
the
is an
topic.
influence.
That's the goalpost movement.
Good
That doesn't
point,
even
No, I
make
Sway.
was
sense for
talking
what
about
we
the
were even
point you were
talking about.
making about how music does have an influence. Period. It does.
No,
It
what I
does.
said again, music is an expression of one's reality, is what I said. So if they're rapping or singing or whatever about drug use, it's probably because they're using drugs and that's their experience, right? So I'm not going to tell somebody, oh, you can't make the music you want. I just don't listen to it. That's my thing. If I don't agree with it, if it's not for me, I'm not going to listen to it. But I'm not going to tell someone what they can and cannot make. It's what you choose to support that's the issue. Just like if it's a movie about some bullshit that I think is bullshit, I'm not going to give it my 2 hours. I'm not going to support it because it doesn't align with what I want to intake.
All right, I want to start
Go ahead,
rolling in
Lapeef.
these clips. I'm gonna start rolling in these clips. It's still along the same lines about the culture, but this is the clip that I sent. Did everybody get a chance to look at it? Sent it to everybody now. All right, this was from Thomas. So
Yep.
I do have some clips. I'm gonna go ahead and break up just to add to the conversation. All right, so this is it's not being black. It's a way of life. Unfortunately, the way of life is being celebrated not only in rap music, but among the intelligentsia. How you say that word? Like intellectual, like intelligency.
Intelligentsia.
Okay, intelligentsia. There we go. It's a way of life that leads to a lot of very big problems for most people.
I mean, the average of black kid today, I think, is probably better off, certainly materially, than say Ben Carson was when he was growing up.
Ben Carson, the famous
Black
surgeon at
neuroscientist.
Johns Hopkins.
Right, right.
Who is immensely accomplished in every way.
Yes.
Right.
I would say that certainly the black kids who are growing up today have a higher material standard of living than I had. The difference was that the schools were good when I came along. They were especially good in New York at that time, hard as that is to believe. But the kids who grew up in that same place where I lived, they will not get that same education. Now that can be blamed on somebody, but it has very little to do with what happened 100 or 200 years ago. And it's true in other countries. I mean, in Nigeria, for example, there's a tribe, the Igbos, who are living in one of the least fertile parts of Nigeria, who were in fact enslaved in centuries past by other tribes and so on. When the British moved in and set up schools, the Igbos went for the schools. By the time Nigeria became independent, the Igbos had climbed above the other groups that had been ahead of them to begin with. But there are all kinds of cross currents of factors the particular culture, or the particular geography. You run through the whole list of them.
All right. I got some more clips I'm gonna roll through, but who want to go next on this?
I used to I listened to one of his books. I was into it, and then something about like once you like historians are great, but you got to see what angle they're coming from sometimes. Because then I had to go back and say like, is he going to explain away everything, excuses for everything? So that's a thing with who you listen to. But yeah, that's all I have to say about that.
Yeah, he not
Yeah,
even he an economist with a theory that is dismissive of history because he wants to run with it now. That's to your point.
and he just struck me as one of them old dudes that just because you don't understand and identify with the culture and the music and this, that, and the other, you demonize it. The same ones that were trying to what's that machine they were using back in the 90s, crushing all the CDs, talking about gangster rap. You know what I'm saying? It's like, to me, come on, man, relax. Again, that's expression. You feel me? That's artistic expression. And again, I just don't feel like that is something that we can start pointing to blame our problems on. Real
You know
talk.
what? You know what didn't exist? Gangster with Ben Carson when he was growing up. Gangster rap wasn't a huge thing, but he sure didn't stop him from trying to stab one of his friends with his rage issues, as he wrote about their hands. So
Yeah.
can't blame that, and he still figured out a way to mature past that point. I think the part that we got lost with is, yes, degenerative behavior promoted, engaged in, accepted is a problem. In sentence, we agree. The thing
They
that
don't.
no, they agree with that. The thing that was I guess you could say pushing the button was to highlight it and say it's black culture that is the pinnacle of that, is to put all of that onto black culture is the thing they were fighting against. And it forced them into a position where they had to seem like they were defending degenerative behavior when it really was defending black people and black culture. That I think that's the part that was lost. And because they had to keep doubling down to defend black people, black culture in the way that the argument was phrased, it seemed as though they were promoting those things or accepting them. But I know for a fact Sweeney, and I know for a fact Law is not gonna promote uh any way, shape, or form are they promoting that behavior. They understand circumstances and sometimes things happen in these ways, and there's a story behind things, and it's nuanced to certain situations, but it's always wrong. We can agree. It's wrong. We are clearly saying it's wrong. But to just dump on black culture is not something that either one of the brothers or myself would want to stand up and continuously do.
Marcus,
Exactly. Thank you, bro.
didn't it also sound like, I'm not gonna name them out, didn't it sound like they were defending black people from other black people? Like they were defending hip hop artists from people who become a victim of some of their promotion, their influences, and their actions. Didn't that sound like that to you? It's almost like,
That's why I say the argument is
if I could use a parallel, it's not necessarily a metaphor. It's similar to the same thing. If someone says, "Hey, man, black on black crime is bad," you know what I'm saying? We got to stop killing each other. The tactic that's used today by a number of people is, well, white people kill each other too at a worse rate. Like, why do we always gotta group people in our own misery?
Can I answer that question for you?
Because the term black on black crime is a myth.
Oh,
Crime is crime.
It's a myth. It's called crime. It's proximity crime. You usually get into it or have issues with your neighbor. So depending on who you're around, that's usually who you're going to have the issue with. I can't beef with somebody if I'm never around them. But we don't say white on white crime. It's just crime, right?
Okay,
We say
so
black on black crime because that's the way it's portrayed to us. And black on black crime is a myth. It's just
Okay.
simply crime.
So let me ask you this: how many of y'all got neighbors? When's the last time y'all walked outside and y'all never said, fuck you, you ain't shit?
Come on, bro.
Okay, I ain't gonna be disingenuous. I'm pulling one of y'all tactics. So let me revert back. What I'm trying to do is, okay, somebody stated that, where is the proof? Or I think somebody argued with Chanel about proof. We have proof that drugs can take a life. And somebody stated how hard it is to get you off of specific drugs. And my only question was, if you know that, and these people are aware that if you get on these specific drugs, that there's no way to return. I think Cheryl stated it perfect. Your family member is pretty much gone. Your child, this is somebody's son, is pretty much gone. It's over with. If we know that and we pick up a microphone and we promote it, isn't it safe to say that the person that's promoting that drug, knowing that it can influence people to go and do it, because we got to face it, young kids today pick up drugs because they think it's cool. I even remember one time when I was young and in school, and I puffed a cigarette because I thought it was cool. I saw artists, I saw actors, all kind of things smoke a cigarette. I was like, oh, that's cool. I must be cool. They think it's cool. So I'm gonna ask again. If you promote drugs and you know that the people that listen to you are influenced by you, they inspired it, they look at you as a God on the microphone, and they will do everything you do. They would dress like you, cut their hair like you, dye a little spot in their fro like you, like the Wiz Khalifa era. Are you anti-black? I rest my case.
Let me say
You did that, Bruiser. You did that.
Let me say this. This is the problem that I'm actually having. Is art imitating life, or is life imitating art? I believe that art imitates life. These people are rapping about the shit that they live.
Yeah.
Very rare do I hear them go out their way to say, hey kids, do drugs just like me. They're not saying that. They're rapping about their lives and what they do. Just like we see art every single day that talks that it's art. They're gonna do whatever they're gonna do. It's your job to either not listen to it, or if you have influential kids that can't go and listen to music without actually doing the shit that they hear in music, that's your job to make sure that they don't listen to it, because you have impressionable ass kids. However, it's their art. Either don't listen to it, but to sit here and tell them, and to second of all, put it on black people as if we're the only group that promotes music. First of all, I don't hear artists promote drug use. They talk about what they do. I hear them say what they do, but they don't go out their way to tell people you need to do drugs just like me. In fact, Eminem for decades literally was a parody of that, telling parents, I'm not telling your kids to do drugs. They're already doing it. I'm just talking about what I do.
Have y'all ever seen a commercial before?
Don't they got the same moms and dads that got mad when they said it like violence?
Have you ever seen
You know
a
what I'm
commercial
saying?
before, Sweeney? You've seen a commercial, right? What is the
Sure.
purpose of the commercial? Right? They're trying
Who
to show
said
you
music
that-
is a commercial?
But is it not though? When you are having a video promo,
No, it's
it
not.
literally says promo.
Music literally is commercial music. Literally, they call it the music you hear on the radio is commercial music. Literally.
So
Literally.
How
To sell what? What are they selling?
And that,
What
Cheryl,
are
is
they
literally
selling?
the definition of music on the radio.
What are they
commercial
selling?
music.
If you're
That's
a
the
barber,
question.
But
What are they
listen,
selling?
What do you sell? Because if you're a barber, you're gonna make sure your hair is cut, right? You're not telling people
What is the
come
music
come
selling?
to my barber. Are you interrupting me?
I'm asking a question because I'm asking you, what is the music
I'm
selling?
telling you, you do it yourself. Everybody
What
sells
is the
something,
music?
right?
Not don't talk
You're
about me.
selling
What
your
is the
image.
music selling?
I can't
The
tell you.
music is selling culture.
The music
It's selling
is selling
culture.
The music is either selling
Selling
life
hair,
culture
They're
or
selling the
selling death
music.
culture.
No, it's not.
Yes, they are.
No,
The
They're
How many
selling
songs
the
have
music.
any of y'all ever made? How many songs have any of y'all ever made or put on the radio? How many pieces of art have you all ever created?
How you gonna
How many?
ask a question and don't want the answer? The
They don't
music is
listen. They
selling
wanna be so
culture. It's either selling some form of life culture, where you have your J. Coles, who are some of them, they're painting stories. This ain't no Slick Rick story. And then you have the ones who are promoting debt culture. We're not telling you to get rid of everything. We're not telling you to throw the baby out with the bathwater. We're telling you the niggas who are selling debt culture to their people are anti-fucking black. And if you standing up and promoting that shit, you need to question yourself too.
They probably anti-black too.
They're selling music, man. That's the point. Like I said, I stand on that. Y'all keep talking about they selling
They're
everything.
selling
They're
their
selling
art
their
to try and get them out of the situation.
They're selling their
to
art.
get themselves out of whatever situation that they're in.
I got a
They're
question.
not
for
putting the
y'all.
music out and saying, "Hey, I'm putting this music out for you to buy drugs."
I got a question, Sweeney, and I want you to be genuine about this.
Go ahead.
Because fellas, y'all expose the hypocrisy. And I'm a man accountability guy. I talk to men all the time. And I'm always trying to talk about self-improvement. I really want you to answer this, no jokes, no games. So if we could look at women, black women, whatever, women, and say that OnlyFans models are horrible or strippers or hoe culture is horrible. And they're just living their own reality. And they're influencing our daughters to go out there and bust it wide open. They're influencing our nieces to go out there and turn tricks and say, fuck education, I'm gonna go get $50,000 a month. Why can we as men denounce women whenever they do that, but we can't denounce men when they pick up a microphone and promote the same level of influence that can it's not even called what women doing is not even causing death. It's just causing bad behavior and making them incompatible for relationships. But the shit we doing as majority men is fucking killing ourselves, killing our children, killing our people, man.
So all right.
So if we can
They started promoting whole culture first
if
too.
we can hold women accountable and say the stuff you participate in, the stuff you participating in is causing an issue in our generation and in our relationship. We can't say the same thing to the men.
Show me a song where they're telling kids go out and do drugs. Where they're saying, "Hey kids, this is fun. Go do it." Show me a song.
So
Sweeney, you always trying to insult people's intelligence. Ain't nobody saying that.
Show me a song that says that.
Sweeney, I'm gonna just give you an example. I'm gonna give you an example of the point they're making.
Because when you listen to girls who talk about OnlyFans, they literally tell other girls they need to go start an OnlyFans. They literally tell other girls, "Hey, you should try stripping." They literally are putting their daughters in front of the camera and putting them on pose. That's the difference. So when we
And King Von is literally saying, if you don't have no bodies, you better go get you some. If you don't have no homies, you better go get you some. If you ain't never did nothing, you better go do it.
Drill music literally promotes death and killing.
What are you talking about?
All right,
Them girls saying
look.
go get money. That boy saying go kill people. What are you talking
All
about?
right. Listen to the point.
And Elise Hopper.
All right.
Elise Chopper.
I'm-
There's a teenager right here.
All right, look, I get it. I get the point that y'all saying because, all right. So here's the point they're making. So there's influence, right? No matter if they are directly saying it or not. When Nelly came out and he said, "I'm stomping in my Air Force Ones," he didn't say go buy these Air Force Ones. However, the price is nearly doubled for the Air Force Ones when it happened. When Busta Rhymes said Pastor Cavassier, he didn't say go buy this Cavassier. However, it was influential to the point where people were like, all right, you know what? They cut him a check. He said they cut him a check for it. So it's not out of the realm of possibility to say, look, I'm popping perks. I'm doing my lean. And Future, by the way, claims that he doesn't do lean or perks or anything, but promotes it any damn way, which is absurd. But it's not out of the realm of possibility to say that it has some type of an influence on younger people or even older people just because of what they're saying, right? My only point against that, which is not even necessarily against that, is that I don't think that it's the catalyst or the main catalyst for people using drugs. I think that it's horrible that it is what it is, and people are going to take that influence, but I don't think that that's the main thing that's happening. I think that there are so many other circumstances that are causing people to use drugs, but if you want to attack it, you can, because I understand why people would say that there is influence behind it, because it's almost undeniable when you take into consideration when people put things out and they could literally monetize it without making a direct commercial for it.
Yes, it's 100% influence
Please
involved.
acknowledge what Trav said. Thank you, Trav.
Yes, it is
That's
one.
all I was trying to say.
It's 100% influence. I can acknowledge that it does exist. I think the point Sweeney, me and Law was making was in regards to majority. Now, when you bring Future up, I think that's a specific case where that is more of a problem than the other thing. And I'm gonna explain why I say that. If you don't do something and then promote it as a lifestyle that you live onto other people, I could see you make a argument that that person is trying to be intentionally harmful. Now, people who are describing their everyday life can only describe their everyday life. If this is literally how they live, they're just explaining, they're giving you their biography in musical form. Like he's like niggas acting like I told you sell drugs. No, Hove did that. So hopefully you won't have to go through that. I was raised in the projects, roaches and rats, smokers out back, selling their mama's sofa. When they was talking about, he said, I give you the news with a twist. It's just his ghetto point of view. They was voicing a way they viewed the world to the world. Now, if you're not from that and then you start to push that and promote that, then I can see all of that. And I'm not saying that it's a positive influence. I'm saying it's their artistic expression from the only thing they know, from the way most of the rappers was raised and how they made ends meet or how they live and how they cope with things. Like I think when I was like 12 when I smoked my first blunt, it wasn't rap that made me smoke my first blunt. It was my father had died and I was dealing with a whole lot of other shit and I needed a release. I didn't get the idea from music. That's not where that came from.
Thank you, Marcus.
Second World War, you've got large numbers of American troops remaining in Germany. For that matter, there's still several tens of thousands there today. And both black and white American soldiers had children with German women. And Flynn discovered that those children growing up in Germany showed no IQ differences at all. The black kids and the white kids, the same. Quoting intellectuals and race, Professor Flynn concluded that the reason was that the offspring of black soldiers in Germany, and now you're quoting Professor Flynn, grew up in a nation with no black subculture, close quote. Which means what? Which means they experienced exactly the same expectations. Is this
No. The expectations are external. The culture in which they grew up was not the culture in which black kids grew up in America today.
So they had.
There's no gangster rap that was pervasively available in Germany.
So here's what I'm getting. There is something about black subculture in America today that holds African Americans themselves back?
Yes. In fact, I went into this in a previous book on which about black rednecks and white liberals, because that same subculture.
Let's talk about two of your books here. Go ahead.
Because that very same subculture held whites in the South back as well. That in the time this mental testing in the First World War turned up, among other things, the fact that whites from various 4 or 5 southern states scored lower on the mental test than blacks from 4 or 5 northern states. And so it really was a question of the subculture that was there, which was a handicap to both.
And I read that book, and he goes on to say that we get our culture from the rednecks in the South.
Is that Ben Carson?
Mm-mm.
No, that's not him.
So he is
who?
Thomas
Sowell.
Thomas Sowell.
If you want to see some alt-right dudes talk about how blacks are inferior and that we have no culture and shit, he gonna be one of the people they cite.
I don't know if they gave him a check
What
or something.
can we focus on the message and figure out if that was substantial or not? Because that's the second
But
time. I think Law did it the first time. You kind of just discredit him with a
but his
strong
research
opinion
was
and even
not
really.
way off though. Like I agree with you, Bruiser. Like his research is not is you could take it's like almost like chew the meat, spit the bone. Some of it you can go back and find the same research, but it doesn't mean his conclusions are accurate. But I do believe that the whole redneck culture that we get it from the South, we talk like that's how we learned some of our slang, how we acted was from them, and they have poor results, and they were treated poorly by regular white people, which is why they call them, poor white trash and all of that stuff, because just the way they act and the way they are like loose and the way the same certain things that you find in our culture, we got it from them.
Jesus fucking
Well, that's
Christ.
unfortunate.
That's what he said.
Jesus
Well,
Christ.
what I
Go
heard,
through the research.
I heard him make a statement, and y'all correct me if I'm wrong. With the Germany comparison, when the black man go and have his kids or whatever family in Germany or something, it sounded like this was a case of you can take the nigga out of the hood, but you can't take the hood out of the nigga.
That ain't what he said at all.
Well, I'm saying it
No, what he
kind
said
of
was no. What he said was that these black kids in Germany somehow came out better than the black kids that would have grown up in America because they were
no.
not exposed to black culture. That's what
I
he was saying.
listened to it, and he didn't say that. He said that the IQ showed no difference, and because the black kids in America listen to hip hop, and then I guess the guy that was interviewing him tried to make the case that the black kids that are born in Germany or whatever, and I think the professor that he was interviewing said, well, the black kids in Germany have access to the same music or the same culture,
No, that's
which
not what
is
he
why
said, bro.
there's no difference.
You misheard him.
That's why I said, correct me if I'm wrong. That's what I heard. I heard there was no
Correcting
difference in IQ. He didn't say that. He didn't say they had better IQ. He said there was no difference. It showed no difference.
He said there's no access to the hip hop, to the gangster rap.
I thought he said it was. I don't know what is the term pervasive.
Well,
he used the term pervasive. They have a pervasive.
Pervasive is like just heavily influenced.
Right.
So that means that they do. The kids, the black kids that were growing up in Germany did have access to.
No, that's not what he said.
No, he said they didn't have access to gangster rap. He was basically saying that there were no differences between the black
White
kids and white
kids and
kids
the
in
black
Germany. Their IQs were very similar, and they were trying to say, well, they didn't have access to gangster rap to influence them into being degenerates.
So
Oh, okay, so that's why I said correct me. I must have misinterpreted that. Apologize.
the issue is the way that he wants to dismiss a wealth of other external factors that lead up to
Yeah, like the projects.
It ain't even that. Like there's a reason why
it's a lot of different influence. The economy.
There's a reason why
the
schools.
If we reverse all of this, it all goes back to the same thing, and they stack upon each other. Let's just say we start with the we want equal education and the pro-black movement of the '60s. Moving that was moving as a collective community with ideology to be twice as good as everybody else, and move forward and create black excellence through hard work and perseverance. Then we have a COINTELPRO where those movements get disseminated, like decimated, and then drugs introduced in the midst of that chaos and despair, which funds drug addicted parents and the removal of trade schools and all these things, all to squash black uprising, which spawns a chaotic ass community. Like we've been as a community caught up in a damn game of Saul, where you face several fucked up choices to make it to the end, and sometimes you do make it all the way out, but no one without some scars. You'll remove all of that and just say, yeah, it's black culture, that's the issue. And they got that shit from white people. It's dismissive the way he tries to make these arguments.
I agree with you. I think that it's all of these things. The drugs, the conspiracies, all of these different things are the reason why the community is that way. And the music is part of the influence. But what the issue for me is that it's almost like we keep it's like almost coming out of something, but we keep reverting back.
And I think that hip hop is the glue that keeps bringing us back to that same thing. We're trying to, how we beat the crack epidemic, and now we got another one. Like, we keep going backwards with it. It is a part and it is an influence. If we can admit that, we can start moving forward. We're not saying it's everything. And I understand you don't want to put everything on Black culture and my question is hip hop Black culture? Like, is that one and the same, or is it separate? Is it a part? Is it a subculture? Or I don't understand how hip hop is completely Black culture. That part I don't get.
Black culture is immense and it's wealthy and it's so many healthy things that are involved in Black culture. People hyper focus on a subgenre of Black culture, which is hip hop. Hip hop is not on all of what Black culture represents. We have so many more things. It's just the most marketed thing would possibly be hip hop, but that doesn't.
Sometimes when people talk, it sounds like that's what they're doing. They're making it one and the same, but it is more complex.
And it's literally the most marketed thing to the world. It's not even the most marketed thing. We, as Black folks, we hear everything. In our culture, we actually do hear everything. We do focus on all the artists. We do hear all the artists. That's the reason why people ain't even admitted that Eminem is one of the greatest rappers of all time right now, because they bring up artists from the subculture. Like, well, what about Twister? What about this person? What about that person? Black folks, if anything, know more about hip hop and different artists and different portions of the genre, R&B, neo soul. We hear all of that. Black folks largely listen to every aspect of Black music.
But you just
hip hop
said
is only promoted outside of
right
as a large genre.
And
that doesn't mean that it's a heavy.
That's the issue. The whole world only sees one little part. That's the issue. It's like, if we're talking about our image, we got to clean that up so the whole world, we know that that's not all we are, but the rest of the world think that's all we are.
So, and the thing is that fair enough. The rest of the world thinks that that's all we are.
You got to remember that Black culture, my bad. I'm saying, but Black culture, bro, y'all got to remember we are very well versed, right? You know what I'm saying? Anything that we do is going to be looked at as like what it is. Hip hop is a small, like you said, it's a genre of it, but R&B is just as widespread. You know what I'm saying? Across the world, when you go other places, they want to look and act like us. It's not just hip hop. And this has gone all the way back to days of before there was rap. You know what I'm saying? You look at women like Lena Horne and some of the Black actresses and the Black music, like rock and roll came from us. That wasn't hip hop. You know what I'm saying? They wanted to look and act like us because of what we put out. It's not just about hip hop. It's just that we like to demonize hip hop now. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what's in the forefront. That's what represents our era.
But Law, you're right about that. But back in the day, all of it was being pushed out. We had Black movies, we had Black shows, we had positive things, we had Family Matters, we had all these positive things. Now all of a sudden, it's just seeing only these negative things are pushed out to the rest of the world. That's not our fault. It's not our fault, but it is what they're using. They're weaponizing us against us. That's the issue.
What?
But yeah, Ruth, but I don't think that's true. You saying like we don't have good positive images right now of Black folks, and I think that's not true.
No,
we
I'm
know
not saying
well. We have films, we have music, we have movies, we have just, you can find at this point, you can find whatever you want, whatever type of music you want. You can find whatever type of movies that you want.
It, but it's pushed on, like it's like an algorithm for the world. They're only getting the negative part. So we as a people, what can we do? We could put our money behind pushing out positive images of ourselves, promoting positive movies out there. We can do that if the powers that be want to keep pumping all the funds into the death culture, into the drug culture, into the sex culture. Then we need to put our money where our mouth is, or whatever how you say it, and push out those positive things.
Right, I get that, but sometimes people do want to see something. Like, you have to remember, some of the largest movies that we've seen about drug culture, it ain't got one Black nigga in it. You know what I'm saying? Scarface ain't got no Black folks in it. You feel me? Wasn't made by no Black folks. Hold on. Right. But listen to what I'm saying. Like, you got to remember the largest ones, the most viewed ones that make the most money ain't about us. We get a little smidgen in there. Our people will support the 2-3 films that become legendary. but we still a minority in this country. So you have to also look at the ones that they put out, like Goodfellas, Casino. You know what I'm saying? You can have 1,000 movies about Italian gangsters and nobody cares, right? But then let one nigga bring out a movie about boys in the hood, and now we ruining the earth. Come on, man. Let's be real.
I don't think that. I think you were trying to get it like this is what we like this is our taste. But what I'm saying is, if you're a young kid and your mom fed you chips and garbage and bad food and junk food and never gave you any kind of healthy food, when you grow up, that's what you have. And so that's where our culture is. It's like you're talking about this. Can I finish?
Go ahead.
Been fed negativity. So this is what we like to eat. But you can grow up and be vegan. You can grow up and be pescatarian. You can choose when you get older. Like, you know what? Maybe we should evolve and say, you know what? Yeah, we got this little part, but that's only part of us. Let's campaign for ourselves and say, you know what? We're going to push out more positive, not corny things, but positive, impactful, amazing things.
Wait, right. Remember what I said, though?
What she just said,
hold on, bro. Remember when I was saying we can choose what we want, what we watch, right? We can choose what we listen to. I don't like Tyler Perry movies because I hate the images that he puts out of black men and these broken down black women. So I don't watch his shit. You know what I'm saying? Like flat out, I'm not going to support it. So when we say, oh, we need the change, be the change. If you don't like it, don't listen to it. But we can't demonize. Hold on, but we can't demonize the creator. You know what I'm saying?
Where does that come from when Megan Thee Stallion is on the national stage?
Oh my God!
I said be on the offense. That's what I'm saying. We don't gotta demonize them.
Here's the thing, though, because you're saying two different things. The first thing you said that's hip hop. What's in hip hop is being pushed to the world, and you responded and you said that after I said black folks pretty much know all music. We are connected to all the music in our community. That may not be the music that everybody may not listen to neo soul. Everybody may not listen to R&B, but black folks, by and large, listen to all of those genres. We're probably more versed in our own music than anybody. So we know what our music is.
Sweeney, we're being disingenuous. Like, we know exactly what Ruth is saying. Like, everybody's being so disingenuous.
She said two
she's talking about the culture and she said the drug culture, the whole
image.
culture, and the violence. Public image of black people is like a world algorithm for what black people are and what they represent. And I just when she said that, I said, for instance, when Kamala brought out your girl Megan Thee Stallion on a world stage for that rally, that is what is pushed into our algorithm, whether it's politics, whether it's movies, whether it's music, whether it's whatever, anything considering black culture is within the drug violence and whole culture. That's what she is talking about. If you're watching a presidential election and you're watching a candidate, if you're supporting Kamala Harris and you're watching her rally, there's no reason you should see whole culture in that within a presidential rally.
The issue isn't that Meg Thee Stallion exists. The issue isn't that Meg Thee Stallion does the music that she does. The issue is that instead of Kamala Harris talking to people that actually matter and know what the hell they're talking about and bringing people on that will actually give her real things that black people care about, she pandered and pushed and put Meg Thee Stallion on the main stage because she's a popular.
No matter what the intention is, Christ. Sweeney, you always go to intention instead of what is. The point of the matter is Megan Thee Stallion was on the stage, but she was on the stage. Go ahead, Sweeney.
Like I said, the problem was never that Meg Thee Stallion was an artist that did her music. The problem is that what Kamala Harris decided to do was bring Meg Thee Stallion on rather than bringing somebody up and having a real conversation about black politics. That's the problem. Nobody cares what Meg Thee Stallion does as an artist. If she could have brought up goddamn Lauryn Hill for all I care, and I would have had just as big of a problem had she brought up Lauryn Hill, had she brought up Ice Cube, had she brought up any of these people, because they aren't the ones you should be talking to and bringing up on your stage when it comes to politics. What does Meg Thee Stallion have to do with politics? That's the biggest problem that black folks had with Meg Thee Stallion being on that stage. It wasn't the fact that Meg Thee Stallion is an artist. Nobody has a problem with Meg Thee Stallion's music. She's
that's
an
what the
artist
record companies are doing. They're just like Kamala is doing. That's what the record companies are doing. They're pushing out the most negative things they can think about. But they're like 10 steps ahead of us. They keep pushing out this negative thing. It's always an invisible hand doing this stuff, and then we get the blame. I'm feeling y'all. I understand what you're saying. We get the blame for all of it. It's not just us. It is propaganda, and you can't like the government knows how to have subliminal messages go through all of the things that you see on TV. It's always something going on. And if that's not true, why are they pushing LGBT in all of the shows? Not one show can you watch without a transgender popping up. That's not by, we just feel like doing that. No,
what does that have to
all
do with what I just
coordinated.
said?
It has everything to do with it because that's what they said. We're going to make sure that every Black person believes that they can only be a rapper or a ball player. That's why the girls always going for the drug dealers, because that's what they've been promoted on TV ever since they were a child. And now all of a sudden when they're grown women and they're going after that and they become baby mamas to these men, y'all trying to figure out where did it come from. It came from the TV that they were watching. It came from the music that they're listening to. It didn't come out of this
Ruth, I
air.
would argue that though. Look, I would argue that though, because I feel like that's not necessarily, it's not, I don't think that's pushed from TV. I think that's pushed on what honestly women want, right? So we know women, listen, hold on, hear me out. Let me cook. Hold on, let me cook, let me cook. Hold on, let me cook. No, let me cook. Let me explain what I'm getting at.
They still hurt me.
Let me explain what I'm getting at. The thing with the drug dealer issue is that women obviously like to be taken care of at that age, right? In the community, the only person that has the ability to buy you all these nice things and what have you is at that age a drug dealer, somebody that can buy you the nice things. Hypergamy is a real thing, right? So if you can pay for this, that, and the other, that is something that is going to seem attractive at the time at a young age, right? You're not looking at the morality of it. You're just looking at what can be done for you. So that's what pushes that whole drug dealer mentality, the Prince Charming, so to speak. He can pay my bills. He can do this. He can buy me that. Not many can do that, right? And that's where that comes from. I don't think that's
drug dealers only make
pushed.
$40,000 a year, but doctors make so much more. So if we had
How many doctors do you know though?
Believe.
How many doctors do you know in the hood when you 17, 18, 19 years old?
It's
you
not
might
just
know
girls
the
in the
drug.
hood. It's
Listen,
girls in the suburbs
and then you
that
saying
want drug dealers
$40,000 a year. I don't know those. I'm talking about drug dealers that were making $10,000 a week on their block. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying a actual drug dealer. Those are the ones that have the flashy car at 26 years old that the girls are going to be looking at. That's what's pushing that
stuff, Law. How they
All right,
learn
I got another clip I'm gonna play.
Yeah,
play this clip.
Job is it to say wrong subculture, folks? You're harming yourselves.
Well, I would think in an ideal world that intellectuals might take on that task, but the world that we live in, I've noticed, is not ideal.
All right. What is to be done? Take a look at President Lyndon Johnson speaking at Howard University in 1965.
Oh, yes.
But freedom is not enough. You do not wipe away the scars of centuries by saying now, you are free to go where you want and do as you desire and choose the leaders you please. You do not take a person who for years has been hobbled by chains and liberate him, bringing up to the starting line of a race, and then say, you are free to compete with all the others, and still justly believe that you have been completely fair.
It's pathetic. It's not a question of, there's no you who has the control to be completely fair or completely unfair. I mean, the circumstances are, so someone once criticized the mental tests on grounds that the tests were unfair. And I think it was David Reisman who said, the tests are not unfair. Life is unfair, and the tests are measuring the results. But who has control of life? Who has control of the past? Who has control of the culture that people have in the present, which they've inherited from the past?
He is such
What's
a
buddy name again?
Thomas Sowell, his cool name. Where he just
Sowell, right? S-O-W-E.
so that man, Lyndon B. Johnson, clearly said, yes, we can change you up and brought you to a race. and then told you to run after you've been enchained all of this time. And it's unrealistic to believe that you could have a just life. And this coon ass nigga gonna say, man, that shit on them. Get your goofy ass out of here. That's why fucking reparations is. Look,
What I wanna say is, first of all, before I make the statement, I want to apologize to JR for the past 3 clips you played. I don't think this panel is ready to communicate on a level to where we can kind of like be genuine about the clips you're making, because instead of actually listening to his point and trying to understand it, we attack his character and all this other stuff. We gotta just try to, just because we disagree with somebody don't mean we can't try to understand a position or point they make, or even appreciate that they took time out of their life to do some research and kind of look at the research they did and how they were able to substantiate their facts to try to get an understanding. Until we can kind of do that, these type of conversations are going to be very shallow. But I will say that Lyndon B. Johnson, that speech is the speech that pretty much crippled Black people, that made them content.
Get the fuck out of here. God.
Okay, if I can
Hey,
finish
yo,
my
I
point.
swear to God, Darwin, bro, you
If
be
I
really
can-
doing some.
If I can
You be
finish
really
my-
saying some disingenuous
If you
shit,
wait
Joe.
long
Like
enough,
real
you'll be able
talk,
to
bro.
understand.
Look, man.
You'll-
Look, like
If you
sometimes
wait
real
long
deal
enough,
be like,
you'll be able to
like
understand.
you real
Go
deal.
ahead, go
come
ahead
from
and
a
be
point
rude and
of any
interrupt, brother.
chance
Go
that you
ahead.
Let
get,
him
you
finish.
try and make us seem like, bro, you got to chill with that. That some of that borderline simping you be doing on here is really getting to me. I'm like, though, you gotta
Wow,
chill
so
with
now
that.
that's
If we
simping.
didn't agree with
Simping is
Buddy,
the-
if we didn't agree with Buddy,
That's
we
simping?
didn't agree with him. You know what I'm saying?
When did we
Everything
change
is
the
simple.
term simping, the meaning of the term simping?
Hey, look, bro. I'm
You
talking
shooting
about
yourself
from
in the foot.
the multiple times. I'm not. You know what I'm saying? I aim very
Damn,
well when I
damn.
shoot. You know what I'm saying? What I'm saying is, bro, you got to stop with all this trying to, ladies, the gentlemen on the panel are saying this, man. Stop with that, bro. You really be making yourself look crazy to me. I'm saying right now, if we didn't agree with the brother, I felt like he was shucking and jiving for the dude that was interviewing him. I listened to, I'm ready for the intellectual conversation because I actually watched the video earlier and already made up my mind on what it was. So
Okay, what
to
did
come
you
on
see?
here and be again
What made you make
disingenuous
your
to say
mind?
what we're not ready for is crazy for me to
What
hear
is it
from.
that you heard that made you make your mind up? Exactly. All right, shut the hell up. So now look.
All right. So
as
now
I
that's
can-
when we getting
Mr.
out of
Let
hand.
Go.
Whatever state you in, stay there.
Okay, so
we
you
don't
want
do
to
that.
run threats. You could
Whatever
call me a
state
simp,
you in,
but I'm
stay
just
there because
sitting
we
here
don't do that
telling
over
you
here.
to shut up, and you can call me out my name.
Whatever state you in, stay there because we don't do that over here.
I'm gonna finish my point. The speech that Lyndon B. Johnson just spoke was the speech that's pretty much
I swear
crippled
y'all
Black.
make me question. Y'all make me question where y'all from, bro. I swear to God, I'll be
Let
questioning where
him
y'all from.
finish. Why y'all being so
I
rude
swear to
tonight?
God, I
Is this how the
swear to
women be
God,
acting?
y'all make
If
me
I ever
question
act
where
like
y'all
this,
from.
All right, y'all.
All the time.
We gotta be able to have a conversation, y'all.
y'all
Let's just
being
have a
so rude
conversation.
tonight.
Just because
Because I'm tired of people
don't agree don't mean that
pathologizing
we
my
can't.
people when it comes to our culture. All of a sudden, y'all want to throw our culture under the bus. He just sat here and said that was the thing that held Black folks back. That was the nail in the
But you
coffin for
don't-
Black
but-
folks.
but you
Not the
don't
many things that
understand-
transpired before that. Come on, bro. I swear to God, y'all make me question where y'all from.
What you're
Every
doing
time.
is what y'all are doing is y'all have an issue with listening. Y'all struggle with listening. Y'all don't even listen long enough to understand what I'm saying. Y'all are playing double dutch.
I'll be emotional. I
Just
will
trying
be
to
emotional.
wait
When
to
it comes to
jump
this,
in.
I'm very emotional.
I
This is
haven't even.
bullshit.
I had even.
I'm not talking about you.
I began to repeat myself, and I haven't even got past the last word I said the first time, and you coming with the same thing. That confirms that you don't even won't
I
even
don't want to have a
listen to the
conversation. I don't want
context.
to have a conversation about somebody that's gonna sit here and listen to a coon ass dude throw Black people under the bus and say Black people or Black culture is no culture and that we're promoting all this violence and everything else and Black people ain't no good.
We ain't picked the
On
video.
the national stage, you're gonna be in this interview talking this mad cash shit about us. I'm good on that.
So look,
I'm good,
so let
especially
me give you.
And he married to a white woman, by the way.
especially when you largely ignore everything that Black folks have been through in this country. You largely ignore all that shit, and then just gonna throw Black folks under the bus. I don't fuck with people like that.
I did not throw Black people under
I'm
the
not
bus at all. I
talking
didn't
about
even.
you, bro.
He's talking about the dude in the video.
Can y'all let me finish my point though? Because I feel like y'all
Dude is a
so
fucking
triggered.
clown.
y'all so triggered. Y'all don't even y'all triggers don't even allow
Very
y'all to be
triggered. Very
receptive.
triggered. Very
So
triggered.
so here's the thing. Here's the thing. What I was saying was that speech that Lyndon B. Johnson spoke is the speech that pretty much crippled the black communities in America. And
That
I'm gonna
crippled
tell you
black community. That
and
the
I'm
speech.
black people.
The speech crippled black America.
I'm gonna tell you.
Hold
I'm
on,
gonna tell
hold
you
on.
what.
Man, let him make his point,
I'm gonna
Swing.
tell you what this speech did. I'm gonna tell you what this speech did. What he pretty much did was he promoted and he marketed the Great Society Act and welfare and all these other government assistance things that pretty much keep black people content and destabilized in one position and never grow out of it. This was a marketing strategy. And what he did was what he showed to black people that, hey, this is reparations. He made black people believe that this was reparations. He didn't even look at the 19 before integration, segregation. We was hitting on all strides. When we were segregated, we were doing well financially. We were doing well with education. Yes, we were.
No, we weren't.
Yes, we were. We had
No,
everything
we weren't.
Yes, we were. We had everything we needed when we
Bro,
were segregated. We
I swear to God,
never
y'all don't
had
look at the numbers.
our
I swear to God,
marriages.
y'all don't look at the numbers.
Listen, our marriages were booming when we were segregated. We never had any families were empowered. Everything. When the Great Society Act, when this speech came in, and when feminism came in, it incentivized being poor. It incentivized being single mothers. And what did that do? That de-incentivized being married. So you got to look at the context. Y'all are focused on the content and y'all getting triggered by the content and what I'm saying and not the context of what I'm saying. You got to understand the strategy behind what this man was saying back in, I think, 1950s or 1960s, when they ushered in the Great Society Act.
Segregation.
It led to it. You know what else it led to? It led to putting people, not just black people, but damn near all people who go to college in a financial deficit, in a financial catastrophe with the student loans and all this stuff. You got to be able to see this shit happening. I'm gonna let somebody else talk.
But Darwin, that's the same guy that he said that I'm going to give them so many entitlements that they're going to be voting Democrat for the next 200 years, and that's exactly what happened.
And I'm going to give you so much aid, so much assistance, so much free stuff that you'll never ever get out of your position, never. And I'm gonna make you think that it's reparations. Do you know that when we were segregated, black people didn't even want free stuff. We wanted to work for our shit.
Neither one of y'all was talking about reparations.
We were proud of our companies. We were proud of our families, our businesses. We were proud of that. We didn't want nobody to hand us nothing. We had our own bus lines. We had our own businesses, our own barbershops, our own restaurants, our own schools, our own education programs.
Preacher.
All of that shit is gone.
Do you know why? Do you know why they was pushing for integration? Do you know why they was pushing for integration? They were saying, like, because when they said that we were separate but equal, there was no equal. That's the whole reason why they pushed for integration. It's so that we can have the same access to the same textbooks, to the same schools. That was the whole reason why there was a push for integration. You talking about we was way better off during segregation is simply false.
Somewhere.
Just because there was
You're both right. It could have been a minority was doing well and the majority was still failing. That could be true. Two things can be true at the same time.
So Bruce, you even mentioned you mentioned the word segregation quite a few times right now, and you said even our marriage rates failed. Are you trying to?
No, I said I said we were excelling as families in marriage when we were segregated.
Point.
So how would you? So do you think it only affected black people? So how would you say that? How would you explain the decline in other races as well, particularly white?
Never
in that same time period.
The same resources.
Well, I would say the decline. I would say, and I'm not gonna this part. I haven't done the research on that to try to push facts on it. But what I think happened is when we got integrated, we started to build wealth, communities, and stuff, and take on traditions and cultures from other races. We kind of went away from our own. When we used to buy ice from the black person or the black merchant on the corner store. We was happy with that, but for some reason we thought we were told that wasn't good, or we thought that wasn't good. We wanted to go buy the ice from the white man when ice is the same damn shit. Is nobody's ice is different. You know what I'm saying? But we wanted it from the white man. We wanted to sit in the front of the bus.
The white man's ice is colder.
His ice is colder.
What are y'all talking about,
No,
man?
these are things that actually happen. These are stories that I've read about and I heard about. And these are things that I wasn't here in this time, but I can tell you that there's times in history where black people excelled when we were in unison, when we had a mutual interest. We've always
so Bruiser, the question that wasn't really the question. The question was, how do you explain the decline of marriages within the white races, and how do you explain the increase of drug use for them too? Because they are also having issues. It's not just us. So I think that blaming segregation might be a stretch, because even if you look at the drug rate, the Census Bureau reports that it's 8% of whites, about 9% of Hispanics, 6% of blacks that are using drugs. So what I'm asking is, how do you explain the decline of the entire nation when we're talking about segregation?
Okay, so I didn't associate segregation with the decline of relationships in marriage. I said that we were better off as a black people. Now, when you bring in other races and you want to talk about the decline of marriage and relationships and all this stuff, I would argue that the anti-man movements, they call it feminism, the ushering in social media and online dating and pornography has crippled the connection and pretty much desensitized the connection we can have amongst each other. Women have replaced men with social media validation, comments, likes. A man can't even compete. A woman can post a half-naked picture and get a drastic amount of likes and validation, and it'll replace a man. A man can't post a nude or whatever and get that same type of validation. There's no way that he can compete with that. And then
I don't disagree with any of that, though, Darwin. I don't disagree with any of those factors that you mentioned now, but you mentioned the word segregation like 4 times. So I was hoping you could tell me how it correlates to segregation
in the context of black people excelling.
Black people weren't excelling. They weren't. All you gotta do is look at the wealth data over those times. They weren't.
So
we were a bottom class then. We were a bottom caste then. We're a bottom caste now.
When we were
wealth largely did not move in the black community for the last 100-some years.
So let me tell you better. So let me tell you what integration kind of did to relationships. And you could say marriage or whatever. I would argue that some of the assistance and some of the aid that was given to black people and their families came at a cost. And it sometimes meant that the black man had to be removed from the household. And if you do that over and over in a repetitive manner over a course of time, that can single-handedly cause a drop in marriage and nuclear families.
Bro, you still trying to blame that on integration? That had nothing to do with integration.
Okay, so if you could say that it had nothing to do with integration, can you give me some context or correct me? I'm willing to listen, and I'm not going to call you a simp. I'm not going to misjudge you. I'm not going to mischaracter. I'm just going to try to understand you. And maybe I could
Darwin,
be wrong.
you already answered it. You already answered it. Every other factor that you mentioned when I asked you about segregation was correct. You've already answered it.
Let me slide this other clip in there real quick.
So Lyndon Johnson, in fact, although good liberal that he was, at least in regard, Lyndon Johnson had a complicated career and changed positions on issues many times. But good liberal though he was at that moment, he was in fact engaging in a breathtaking arrogance.
Yes.
On 2 counts. One, that white people were the ones who were responsible for where black people stood in the race, that it was up to whites entirely. That blacks, as he described, I'm
devastating.
Black people are passive; they're acted upon.
That's right. That's right.
And then the second act of arrogance is the supposition that somehow the federal government could fix it.
Yes, it is staggering. But if you wanted to be charitable, you could say, well, he said this in 1965. But if you say, all right, why are people now repeating it in 2013 when we've had nearly half a century of experience to the contrary? And if you look within the black community, those blacks who had escaped what I call the black redneck culture, they've moved on. So, but it's the culture the different parts of the black community had. They were different.
Mm.
Bruiser,
So what did y'all hear?
Bruiser, if you look at the wealth data, you would know that black wealth largely has not changed over the last 100 years. We are not doing better. In fact, the generation that did actually do the best was the boomer generation. When they had access to home ownership through what program was that? Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. Where they were actually. You said what?
For $1, and we weren't able to buy it.
No. When black boomers were got access to home to buying homes and things like
redlining?
that. Not redlining, that prevented it.
Mm-hmm. Well, redlining meaning that you couldn't buy in certain areas, so they would pigeonhole you into purchasing in certain areas where the property value wasn't as high. You didn't have the opportunity to buy the land the way they did. You also had white folks had the opportunity to buy land for $1, basically giving it to them. And now that's what's creating this wealth because that land that they got for $1 years ago is now worth $400,000 and $500,000, $600,000, $1 million, and what have you, that we didn't have access to.
Well, look, what I'll say to you, what I'll say in response to that is, I've read that when we were in unison, when black people were working together and they were segregated, there were times on a timeline where black people had created a large amount of wealth. I think they called it Black Wall Street or something like. We were on the uprise.
Fair Housing Act, my bad.
That is correct.
Fair Housing Act.
Graph.
You're right.
There was many occasions where the graph was going up, and there was an attack on that caused it to collapse. It was intentional. But then when we got integrated and we got introduced to the assistance that was pushed and promoted by Lyndon B. Johnson, nothing happened. We were plateaued. The line never increased. And you just made the point. The black wealth has been the same for 100 years. So what did he market? Didn't he fail? If he can go back, if Lyndon B. Johnson can speak today, he would probably say the reason for that speech is because I anticipated if we give them these assistance, if we give them a crutch, if we give them safety nets, they can catch up with us.
Well, you have
he was fucking wrong.
Well, no,
and you just made the point.
No, I did
and
not.
that video was 2013.
Speech,
if I'm correct, am I correct? He said 20. Why is this happening in 2013? That was 10, 11 years ago.
But bro, you know what? One thing that we got to remember too, when we start talking about Black Wall Street, you got to remember that was a very small pocket, very small. It was only 10,000 people. You know what I'm saying? That lived in that area that were prospering.
Black folks know they weren't.
Black Wall Street was
Black folks was largely wealthless.
There were
you know what I'm saying?
cities.
Black folks were largely wealthless.
No, that was in Oklahoma. Listen, Black Wall Street, Black Wall Street was solely in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Do we have a Black Wall Street today? Do we have a Black Wall Street today?
Were all over.
Similar, I understand it, but they destroyed Black Wall Street, is what we're saying.
Today,
we talk about it. It's not saying overall black people was up, because we weren't. There was a pocket. Hold on.
Oh, I thought you liked interruptions.
There was a pocket.
Everybody 15 times.
All right, so I sit here the whole time when y'all keep going, and then when I try and interject because you're gonna keep going, now it's cutting off, right?
Pretty much, we
y'all
got
it.
With you.
No. Here's my two questions for you, Law. Number one, do we have a Black Wall Street today? I'm gonna answer that for you. No.
Have you ever been to Hyde Park, Chicago?
I'm gonna ask you.
Have you ever been to Hyde Park in Chicago?
Okay, let me ask you the second question.
No, you asked me. You asked me the question. And then when I answered it, you want another question.
I just said I'm gonna ask you 2 questions. I stated the premise of where I'm coming from before I even started talking, so you can be patient. So the second question I'm gonna ask you: if Black Wall Street back in the whatever 20s, 30s was still there, or was still here today, would it be an impact on Black economy right now today in 2024?
It absolutely would be. It absolutely would be. But the point is,
obviously, if you left Black,
the point I'm making is it was only when we talk about Black Wall Street and we saying you're using that as an example of Black people. Hold on, you're using that as an example of Black people being up, right? I'm just saying we have to remember it was only 10,000 people that lived in Black Wall Street in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
So understood.
It's not like this was prevalent all over, right? This wasn't prevalent all over.
Understood. It was just 10,000 people back in the 30s that were extremely wealthy. And we know that it would have been a huge impact today. We do know that a house that cost $10 back in the days costs $1 million today. What I'm telling you, I'm asking you, if you scale that amount of wealth back in the 1920s and 30s and you scale it to today's economy, how much of an impact would that have on the Black economy today? It would be it don't even matter if it
would have a great impact. But the problem, what I'm saying is, it doesn't exist anymore, right? They destroyed it. What I'm saying is they destroyed it, but we also have to remember that was a small pocket. It's not like that was going on everywhere. We go back to that because that was the that was the.
Hold on. Let me say one more thing, Casey.
So wait, Darwin. Let me say one more thing. Just like Tulsa, Oklahoma, there was Nicodemus, Kansas City. There was Rosewood, Florida. There was Fort Mose, Florida. There was Oklahoma, Freedmen's Town. There was Texas, Freedmen's Town.
So out of those, how many of those were burned down and destroyed? How many of those were burned down and destroyed?
You were saying that in Black Wall Street was the only one of its kind. Like it wasn't happening. Ruth said it 10 times.
That's not what I said.
Ruth said it 10 times that it was happening in other cities around the country.
Destroyed like Tulsa, Oklahoma?
That's not what she was saying that you were trying to debunk. You were saying that it was only happening in Tulsa.
No, I did not say that. You are assuming. That's not what I said.
Okay.
What I said was it was not prevalent.
Yeah.
I said it was not prevalent. And Black Wall Street was only 10,000 people is what I said. So when you're using the point, Darwin, when you're using a point to say that, we were ahead, it was only 10,000 people in that instance, right?
No, let me correct you. I was using this point to put emphasis on that. The fact that you said it was a small pocket or it was only a small group didn't matter. Because today it would have had a huge, it could have been 100 fucking people back in 1920. If that amount of wealth today, translating today and scaling today, would have been massive. Would have been massive today. Would have been a massive difference in our people. So I'm telling you, for you to sit here and just take that and point out the fact that it was a small population or it was a small pocket, it's not even credible.
No, so Darwin, I agree that especially if you include compound interest and all those things, and the potential for that money to have grown, it could be huge. Why does Black Wall Street not exist today?
It don't exist. It's not that it don't exist because of integration.
Darwin, why doesn't Black Wall Street exist today?
From my understanding, it was destroyed. It was an attack on Black economy a number of times, a number of occasions, for some ill intent, malicious intent.
So if someone was to say that due to the malicious intent and attack on the Black community, would that be a fair statement?
Can you repeat that? Because you kind of cut off.
If someone was to say that due to that attack on Black people and the wealth, it was stolen and prevented from growing in the interest, the people who attacked it are responsible for that not existing today. Would that be a fair statement?
Absolutely. And I would also say that's one of the factors. The other factors is it discouraged us from coming back together and putting the pieces together. We proved in so many occasions over history, hundreds of years, that if we work together, we can excel no matter how many obstacles or challenges you put in front of them.
Not if you make
until integration came, and crippled us with all this welfare and all this other shit that keeps us in one place, we never even entertain coming together to work out. We don't even have a sense of urgency to come together. We don't have the bugs biting our ass. We don't have the cold winters freezing us at night, making us get off our ass to work together. We're sitting in AC in Section 8 in $500,000 house, paying $100 a month.
No.
What?
We don't have that push no more because they put a blanket on us and said, "Hey, look, this will cover your wounds." And we look at a blanket as a bandage, a temporary bandage.
Well, after Project 2025, we might.
And it just gonna keep continuing because we got people on here that don't want to look at the damn research, look at the facts, look at how things transpire and try to understand it. Instead of talking about, oh, he spoke on this, he's just a coon.
He is a coon.
What is the context?
And the one part that you said, Darren, is that the integration part. It basically all the black dollars left the community. We're the only people that don't recycle our money. So our money leaves in the same day it goes to every other community. Oh, these are numbers.
You want to know why black dollars leave the? You want to know why black dollars leave the black community?
Because we don't own shit.
We don't own shit.
And why don't we own shit?
Because we couldn't buy shit.
Because the white man ice is colder. We rather get their shit than
nobody. That has never been a thing.
Exactly.
Never been a thing.
White man's ice is colder.
Nobody. No. Like, see, the thing is that y'all are listening to one ignorant motherfucker say something stupid and extrapolate that to the entire community. Black folks, by and large, was not saying I want the white man's shit because the white man's ice is colder. Even if y'all did, even if y'all do want to use that statement, that was an analogy to the fact that in black schools, there were bad textbooks that was falling apart. The school was falling apart. Meanwhile, in the white community, they had good textbooks. They had good schools. Their schools weren't falling apart. They weren't dilapidated. That was the whole point when they were talking about y'all saying we're separate but equal, but we're not equal.
But why didn't
that
you
was
say
the whole
anything
point
about recycling the dollar? Why you pick that little point?
Jesus
focus
Christ.
on recycling a dollar because
you can't recycle a dollar. You can't recycle. How do you recycle a dollar without ownership? How do you recycle a dollar without ownership? How do you recycle a dollar without ownership? How do you recycle a dollar? Answer that question. How do you recycle a dollar without ownership?
Listen, it's not an excuse, but Ruth, here's my thing.
Hold on, y'all. One mic.
How do you recycle a dollar without ownership?
If you so
Ruth,
right.
if I get paid and the grocery store in my neighborhood is not owned by me, but I need to feed my family, where can I take my dollars?
What about Versace and
the
gas?
Hold on.
Most black folks don't fucking buy Versace. What are we talking about?
What about the gas station? I need to go to work. I need to hold on. I need to go to work. I have to put gas in my car, right? But I don't own the gas station. So what do I do in that scenario?
What black person owns textiles?
Right. Oh, what if you got to catch the bus to work? I don't own the bus company, so I have to pay that money. So listen to what we're saying.
We used to own the bus companies.
You didn't want to ride on the bus company.
The bus boycott started in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. If you didn't know that, that's some history for your ass.
Do you know what Martin Luther King said in his last speech?
Keep us at the back of the bus.
Martin Luther King said, instead of fucking integration, I felt like I led my people into a burning building. He said, we should have came to DC to get our damn check.
Y'all denying history. Bruce gave a whole history lesson.
How do you cycle a dollar with no ownership?
And y'all, Bruce gave
nobody
a whole
can answer that question.
Lesson. Sweeney, you keep trying to pivot from what he dropping and what he's
because he doesn't know what he's talking about.
He does.
I'm sorry, he doesn't. He doesn't.
He's talking history.
He's not. Nothing about what he said is factual.
That happened in Louisiana.
Nothing about what he said was factual. Nothing about what Bruce said was factual.
Yes, he has.
Nothing
yes,
he said was factual. No,
you're
he
lying,
didn't.
Sweeney.
I am not
You're
lying.
lying.
If
you are
look
lying.
at
You're flat out lying on this podcast. You're flat out lying on this podcast.
What research?
And
you said that black folks don't cycle a dollar.
One mic.
You said when he brought up that it wasn't just happening on Black Wall Street, when I gave you the other cities across America that it was happening in, that black ownership was happening before segregation. See, Sweeney, you see how you cut me off? You see how you cut me off?
Because I was literally in the middle of a statement anyway.
Cutting me off? You were not talking. You were not talking.
Y'all really don't know what the fuck y'all talking about, man.
I'm very educated, and everybody on
I can't tell.
You
I
know
can't
you calling
tell.
people ignorant.
You can't tell.
I can't tell.
You need to be
Black
educated.
ownership. He talked about black ownership before segregation, regardless of what you're talking about when Jim Crow and all this other stuff and school. You keep going back to school
You
books
said black
and what's
ownership
going
before
on.
integration.
You
Black Wall Street
keep
was in the early
talking.
1900s.
Lord,
Integration didn't happen until 1960.
That's
What
why
are
he
we
said we're
talking
better
about?
off.
Oh my.
What are we talking about?
That's
How are
why
we
he said
better
we're
off?
better off.
Integration didn't happen until 40, 50
Sweeney.
years later.
Sweeney.
What are y'all talking about?
Sweeney,
All
when
right, so
he
we gotta make
said
sure we're not
that
Integration
talking.
did
black
not happen
Hold
until
on,
40
y'all.
or 50 years
We gotta
later.
make
Oh
sure
Black
we're
Wall
not
Street
talking
was
over each
destroyed
other.
in
We have to,
in the early 1900s.
Sweeney and Casey, we got to make sure we're
Come
not talking
on.
each other.
First of all, I want to apologize to Law earlier. I ain't mean no disrespect to you, man. But secondly, if you scale this conversation up, it is the same shit that goes on amongst our black people as a mass. We can't get it in order. We can't even agree. We disown our own history. We can't even look back at the facts and accept the shit that took place. It's a damn shame.
In what aspect, bro?
Because you're not
In what
stating
aspect?
facts.
Because
You're
what
wrong.
my last argument was on what you said was we talked about the black dollar circulating. And I said, why does it not circulate? Because we don't own anything, is what me and Sweeney was saying. So
Yeah,
my
black
thing
business.
is, if I have to pay for my family's food, but we don't own the grocery stores, then where's my money going? We don't own the gas stations. We don't own the coffee shops. We don't
But
own
we
these
could.
things.
Clothes. We
But
don't
we
own
could.
the
If we don't
water.
buy
But
We
see,
don't
but that
own the
goes so
water.
Sweeney. You remember?
We
Hold
don't
on, hold
own the
on.
bills.
Because
We don't own the
here's my
rent.
thing. I was talking, and then I got cut off. Right, Sweeney. Remember when we talked about this a couple weeks ago? It might have been on King Talk, and we were discussing how you can't just go out and buy your building, right? You don't have that wealth to just go and buy these things, right? We weren't able, like a lot of these others, either come to this country and get grants to purchase properties and start businesses, or they have gotten inheritances from when they were given shit for pennies on the dollar, right? So that's what's creating generational wealth that they already have. So now these buildings that we've been renting for the past 20 years that they've been owning are now worth millions of dollars. We don't have access to that because we still starting 400 years behind.
You want me to
Yeah, you
answer
may
your
have a
question?
few people here and there that were able to, get ahead and maybe buy a building here or there, but that is not the vast majority of our people. We don't own our neighborhoods. We don't own the stores in our neighborhoods. We don't own the ground that we fucking walk on in our neighborhoods. Most of us, a large percentage, are renting, right? And hoping to be able to pay that rent next month.
So
So
let me
when
ask
we
you
say
this.
the black dollar doesn't circulate, it's because we don't own shit.
So let me ask you this. Do you believe, what if I told you, okay, first of all, let me ask you this. Do you have any assets right now? You could say you plead the fifth.
Yeah.
And you own them, right?
Yeah.
Okay, if you can own the assets you own right now, what's stopping you from going to get the same resources to go and own that house asset, to purchase a lot and grow tomatoes, corn, cabbage, celery, greens, and feed your motherfucking people? You can have a grocery store
that's
called.
the thing.
You can have a grocery store
What
that you
percentage is
own.
that, bro?
Hold on, wait. You brought up grocery store. You can go build a grocery
man,
store with the
people don't know
same
what the
money
fuck
you
they're
went to go
talking about.
purchase your X6 or whatever the hell you got, and go buy a grocery store, put the property up, and sell food to your own people.
So now
It's
that
not the
sounds.
fact that
But
it's not
wait,
the fact
listen.
that we don't. It's not the fact
That
that
sounds
we
good,
don't
right?
own it. It's that we don't want to own
You don't
shit.
think
But
black
that's not
folks try to
true.
own
Here's my
farms?
thing. How do you think I was able to acquire anything that I have? I'm not a grocer, right? I had to work in whatever field that I'm in to even obtain the things that I do have. So going to start a grocery store, it sounds good in theory, but how realistic is that? I'm not
It's
a grocer.
very realistic. There's
No,
people
it's
out there
not.
that's
It's
doing
not.
it. White people been doing it for
We don't
centuries.
own nothing. We don't own nothing.
We got
Currently,
a black owned grocery store in Houston. It's always empty,
Hey,
which is crazy
hey,
because in Houston it's the majority black. It's
It's a
one of the
black
most
owned grocery store, right?
populated. Yes, it's a black owned grocery store
What's in it?
in Houston. Food, all types
hey,
of food. Matter of fact, it
hey,
so
help
we talk
food.
about the dollar, the black dollar
singular.
circulating, right? Can I read something?
And it's not being patronized. Y'all wait, y'all
Have
want
you
the
ever
white man.
asked the
I
people
see
who
I'm
don't
going
go
to
to the grocery
Kroger, Walmart.
why don't you ask the people who don't go to the grocery store why they don't go to that grocery
You
store?
want stats, right? Currently,
Because they don't love their people.
Or maybe, and I'm just
It's
spitballing
way
here,
more
and I'm just
expensive,
it's
probably because
way more expensive.
Okay.
That's part of the reason why a lot of black people don't even shop with black people. There's black
More
people trying to
excuses.
sell.
Here we
I'm
go.
about no. Listen, there's a reason
Keep
why
moving
when
the
black
goalposts.
folks there's a reason why when black folks talk about, man, I'd rather go to the Asian than to go to a black nail tech. Why? Because the black nail tech is more expensive. Why? This is why black folks say, man, I can't buy t-shirts from over here because they charge more. Because most black people who buy shit and own shit and try to resell it normally buy it at resale price. They don't get it wholesale like other
But they'll buy
communities do.
Versace and Gucci. Now,
They
How much you
don't.
pay?
Black folks largely do not buy Versace and Gucci.
How much did you pay for them Jordans you
Most
got
black
on,
folks
Sweeney?
don't buy. I don't
How
buy
much did you
Jordans.
pay for them
Can I
Jordans?
finish? Currently, a dollar circulates 6
How much did
hours
you pay
in
for them
the
Yeezys?
You keep talking about the circulating of the dollar. Most black dollars leave the community through rent
When I'm
and,
talking
and,
fast,
and
you don't wanna hear
utilities.
it. Can I finish, Sweeney? Damn.
You don't know what you're talking
One
about.
time. I'm reading. What you talking about?
But you're listing it wrong. Sweeney is right. It's
Currently,
rent and utility.
currently, a dollar circulates 6 hours in the African American community.
Why?
Compared to 20 days
Why?
in the Jewish community
Why?
and 30 days
Because
in
they
the
own they
Asian
shit.
communities.
Why?
And most of the time,
Why?
they
You keep
will
saying the
rather
data.
pay-
Why?
Listen, they would rather pay more in the Jewish community because they rather support themselves. It's a mindset.
They own the buildings.
It's a mindset.
Listen,
You don't need to
so do
own
you know
the
the
building
Jew?
to
Do you know
rent
how
the
much money
building.
Jewish people were given in
You can rent the
reparations?
building.
Do you
You
know
can
how
rent the
many
building.
billions of dollars each year that they receive in
Let's calm
reparations?
Just
down.
sent it
Where
to
they can't
JR.
even
Please
turn
pull
down
it up.
You
buildings?
guys are dominating the conversation.
We just talked about
Y'all
this
just
like a week
talking
ago.
about?
Oh my
You
God.
sound
Hold
crazy.
on, hold on, hold on,
They
y'all.
get
Hold on, hold on.
billions of
Can
dollars
somebody else
in
have a
on.
conversation?
Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
Ain't from our
Hey,
community
Sweeney,
talking about
Sweeney,
our
we gotta
community.
stop. We gotta stop all this yelling, man.
Nobody
Wrong.
can. Nobody else can
Let's
have
just
another
have a
opinion.
conversation. Let's just have a conversation. Let's be respectful for everybody. Even if you disagree, wait till they finish. The audience
Everybody else
cannot
can
hear
have
us
their
if everybody talking. Let's just make sure we finish.
I believe that everybody can have their own opinion. I don't understand why everybody think that they're right and everybody else is wrong, and then shame people for thinking differently, for opening up their mind because they want to do better. What, we supposed to die poor, broke, destitute, and prostitutes? No, we got to do better. This is how you do better. If you have the Jewish people will go to somebody that costs more, even if they mess up on a business deal, they go back and make sure they fix it. And
Here we
these
go
are the little
pedestalizing
concepts.
these.
Yeah. And these are concepts you learn because we got to start from scratch because
my
we're
fucking
400
God.
years behind. You learn from everybody. They take Japanese concepts. American business take Japanese concepts and they use it in their business because it's going to scale their business and make them money. And no, they're not too prideful to learn from other people that are doing it better than them. You
So-
learn from everybody.
So here's the problem.
Hold on,
You're
hold on.
talking.
Sweeney haven't said anything. I love JR. I love this show. I love participating. But like, if y'all gonna be so critical of respect on this panel, the way you have unmuted your mic and you talking while Ruth is talking, saying, "Oh my effing God, oh this is ridiculous. You don't know what the F you talking about." Like, how is that respectful? But then when
It's
women
not.
do
I'm
it,
gonna be real with you. It's not.
when women do it, we out of pocket, we in the wrong, and you expect us to call it out. But Sweeney, that's not okay, and that's not cool, and that'll make somebody not want to come back to the panel because you're telling everybody that they don't know what they're talking about, but nobody is telling you that you don't know what you're talking about. We are all allowing, and we all have space to have our own opinion. Nobody on this panel was raised in the same house. Nobody on this panel has the same parents. We didn't go to the same grade schools. We don't have the same backgrounds or experiences. So to tell people, like you've been saying for the past 35 minutes, that, oh, y'all not educated, y'all don't know what you're talking about, y'all need to learn your history, is very disrespectful. It's very disrespectful. But when somebody step to you and be disrespectful to you, you're gonna be ready to cut your camera off and leave the panel. That is not okay.
I've been interrupted several times. I don't leave the panel.
I didn't say
I've been
interrupted.
told that I don't know what I'm talking about
You're saying.
several
We
times.
all
I've never left the
interrupt
panel.
each other.
I personally don't really complain about people cutting me off. I personally don't complain about it.
I didn't say nothing about interrupting. Sweeney, did you hear what I said?
I hear what you're saying. I truly believe y'all don't know what y'all talking about. That's why I'm saying y'all don't. It's not disrespectful to say to have my opinion that you don't know what you're talking about.
You got it.
Swaney,
You got it.
Swaney. But the thing is, the audience are here to listen to us, so we got to be mindful of how too many people talking at one time can nobody hear us. I do want to have a conversation where I want all points to be heard. So let's just be respectful of each other.
JR.
Honestly, the people at the top are having a dialogue, and the ones at the bottom are having a debate, and that's just what the difference is. Everybody at the top, like me, Ruth, like Bruiser, Casey, we're not all agreeing. We're all adding different. I say something, she adds, he adds. They're adding different perspectives. We're gaining. We're saying, oh yeah, that does make sense. But what about this? And we're having the dialogue. Y'all are having a debate. Y'all are, I'm right. There's no other way but my way. The only way to be seeing it is the way I see it. And that is it. And y'all are dumb. And y'all don't know y'all history. And y'all stupid. It's calm. You're not having a, are you having a debate or are you having a conversation?
I'm having
Because
a debate.
we're having a debate.
I'm having a debate.
Okay, you're having a debate. I figured that. We're having dialogue. He's having a debate. Okay, I get it.
Stop it.
It was.
I'm
Oh, yeah.
screaming
Hold on,
over
y'all.
everybody.
Hold on, y'all. I
Y'all
got
used to screaming over everybody. If you stop talking
Yeah,
when
'cause
other
you
people
would-
are talking, if you stop talking when other people are talking, then nobody will have to scream over you. Do you get that? Because see, if I'm talking and then you start talking when I'm talking, nobody can hear me. So me elevating my voice is to make sure nobody can hear you because I'm mirroring your behavior. But if you stopped your behavior, then people wouldn't have to get
No,
loud.
you're gonna
You
behave
get
the way
that?
you behave because
You
you're gonna
get
behave
that?
the way you
Do you
behave.
get that?
Come on, y'all. Let's get back to the
You
topic.
get that?
Get back to the topic.
That ain't had nothing to do with law.
That
You're
don't
gonna
got no
behave the way
sense.
you behave
Y'all
because
don't
you
have
want
no
to.
sense.
All right, Cindy.
Y'all victims.
I'm gonna play this clip.
No, y'all are talking about our community as if y'all know who we
Now
are.
you care about your
Obviously,
community, but you just wanted rappers to rap about degeneracy and push degeneracy to the children. Now you want to save your community. You were just
What
pushing
did I
that
say about
culture.
saving it?
You
What
were
did I
gonna
say about
you
saving
were
it?
just dying on the hill for that culture to keep being promoted
Y'all,
to the
for
children
y'all
in your
to, for y'all to
community.
sit up here,
Now you love your community
and
because
lie
what?
and state things that
Get
are not
out of
facts.
here.
For
Y'all
y'all to sit up
is
here and
y'all
lie and state things
hypocrites.
that are not facts.
Y'all hypocrites. Somebody can tell people go sell drugs, but y'all don't like Tyler
Ruth
Perry.
just talked about how the dollar in the community
That
don't
is
circulate, and I
ridiculous.
asked
Y'all
her
are
why.
hypocritical.
I asked her why. She can't give me a why. All she can do is regurgitate that same line, but she can't answer the why. We know the
What are you
why.
talking about? I didn't even get to hear your question. You wouldn't even let me read the
asked you
statement.
why
When we
several
talking
times.
about facts, when we're talking about facts,
I asked you why several
Sweeney, you gotta
times.
stop.
Well, I was literally talking. You're telling me to stop. I'm asking you why. You stated the fact that black dollars don't circulate in the black community. Why? That's all I want to hear is the why. I don't want to hear nothing else besides why.
It's probably because
You want to know why? Because black people don't have a sense of self-mutual interest.
That's stupid as fuck. That response is the reason why y'all shouldn't be talking about this.
Patrick Moynihan, in his famous 1965
This is
report
why y'all
entitled
not qualified.
The Negro Family, The Case for National Action, close quote. Longish quotation, but it gets to something, I believe. Moynihan, the fundamental problem is that of family structure. The Negro family in the urban ghettos is crumbling. A middle class has managed to save itself, but for vast numbers of the unskilled and poorly educated, the fabric of conventional social relationships has all but disintegrated. So long as this situation persists, the cycle of poverty and disadvantage will continue to repeat itself, close quote. When Moynihan wrote those words, the illegitimacy rate among African Americans was 25%. Today, the illegitimacy rate among white Americans is 36%. Among Hispanics, more than 50%, and among African Americans, more than 70%.
Yes.
Aside from throwing up your hands in despair, what is to be done?
The first thing to be done is to understand that this was a result of policies begun in the 1960s. This is not a legacy of what happened 100 years before the 1960s.
breakdown of the black family is not a legacy of slavery.
No, if you the classic study of this goes all the way back to the era of slavery, and they find that most black kids, even under slavery, had lived with two parents, and that was true all the way up until the 1960s. And so, if you really want to find out what's changed, it has changed since the 1960s. And the fact that whites now have a higher rate of illegitimacy than blacks had when Moynihan wrote suggests that this is something that spreads out. But if you look at something else, if you look at those blacks, and look at black husband-wife families, the poverty rate among such families has been in single digits every year since 1994. And so if you look at the external causes, why the husband and wife families and the welfare single mom families all are facing the same society and objective things, but the results are radically different because the cultures and values are different.
So what I picked up from that is that although all other races are suffering from the policy that was introduced in the 1960s, the reason why there's a huge distance or very large contrast between our community and the rest of them is because what we value as a culture. And if anybody want to speak to that, to try to debunk what he said, or anybody want to promote what he said, I'm here to learn.
Hello, everyone. I want to start off saying that there were a bunch of systems and policies put in place. That's one aspect of why Black folks are in the positions they're in. Also, I would like to add, with all that being said, what are we going to do about it? Because if you look at it, all the systems put in place happen over time. You mean to tell me we haven't learned anything during those times to combat those systems put in place? Or we're going to accept those systems? Like, I'm going to adopt being poor. I'm going to adopt being a victim instead of pulling together. One, the two guys, Mr. Sweeney and Law, they're right in some aspects. Cheryl and the others are right in other aspects. But we got to understand that these systems are what's putting us in this predicament. Okay? And we need to combat these systems. And the only way to do that, one, is by unification. First, through family. That's the foundation. So if you have your own family in order, then you can connect with other families that are in order and build from there. That's what these other races do. They build amongst family first, then spread out to other families in their communities. And then they support each other. So with Black folks, we tend to say, hey, this guy got a nice car. I hate him. Why? Because I don't have it. Or they have a nice house. I should have a nice house. Why shouldn't I have a nice house? Why do they have to have it? Well, you don't understand that they worked hard for it. Okay? And how they work hard for it? Maybe through family. Maybe they had a lineage of people passing down property. You understand? We don't get to really study each other and understand that we need each other more than we know. We want to play, this one against this one. No, it doesn't matter. At this point, we need to get the program together for our people personally. First from the home, then we spread out through our communities. Now, as far as Black Wall Street, yeah, that happened. There were many other Wall Streets in every other state which were sabotaged as well. There was towns flooded in Georgia. Okay? There's other aspects of what was done to Black folks while we're in our position. But we're here. What are we going to do about it? We do a lot of talking, but nobody put the plan in place. I suggest everyone start with their own families, put a structure in place, then build from there. That's the only way you're going to combat this system. Grocery stores. You know who owns most of the grocery stores in my neighborhood? I'm in New Jersey. Hispanics. Families. Hispanic families. They own them because they came together. Even though they have their differences amongst each other, they still come together. We can't do that. Why? Oh, I don't like this person because this says somebody said something about this person. We got petty differences. Petty.
Yo, raw talk. Let me ask you this: when it comes to those petty differences, do you know why it's easier for, let's say, Hispanics or any other group for them to link together? Because they have a sense of coming from. They all know where they're from. They have a flag that they can fly. You know what I'm saying? They understand that they are the same. Whereas we were purposely segregated, right? So there isn't a sense of belonging. We don't even know what tribes that we come from when we come from the continent, right? So now we have to try and fit together as we are. But we also know we are different. We have been divided, and we will also, that's in your DNA, being divided by this time. As long as we've been divided and put against each other and pit against each other, it's hard to come together because we were taught to mistrust each other, right? To want to fend for itself, right? Because we were for so long only worried about our immediate family because that was all we could do. We were trying to keep that together. So there's a very big difference and a divide. Now, when everybody's broke, it's harder to do that. It's harder to come together because we all trying to get the same nut. If you all like it, and it doesn't even matter if it's just black people in areas and neighborhoods where it's impoverished white folks, it's the same shit going on. They not coming together. You know what I'm saying? White folks don't even really deal with each other with their families, but they still got the wealth. You feel me? I know white folks that don't even talk to their brothers and sisters. We don't even do that in our community. Our community, we talk to each other all the time. We ain't got shit for the most part, but we still are family. They don't treat each other like we treat each other when it comes to family, but they still have that wealth background because of what was given to them. Because again, they were in a position on a pedestal and we weren't. So it's a little harder for us to, nobody in this country that's rich got it like Sweeney said, I think last week, by pulling themselves up by their bootstraps. That's not the American way.
Well,
you know what I'm saying? That's not how it works. Everybody that's ahead in America, you either kill, steal, or destroy it to get it. One way or another.
Well, it sound like everybody, every other race during integration kept their own culture and traditions and values. Black people integrated all of their culture and tradition and values. So while everybody was integrating, Spanish people, Asian people, all the races was like, fuck that.
Every last one of those races integrated.
Why you cutting that man off? You let law talk. The moment you hear something you don't like, you get disrespectful.
Well, but don't want to be disrespectful. He was talking, but it was like I thought his mic wasn't working. That's all I
could hear y'all. The rest of y'all heard Bruiser.
Right? No, I'm saying when Sweeney was trying to say something when I was talking, but his mic wasn't working. That's what I saw, and then Darwin jumped in. But go ahead, Darwin.
Oh man, all I'm gonna say is, man, again, like I said, JR, we do good on relationships and talking about busting open, cheating, and all that shit. But when it talk about Black economics and progress or anything like that, that's when we kind of need some work, because I don't think we have the level of respect and intelligence and appreciation for different perspectives, so that we can try to communicate to a point where we can try to understand where we can go from here. Everybody says some good points, including people who oppose my point. But I think the goal here was to bring this video up and try to figure out, okay, we understand what happened, what took place in the past. We understand what's taking place now. What the hell are we going to do moving forward? And the moment we keep trying to shed light on that, Everybody keeps saying it's impossible. There's no way we can do that. There's no way we can work together. And we're sitting here telling you that it's people are working together. It's just not us. And just because I'm just a yield to let somebody else talk.
But you know what, raw talk? You know what the issue is every time we talk about solutions, they want to talk about cause and effect. Even though we talked about cause and effect since cause and effect. We have went through cause and effect. They are not saying new stuff. All the systems. We know. We were slaves. We were slaves. We free now.
If your solution doesn't
We were
make sense,
slaves.
it
We
doesn't
free.
make sense.
What are we gonna do with our freedom? And you start talking about solutions, and the moment you start talking about solutions, how we gonna be free when we were slaves? How we gonna be free when we were slaves? That's what they keep saying. How we gonna be free when we were slaves? We're free. We're free. Like why aren't you and your
Because y'all
homeboys?
solutions are unrealistic. That's the reason
How
why.
And that's patronizing. The way you saying that is patronizing
here we go.
because
I
nobody
promise
said that.
you.
All right.
I am so much better at being rude than y'all. I promise you.
We know. We've seen it all.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
Promise you. I am so much better at being rude. I promise you.
Hold on,
I can
Sherelle.
tell.
Hold on, Law. All right. Sweeney just said that what she's saying is unrealistic. Can you explain why?
Because first of all, a lot of the shit that y'all are talking about has been said ad nauseum for decades. There's a reason why it doesn't work. You don't fix it. You cannot fix a systemic issue that was caused by the government by individual bootstrapism. It does not work. We've been trying it. You can't work your way out of this. You can't collectively buy your way out of this. There is no way out of this. There's a reason why there's a reason why reparations has been one of the biggest things in the Black community over the last over the last few years, is because when you start looking at the wealth data and you start looking at how things have happened and how to fix that, you don't fix that by individual effort. We already know it doesn't work because Black folks have been trying it for decades. Okay. We've been trying. You cannot fix an issue that was caused systemically with individual efforts. It doesn't work.
I'm gonna tell you why it don't work.
Hold on, y'all. Let's make sure I get some structure. I want to see if Sherelle wants to respond first. Sherelle, do you want to respond?
So I think that it's not gonna be. The people that want to be saved, we're gonna have to let them wait on somebody to come save them. Wait on reparations, because that's what they believe.
Reparations isn't being
They're
saved.
believing.
Hold on, Sweeney. She didn't cut you off, Sweeney.
They're believing that somebody is going to come and save them. Nobody needs to take individual effort, but we waste a lot of time buying into all of this Americanized, westernized stuff. But why aren't you and 10 of your homeboys building compounds? Why aren't 10 of your homeboys buying land? 10 of your homeboys and their family. That's what it takes. It takes 10 of your homeboys, but y'all can sit around on YouTube and talk about how women are dancing on the internet. But why aren't you taking that same energy and you and 10 of your homeboys saving $10,000 for the next 5 years and go and buy some land and educating your own children? And then when y'all get y'all community built, then y'all could get on YouTube and teach another man how to do it with his 10 homeboys. And then he could teach another man how to do it with his 10 homeboys. And before you know it, we got a whole 100 homeboys doing it. Now, them 100 homeboys.
Why you ain't doing it with your homegirl since you got all
that? Guess what? One thing about it,
she ain't got it.
we good over here.
No, you ain't.
Believe that.
Hold on.
Believe that. Look at them. You give them a solution, and what they gonna think? We can't do that because we victims. We're gonna be a victim. Then just admit that you're a victim. And just admit that you don't want nothing. Admit it.
Hold on, Sweeney.
Can I say one thing after
Hold on. I want to see if Sweeney want to respond back one more time. Go ahead, Sweeney.
She just said, how come 10 of your homeboys can't? Do you not believe? Do you not understand that that's been tried already? It's been tried. It's been tried. Everything that y'all are talking about has been tried. Y'all ain't the first ones that read Powernomics. This is the same problem that Claude Anderson ran into. It's been tried. It does not work. You cannot fix this issue using that strategy. One, if it was so easy, then why haven't any of these rappers done it? All these rappers with millions of dollars, none of them can do it.
That's the problem.
They don't want to do it. That's why.
No. The problem is, I mean, not to cut you off, but I'm gonna have to cut you off. With rappers, You can't trust them. First off, they're beholden to their masters who own their masters. That's first off. I used to be in that industry. Trust me. I know.
So no ownership. Got it.
Not with rappers. Sorry. They don't own shit. Okay. Especially athletes also. They're beholden to the same owners. Okay. You got to understand, entertainers, you can't trust none of them because they're beholden to someone. All right. And we all know who those someones are. They own synagogues. Now, pointing to the synagogues, what was the first bank in the black community? Anyone knows? The black church. The first schools in the black community was the black church. So if you're looking at wealth and how it was mishandled, I would look at the black church. Okay?
Black church.
You have to look at it because they're making millions upon millions of dollars. They have the resources, but what are they doing with the money?
Look at all that money they raised for Kamala. Look how many millions of dollars they raised for Kamala. Oh, they got the money. The way y'all spend money, because they be putting that on a news play. The way black people spend money,
I mean,
the way you dish it out, you got it. You just don't want to buy land with it.
DJ
Newsflash.
I do want to get.
Do you know how
Hold
much
on, hold
black
on,
Just
y'all.
don't
Hold
wanna
on,
buy
hold on,
land
y'all.
with it.
Hold on. I'm
Do you
doing
know-
it for Trev in there because Trev has been. He's not gonna cut nobody off. So I want to make sure Trev ain't got nothing to add on to it. Go ahead, Trev.
So, nah, I think that if we're gonna do it this way, then we have to come up with some type of solutions, right? I don't think we should just wave the white flag and just say, all right, the hell with it, right? A lot of the things that Sherelle is suggesting, I'm open to that. I've already started to, at least on a local level, to get together with like minds and whatever you want to call it, Rage Against the Machine, whatever, just to at least start with my group because I heard what was your name? Oh yeah, Raw Talk, my fault. I know you were talking about how it branches out from, it starts with the families, goes to your community, and then of course your society. But we have to at least try that first step. And I know, Sweeney, you saying that people have tried it, but we're watching other people do it. We're watching people come into the country.
Who's these other people?
Well, other races.
I think I
that come in.
Those other races get grants and government assistance and things like that to do that. That's not happening for us.
But you know what?
No, over here wealthy.
Time out. You do realize that they have grants specifically for you being black. They have that too.
Thank you.
And you can absolutely cash in on those. Especially if you're a woman, believe it or not. But there are some that you can do. They're available. They have to give this money out. I've learned that just from talking to the right people. And if anybody needs help, I could direct you to that site. Just hit me up because they're available to us also. You can take advantage of these grants. That money has to go somewhere. And if you apply and you have a legitimate business and you did your paperwork right, then you'll also have access to these grants, and they're specifically for us. So that is available to us. So we can't. I think the worst mistake we could do, and we know it's bad, and we know that we have so many odds against us, right? Even if you're talking about intergenerational trauma, that's a real thing that exists, and it's not going away. We know we have so much that is against us, right? We had that. Anybody who was out in the 90s driving around was just a thing. Police
it still is
harassing you. It is. But I can tell you it was outrageous. Like I was getting pulled over every single day in Bergen County, like every single day.
Yeah.
So it's a little better than it was, but we still know we have the forces working against us. We know we are the most hated race, period. That's a fact. We do know nobody wants us to win. And guess what? Most other races ain't gonna help us. You got a few here and there that are cool with it, but for the most part, nobody want to see us win. They'd rather see anyone else win before we win. And it's unfortunate. So knowing all of those facts, you could either say the hell with it, I'm just going to die, or you could say, you know what, I'm going to fight this to the end. What are we going to do? Are we going to get together with the people that are like-minded? Because it's a lot of good brothers. On this, just if we just look at the panel right now, I'm pretty sure everybody on here pretty much knows how to operate a business. We can get together with each other and say, listen, this is what it is. I've exchanged some great ideas with some people that I've met on the panels and everything. I've learned a lot of information. I've given out a lot of information. Just the simple things like that. You start small. You keep chipping away at that rock. You keep chipping away at it. So I don't want us to ever feel defeated. I don't want us to ever get to the point where we let that feeling that we can just be destroyed so easily. It's a lot harder right now. It's a lot harder for them to destroy us. They're not going to be able to do that like they did in Oklahoma. Not today. They can't do that. Once we start getting ours, we will. We're going to get ours. But it has to start somewhere. Even though we understand it's the chips are stacked against us, we still have to start. And we just build on that. And we build on that with our local groups, and then just let it grow from there. At the very least, get your family right. And I think most of us here have already taken that step. So, and it was hard just for us to even get to that point, because a lot of the people around you, I'm sure you know, we're not able to do that. A lot of people that I've been to high school with died, man. Where I grew up in Newark, a lot of them died. A lot of people went to jail. But just me having that willpower, having that shared determination, and understanding that this isn't something that I want to do with my life, I said I'm going to do better. I'm going to work at it. I'm going to stay up till 3 o'clock in the morning tonight researching this thing that I'm about to execute. I'm going to go harder. I'm going to work an extra day. And the one thing that I did do is, we know we can't take everybody with us. So the people who were not willing to, if they're not willing to learn, you can't take them with you. We understand that. But if you have people who were like-minded, people who are really on that same wavelength as you, then you got to get together with those folks and exchange ideas. At the very least, start exchanging ideas, start building, start having these meeting of the minds like everybody else is doing, because we can. And we will, as long as we put our minds towards it. We just have to. We have to execute. We haven't been doing it, but it doesn't mean that we can't do it. You got to start from somewhere, because I'm not giving up that easy, and I don't think y'all should either.
No, and
I
Trev,
completely agree with that.
Can I
And that's something that
now respond or say something? So I'm all for solutions, and I'm happy that we're now starting to talk about that. I mean, it took us 3 hours, almost 4 hours to do it. But hey, better late than fucking never. But what I will say is, even let me just entertain that. Okay, reparations is a solution. Although I do think us working as a team, sort of like Raw Talk came in and confirmed that it's the best option to get ourselves moving. But let's just entertain reparations. Let me tell you why this probably don't work. And somebody can correct me. Imagine you borrow $100,000 from a bank or somebody. Or imagine that the bank owes you $100,000. Correct. I'm gonna correct myself. Imagine the bank owes you $100,000. But instead of getting the full $100,000 that is owed to you, you settle for the bank to pay you $10 per month. $10 per month is the equivalent of government assistance, all this aid, all of these programs that's keeping us content. And the $100,000 that the bank owes you is the equivalent of reparations. The reason why the people or whoever's in control of reparations is not going to allow that money to go to you, even if let's just say they had it, they don't feel compelled to give it to you because you've accepted a lower term. In the 1960s, what you communicated to these people is that, hey, look, you tore down our shit. You took away everything we had. We've been fighting for years to get it. We wanted, instead of saying, hey, look, let's get it, and we only gonna go for that, you accepted a lesser term. You accepted a lesser aid, a lesser reimbursement. And it's gonna continue to be. Stop listening, Alexa. And until we fucking say, hey, look, I don't want your government assistance. I don't want your grants. I don't want all this free shit. I want what's owed to me. They're not going to feel compelled to give it to us because they got us on the hook. They got an argument to say, well, we've given you this all these years. Why should we give it to you now? And then you got a group of people that's okay with that.
Well,
they're okay with the lesser term. They're sitting there fighting and voting every single day. I mean, every single term for the people that's going to keep those programs in place and say, hey, look, you don't need to change. Until we say fuck them programs and don't even take them, don't even sign up for them and say, hey, look, we don't take this. We're not even on record. You can't find us in any database using these aids or whatever you have. We want reparations. Until we do that, we ain't gonna get no reparations.
So hold on. I'm going to do this for you, Sweeney. So I think part of the frustration in the conversation, well, it ain't even part, it's in large part. So Sweeney, you involved in a reparations organization, correct?
Yeah, ADOS organization.
How long has the organization been putting together a policy to try and get the bill pushed through?
For at least the better part of the last 7 to 8 years.
Is it just locally or is it nationwide?
They're trying to do it nationwide.
We've ran into several issues, but they getting worked out and worked on. Correct?
Yep.
Is on the individual level, do you believe that somebody can carve out a decent life for themselves on an individual level as a Black person?
Yeah, yeah.
When we make the comparison to other groups, are you specifically speaking to industries and running large multinational corporations and things that are necessary to compete at a global level?
Yes.
Do y'all understand the disconnect now?
Black people largely cannot compete on that level because we largely do not own anything. That's the reason why the dollar leaves the Black community immediately, because majority of Black dollars are tied up in their rent and their groceries and like the bare necessities. And considering the fact that we do not own any of those industries, we don't own the textiles, we don't own the grocery stores. And in fact, if you look at ownership, and I put it on the screen, the Latino community don't own none of that shit either, by and large. Their ownership is about as much as ours, because all you have to do is look in private businesses right here. What is that? $290 billion in private business. The Latino community is 18% of the population. We're 14%, and they only have $230 billion in private businesses. Majority of Black wealth is tied up in our homes. And that's also tied up in the boomer class, the group of people that was able to benefit from the Fair Housing Act before they started walking a lot of that shit back. They was able to benefit from that. That's when you seen home ownership fly through the roof amongst Black people. And that was after segregation. That was after integration. Black people largely do not have any
anyway.
Yeah, there's nothing. We can't circle the dollar because there's nobody to circle it to. But if you talk to any Black person who is a owner of anything, if you ask them who is their largest demographic and who is their largest customer base, they're gonna tell you it's Black. Most Black people own a lot of salons who by and large patronize them. Other Black folks, barbers, other Black folks. When we sell our clothes, when we open up our restaurants, the people who patronize us is typically Black folks.
Yeah.
And I know we like to talk about Latino ownership, and we look at these buildings and we say, damn, they buying up everything. One thing that I found out is that a lot of the times they don't own none of that shit. But when your community don't speak any English, the white folks gonna put Spanish on the outside of the building. They're gonna say, hey, look, we're gonna put Spanish up here so you can understand what the hell we telling y'all, and to sell it to y'all. Just like every other community caters to the Black community. When you go all these beauty supply stores, all Black shit, but we don't own none of that. Yeah. They own all of that. The Asians, most of the people, the largest owners in this country are Asians, whites, and Indians.
Well, I'm trying to understand how.
Hold on, darling.
What y'all just said relate to any of what I suggested.
Well,
we want to get Casey in there too, y'all.
Oh well, so I can explain it real quick.
Before y'all go, I do want to apologize. Hold on,
they can finish it. They can finish
Casey, before I go, I do want to apologize.
I was about to apologize to you.
Because
wait. Before you go, Sweeney, I want to make it clear as a woman on this panel, and the only woman right now, I think Cheryl may be coming back, but whenever people that know me, people that follow Lapeef Network, I've been coming up here for 2.5 years now. I don't ever want to come across as I'm ever trying to put a black man in his place or disrespect any black man or black person on this panel. Who I am as a woman, I make that clear every single week, every time I come up here. The only thing that I was trying to say, Sweeney, was that you may not in that moment, and maybe I should have put it in the back check, because like I said, I'm not here to check anybody. Okay, that's not my place. But I did feel that when Ruth was speaking, the comments, we all interject, we all interrupt. That's beside the point. That's what we do. We go back and forth, we overstep, we jump each other, we cut each other off to make our points. That's not at all what I was pointing out. I was only pointing out the comments that you were saying while she was actually talking, as well as the other comments of, y'all don't know what y'all talking about, y'all need to learn your history, y'all need to do this, y'all need to do that. The biggest thing that hurt me with this conversation, like Darwin said before, we can agree. We agree a lot of times when it comes to relationships on this panel and what we need to do to be together. But that also should cross over into conversations like this that affect our community, right? And so going back to the conversation about drugs and having influence, even we just talked about Tyrese and his interview and how he talked about Black culture influences not only other Black people, but it influences the world. So why are we denying that our own culture influences our youth and has some type of impact? Yes, with you and Law were saying that's not the only reason people do drugs. It's not the only reason. That's not the only reason for violence. But we have to understand that music and our culture is influential, whether it directly influences you or influences your niece and nephews, or if your family is ironclad and rock solid on your values, guess what? Our children have to go to school with other children, right? So those kids can be influential in what they're influenced by, and then therefore have an influence on our children outside of the home. So that's the only thing from all the different topics and all the video clips and everything that we've talked about. I feel that there's a way that we can talk about things, and this goes from our own home to this panel. People are watching, people are learning and seeing how Black men and women interact and how we can talk about things the same way we talk when we have barbecues. Our barbecues and card games and all of those conversations, they don't need to get out of hand either, y'all. They don't have to get out of hand because we all come from different backgrounds and different things. And I have a very, very eclectic background. I grew up with so many people that are successful in today's time. I grew up around Marcus Spears, who's on ESPN right now. I grew up around Glenn Davis, who just got sentenced to jail. I've been exposed to a lot of different people, a lot of different parts of our culture, and a lot of different things. So nobody up here is bigger or badder than the next person. Everyone up here has experience that they can speak to from their own point of view and their own perspective. And I don't think it's right, or I don't think we should discredit anyone. We don't have to agree, but you can't discredit. We can't discredit each other and make people feel like you're small and I'm big. That's all I'm saying. I appreciate all of the conversation tonight.
Yeah, fair enough, Ruth. I mean, my bad, Casey. Fair enough. That's and I understand where you're coming from, and it didn't have to go there for us to have a conversation. It's just, you know what I mean. And these particular topics, it kind of get a little heated, but it don't ever have to go there. So I apologize for that, for taking it there. To anybody that I may have disrespected on the panel, for taking it there.
I don't get offended easily. That's why I come back. I love being up here with y'all. So it's all good.
But yeah, like there's a reason why there has been a huge push for reparations. There's a reason for that. It's because we know without it, we die. We know that. There is no
Yeah, you get it, Sweeney. I'm
like
listening.
there is no fixing this without it. I promise you, we know. We know because right now you're talking like household, the wealth in this community, the wealth in this country is continuously growing and is continuously being concentrated and is continuously being put in a certain percentage of people's hands. And as long as that continues to happen, and there's no atonement for the debt that is owed to us, you cannot balance those scales by individual effort. It just doesn't work. Yes, can any one person maybe get rich? Yes. But like, if you think about it, think about all the people that have made a lot of money in this country. Think about all the people that have started a business in this country.
It ain't by their
All of
bootstraps.
and either it's not by like, just think about the black people that y'all know that had some black owned shit. And then you find out later on, Shea Moisture sold it. Why? Glass ceiling.
Can I say something?
Beats. Go ahead, Ruth.
I was just gonna say reparations is a great, idea, but reparations aside, because I'm not part of that conversation. If I have a business and I have to lead generate, I will have 6 sources of where I get my leads from. Meaning there's 6 things that I'm doing to get to pull it all in to create a big business. Reparations can be one leg, but we need other things that we can do in order. Like, for example, you can, if we got to get to the money, if we got to send our kids to STEM programs, let's do that. If we have to have kids with finance degrees, let's do that. If we need to fight the law, make your kids lawyers or doctors or whatever. Like, it's a mindset is my whole point. And if we can come up with different strategies, and reparations is one thing, but we can also do other things. And it may not, we might be too old. Maybe you got to start with the kids. But I don't want to operate with a fixed mindset. I have a growth mindset, and that's all I can do. I can't say if I don't have reparations, I'll die. I'm not ever getting reparations because my situation is different. But I have to have a situation for myself, my future generations, and my community that's still going to work. Other people come to this country, they have to have a different game plan besides reparations. I know that's old, but can we focus on other things as well?
Well, the thing is nobody.
I get it, Roof. Hold on, let me get in, Joe. Let me get in, Sweeney. Let me get in, bro. Let me get in. You know what I'm saying? Look, so Roof, I get that, right? But you got to remember too, like I'm gonna keep it real. I do well for myself and my family. I got 4 kids and a wife, right? You know what I'm saying? My oldest graduated from college, no debt. You know what I'm saying? No loans, none of that. We paid for that shit. You dig what I'm saying? Like, but that doesn't still put me and my people ahead, right? Reparations, when you look at these Jewish people that people keep trying to put on a pedestal, they get $1.6 billion a year from Germany. That's why they have so much financial power. That's been going on since the Holocaust, right? They had to pay that back. You know why? Because those people were wronged by them. We've been wronged by American white folks for the longest, and we've gotten nothing, right? So we don't have that ability to sit there and say, oh, yeah, we got all this power, we this, that, and the other, because it just doesn't exist in that space. That's why reparations is so important, because we would be able to have some of that financial buying power. They're not smarter than anybody else.
Can I ask you something?
They haven't done, hold on, y'all. Look, they're not smarter than anybody else. They haven't done anything else. They don't come together any better than anybody else. It's just that they have the financial backing. Scared money don't make no money, and you got to have money to make money. We talk about it all. Yeah, I can have the best idea in the world, but if I don't have the financial backing to put that idea into fruition, it's not going to be anything but an idea. So that's why we go so hard about the reparations. Like I said, I do well for myself. I have multiple businesses. I'm working on $1 million movie right now, right? But that doesn't change the forecast for my people. You know what I'm saying? That doesn't change what my people can do. It doesn't put me in a different position to where I can't understand why things are how they are. You know what I'm saying? So it's one of those, we have to be more understanding to the facts of why certain demographics of people appear to be in better situations. So they're in better situations because they got paid.
Y'all got the longest run-on sentences.
Yeah, nobody's saying on an individual level that you shouldn't try. I'm not saying that at all. Nobody's saying that. What I'm talking about, when you're talking about the group, and reparations is a political movement. It's not a financial movement. It's a political movement. So that's all politics. But obviously, I'm not saying.
maybe I can ask you, Sweeney. What if after 1865, right, every black person had to pay because they're free, and they had to pay for the next 100 years? Imagine. That's the situation that Haitians find themselves in. So I'm not even think about reparations. I'm not getting no reparations. I have to think about something else. But when I said let's come up with a plan to instead of not instead, but let's talk about something else. Y'all went right back to reparations. That's why it's kind of frustrating the conversation, because y'all pick what y'all like to be
But
strong about.
Well, we're
But we're not
they
ADOS,
are
so it
fighting for
matters
we're
to
not
us.
reparations.
strengthening
But they are
we're not
fighting for
strengthening our
reparations.
weaknesses.
They are fighting for reparations, though. It's CARICOM. They are fighting for reparations.
Yeah, it's called CARICOM. They are. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
They can fight, but in my lifetime, because my thing is, what if they hate black people so bad we never get it? I need a plan B,
And why you
C,
on mute
D,
now?
and E.
Marcus, you're on mute. Go ahead. Marcus, you there?
I think. What was that graphic that you put up, JR?
It was
I
something
ain't even
Marcus wanted to explain, so I was waiting on him.
Yeah, I think he might have got a phone
There you
call.
go.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, yeah. So to zoom in on this thing. So if you look at the people we talk about the most as being in control and owning of everything, they received $80 billion and it's ongoing payments still. Not to mention that some people that were involved during that time got rich during that time doing their people in and playing both sides of the fence. So when they separated and they created banking branches in different countries, they did, Ruth, to your point, create a pact where no one if you're failing, then I have to lift you up. And to it's a actual religious term for it. I can't think of it right now, but where they have to benefit the entirety of the group and continue to shop with them, even if it is more expensive than the other people. You are correct in that we should be doing that. The thing is the what is it? Outside of housing expenses and utilities, the small items that you see most people buy, like say they buy a luxury car, that is a bad purchase. I agree. Most people aren't buying brand new luxury cars. They're buying cars at interest rates that are fucking them. Right. So that is financial illiteracy. I agree. When it comes to luxury items like Gucci and Louis and Prada, most people don't have those things. Most everyday working people do not have those things. And if
Most of
they
that
do,
shit
it's a
fake,
one off. Yeah,
or
or
it's fake.
it's fake. Yeah, or it's a one-off expenditure that they treated themselves off for something nice one time. Um, Damn, what was I gonna say? So like with the Alaskan natives, right? They got 1 billion plus 44 million acres, and they have a deal which for every gallon of oil drilled, they have residual payments that come from that. Like during COVID-19, when everything was going on with the Asians, and they got that hate crime bill. What they don't talk about is they shops suffered because people were upset about COVID and didn't go in there. They petitioned the government and got $10 billion to stay afloat. Like
Yeah,
like with the
All right,
recent
can I,
with the recent with the recent bill we just tried to pass in California. It just went up for vote last Friday. We have some. I'm not even gonna get it was sabotaged. I'll just say that. It was sabotaged. I'm
That's
not
my
even gonna go
point.
into detail.
They can get a hate bill. We can't even get a hate bill. These are like huge obstacles. We need more manpower, more lawyers, or more politicians. We need more strategy. It's not
You're
going to
right.
happen just like that.
You are
so
absolutely right.
can I add something? I've been trying to not to cut nobody off. Somebody said, I don't know who it was, but somebody said something about why can't we get reparations like the other victims of whatever happened to them? They're no smarter or no better than us. But if you if you do a little research on, let's just say, I think somebody brought up, I don't even know if anybody brought up the thing that happened with the Jewish people. Do you know that the German people or the German government suggested alternative options? Like there was a discussion, and they didn't want to give immediate repair or immediate repayment after war. They were trying to do what America did, pretty much to us. They suggested other options. They didn't want to do it, but you know what happened? You know what those people did that were survivors of the Holocaust? They were firm. They were resolute on what they wanted, and they wanted immediate repairs. They didn't want no government assistance. They didn't want no aid, no student loan, whatever the hell it is that suggestions that they try to have. They wanted they check, and they stood on it for a long time, for many, many discussions until they got it. So,
But you remember the Germans lost the war, bro. They didn't have much of a choice.
Oh my God.
Then
Well,
also to add to that, Bruiser, the negotiation for welfare was never a solution, was never a form of reparation. It was never even positioned as that. Nobody said, "Hey, because we put you in slavery, here's some government assistance." That was not how it was ever positioned or anything like
They
that.
tried to pacify
I didn't say it was positioned like that.
Well,
The point I'm
but
trying to
but
make is whenever
but-
you accept, like I said earlier, when you accept a lesser repayment or a lesser term or a lesser deal, people who gave you that deal tend to use that as a way to justify not giving you what you fully should be awarded for.
Go ahead, Rob.
I want to rebut that because what you're saying is good, but the context is all wrong. With every race that came to America, they got some sort of welfare. Okay, let's get that straight. Even the Jews. I live in New Jersey, raised in New York. The welfare system is littered with Jewish people and others. Okay, so they get it too. So you can't just say black people are the one that. It's how you use it. They used it in a certain way, and we used it in another way, which was unbeneficial. They used it to their benefit. So everybody got the welfare. Okay. But also, if we're talking about reparations, I'm all for reparations. But what comes after the reparations? Because we got a lot of people who are not, keyword, disciplined.
That's a whole nother topic.
Okay. That falls into reparations because
That's true.
You can give somebody some money. It's what they do with it. You can give everybody $100,000, $200,000, $1 million. But if they waste it all and give it back to that system, what was it for in the first place? I think that's what a lot of people are trying to weigh out. Because if they get this money, what the hell are they going to do with it? Now, we have smart people who will use it to benefit the whole or, move up the ladder or what have you. But there are those who are very undisciplined, will go out and get the new Tesla truck or whatever because they just got the money. You understand? So there's a lot of different things where we are not disciplined.
Bro.
Hey, well, let's ask the question.
Bro, let me ask you. Hold on.
Question.
Damn,
Let's ask the
Sweeney,
question. I know. I just wanted to ask the question then because Raw does have a point. Let's ask the question. I'm gonna ask all the chat, and I'm gonna ask everybody on the panel while the chat is answering. We're gonna go through the panel, and all of us gonna answer too. If somebody gave you $300,000 tomorrow in reparations, what would you do with the money? We can start with Bruce.
Hold on. But before we go there, what
All
I
right.
want to say was let's look at this, right? Even if let's say they gave every black person $2 million, right? If only 40% of us do the right thing with that money, are we in a better position as a people?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. So I can't worry about who gonna fuck it up. That ain't my problem. You niggas owe it to us. You feel me?
Yeah,
I know. I really feel like everybody on this panel has a very good head on their shoulders to do the right thing with what they're owed. Right? I can't worry about who gonna fuck it off, but I do know I have a whole set of people that will go and buy up the block. will put the money in the right places and do the right things that's going to overall put us in a much better position. Because you think it ain't dumbass Jewish people out here that got a bunch of money? You know what I'm saying? That's fine. That's on them. I can't worry about what they're going to do. I'm talking about what's owed to me. What's
The
owed
two
to us.
the two biggest arguments I hear in regards to reparations be one, you didn't work for it, so you don't own it. But those same, if you have that ideology and you believe in inheritance, insurance, survivorship benefits, you're saying something else. Because you're saying everyone else can benefit from what the work their ancestors did except for us and that person. And you need to ask yourself, why are you thinking that way? The second thing is, I can't tell the phone company that I don't think I agree with how they're going to spend my money once I pay them the debt that I owe. I just have to pay the debt. Like those are
Also,
two biggest arguments. And
I will
and
just
then
say
also when you
one
really
thing.
truly
Hold on
think
real quick.
about,
Let me just say one thing, the real raw talk, because I wanted to respond to his rebut. Well, the scenario I gave you, or the details I gave you, wasn't related to what happened in America. That's why I was talking about Germany. So those people wasn't using welfare. They actually declined it. I'm not saying that they don't have access to it, or other people or every race don't have access to it. I'm saying that these people didn't want to participate in none of that. They wanted what was owed to them, and they stood firm on it. So they declined any other suggestion for any aid or moral apologies or whatever they tried to offer. They wanted their check and they got their money. I'm saying what I'm saying is, if we had that same energy whenever Black Wall Street or anything that was happening to us, if we was just had that same energy, we don't want no affirmative action or no grants or no black people loan or whatever. We want reparations. If we had that same energy, I think that would make a difference in the election process of who's going to be up there vouching for us or creating policies and laws for us and getting the ball moving.
I think there are various organizations, and Sweeney's part of one, the ADOS. They stand in firm on what they believe and what is owed, because that's what it is. It's a debt. It's not something to where we're getting a loan for, just like a stimulus package. None of that. It's a debt owed. You know, a lot of organizations are doing that. So I mean, I agree with that. But everybody's standing firm, but we're not being heard. We're not taken seriously. Okay. And a lot of times, us being polite and meek, I think that with that history of, okay, every time we have a problem, we're going to march for it. I think that's the thing that keeps people saying, they'll get over it. They'll get over it. They'll just march about it, instead of taking it back. Like when the civil rights laws and all these things were passed, they were passed due to riots, unrest. Not because somebody came up there and said, can you pass this law? No. Communities was burning. Businesses that were not ours were burning. So they had to, hey, we got to give these people something. We have to pass something because America burned. I think that needs to come into play again. If we're talking about some action and getting what we're owed, because quite frankly,
rephrase. Hold on. Let me just stop you real quick.
We talking about
Rephrase.
violence, bro?
No, he's not talking about violence. He's speaking about political action and no violence at all. He is not talking directly about violence in any capacity.
No, but what I'm saying,
I
there are
get you, but
levels.
just
No, I understand, but there are levels. And at the same time, we have to think to ourselves, like, look, if we're not being taken seriously, there are other means, but we're not willing to sacrifice. We have to be willing to sacrifice. You know, pull back from work. Like, imagine every black person not go to work for a week. Everybody call out sick for a week. Let's see how the system acts during that time. You understand what I'm saying?
we largely
There's
get fired.
different revolutionary ways you can do it, like the bus boycotts. You can try things in that manner, but yeah, I like the alternative. I like what Malcolm was saying. I like that. You know,
What do you think about what do you think about the drugs? You think that people who promote drugs in their music, promote drugs in their any way of promotion and selling it and supporting the marketing of it. You think do you think those people are against their own people that it actually directly impact whenever it comes to the entertainment or whatever that you push out?
I think in the it got to be in the context. Look, KRS-One was reporting it. You know, these other rappers, they're promoting it. It's a difference of reporting
Oh,
and promoting.
that's a good take. I didn't know. You just
You
taught me
understand?
something. I know KRS was a very skilled rapper. I didn't know he was. I mean, I know he was against like whatever,
Yeah,
but
he's
you just taught me.
Yeah, that's
But
what he
you
said.
know, he
Hold
grew up
on.
in the Bronx.
Hold on,
He
okay.
knew what time it
Yeah,
was.
DJ So Lovely, you there?
You know,
DJ, you there?
yeah. But I believe if you're talking about like people like Rick Ross and those who promote that, like I'm not for it. I mean, I came up in it. Okay, I came up in the rhyming and the rapping and stuff like that. I was brainwashed at one point, and I do call it brainwashing because that's what it was.
Mm.
Okay, now you look at it, the people are promoting getting high,
I'm here.
all sorts of fallacious actions, and it's ridiculous at this point. I have 2 sons. They don't listen to it. Even though their dad got songs and stuff like that, nah, you're not listening to that because that's what got me messed up in my 20s. I should be far along than what I was because I got wrapped up in it in my 20s. You understand? It took for me to have my children to break out of that spell because that's what it is. And those who control it, and we all know who controls it, it's not your rappers. Look at who owners. It's the owners.
Maybe a man had to say it.
You know, so yeah, rap is poison at this point.
All right, let me get DJ in there. What's going on? How you doing, man? Welcome to the
I'm
panel.
good. I'm good. Thanks for having me. I came in so late. I feel like I missed everything. But I just wanted to speak from what I heard. I just feel like, the American dream is like the biggest lie ever told. And individualism is the reason why reparations ultimately will fail. And I want to explain. Yes, we are owed that debt. Yes, we should be paid that debt. That's full stop. I agree with that. However, the problem is that because we're sold the American dream and we're set in, and it's this false narrative that we can actually attain it, we're so busy spending our lives chasing this fake dream that we're never going to give into the idea to join a collective and build something of any significance because we're so busy on this hamster wheel chasing this fake dream. And I just feel like if reparations are going to be paid, like somebody said earlier in the panel, is that really going to change anything if we are not really educated on how to move forward with that money, with that opportunity? Because we're so invested in our individualism.
I don't think we have to be collectively together for reparations to get paid. That's not a requirement. I
Well,
don't
that's
I
not what
don't
I
need
said. I'm not
no,
saying
I know that's not what you said. I'm just
okay.
saying that I don't think that that's a necessity for reparations to be paid or for it to be successful amongst black people. Because if you in all seriousness, and I'm just going off of what I personally asked, and I've asked people across all creeds, all black folks across all creeds, no matter whether they was hood boogers or you know what I mean, you're financially
Them
literate
uppity niggas.
or them uppity niggas.
Right.
For the most part, most black people I've spoken to who said what they would do with their reparations is something that any normal person would do. They all talked about how they would either buy a home or buy land, or they would start their business that they've been wanting to start for a while, or they would pay off their loans, or they would pay off their homes. This is the things that, like, the first thing you would notice about black people when reparations is paid is normalcy. They would all get to a point of normalcy. They just trying to break even, just first and foremost. And then also to understand reparations ain't just one cash payment. Specifically, how the ADOS organization is trying to push it. What reparations is remedies that must encompass comprehensive financials, land, education, mental health services, a reparations protection program, which means that there has to be things put in place that protects our money. In addition, a new federal agency must be created to administer and oversee the program, including assisting participants with the verifying their eligibility. Reparations is much larger than just a cash payment because it goes on for decades, for generations. This is something that's going to be paid over generations, not just one group, one payment. This is a movement that's going to repair the entire for generations to come. So it's much bigger than just cash payment.
The Jews still get 1.6 billion a year from Germany. You feel me?
So I think what the lady is saying is interesting, because if everybody's saying we got to fix the Black community, we need to come together, but then you make an argument that when you get your money, everything you use your money for is for an individualistic thing. I'm gonna get my own land. I'm gonna get my own assets, my own properties. None of the conversations are, hey, we're gonna put all our money together and build a utopia or some shit like that.
But Darwin, though, look at it this way, though, bro. Darwin, look at it this way, though, bro. Why would we have to?
Why would we
have to put it together at that point if we can all go buy a building on the same block?
The fact that
we can do the whole Black Wall Street thing, because now we all have the capital to do so. We can go and purchase. If everybody on this panel got a good sizable amount of bread and we all go buy our own properties,
what like you go buy shit in the same neighborhood anyway?
That's what I'm saying.
Why do you need to act?
It would be we will all literally think about it this way, Bruiser. Think of the panel as a Black community, right? If all of us got reparations right now, we all started businesses and we all bought our house and we all paid off our debt or whatever, us as a panel would become the richest, most the richest, most financially stable Black community. And we didn't even have to come together. It would just be that way. A Black person over here would start their own grocery store. Yep. Some people would come together and be like, hey, look, I got my check. You got your check. Hey, let's come together and start a grocery store. Then that'll be a grocery. Like, say, for instance, you and Trev would start the grocery store. I have a chain of barbershops. Law will have a bunch of properties that he owns. JR would own the.
But no. You see how you going on and on? Y'all didn't even let him finish.
Dang, my God, Jesus Christ!
Yeah, stop cutting him off.
They're gonna run off.
I didn't cut anybody off.
You not stop talking. Like, let him finish.
I didn't cut anybody off.
He asked the question and we answered.
Yeah, y'all just jumped it.
Y'all keep jumping in. It's like
you asked all night. So here's my thing: when you ask a question, ask the question so it can be answered. Stop asking philosophical questions.
So now you want to ask our questions based on your principles.
No, it's not that. It's just that it's confusing because I thought you were asking a question, so we was answering it. But if you was just being hyperbolic, you know what I mean? I thought you was really asking a question. I was just trying to answer it.
Well, then
if you weren't done talking, then
I'll let Darwin say what his intentions were.
Here's the thing, though. I understand what y'all saying, respectfully. But just think of it like this: if I ask you for a glass of water, give me a glass of water. Don't just keep pouring and water just coming out of the side, out of the cup, and spilling on the table. Because that's when y'all answer questions. That's typically what y'all are doing. Y'all are over answering the point, because there are times where we ask a question to make one point that actually fills in a void to get us to finish the rest of our point. So we only need what's necessary to finish the rest of our point. Y'all kind of understand what I think is a term for that. But okay, so all right. Well, let me just continue. So the reason why I wanted y'all to answer that question is the very thing that y'all argue as the reason why we can't come together is that we need reparations, so we can come together and be a unit. And then when you get the money, you say, why do we need to come together?
That wasn't our argument at all.
But what I'm saying is, instead of going out and spending your money on your individual agenda or individual things, wouldn't it be to come together as one unit, as a powerhouse, and say, we got all our checks. This is what we're gonna do. We gonna spend our money intentionally on in one way, in a structured way, to where it empowers our economic stability or journey or whatever.
Okay, Bruiser. The problem is that one, you're assuming that we said that. We didn't say that the reason why we can't come together is because we don't have reparations and we need reparations to come together. That was never our argument. We said that there is no coming together because we simply don't have the money. So you can't repair. Hold on, wait. Let me finish because you're throwing your hands up. You're saying that the solution is to come together and pull all our money together to get ourselves out of the situation that we're in. My response to that was, you don't get out of that situation that we're in by doing that. You get it by getting reparations. That's the solution to fix the racial wealth gap and to fix Black folks' financial woes and us being set back is reparations. Now, to answer your question, Black folks wouldn't need to come together and pull our money together if all of us got our just dues. We would literally just create the community just by doing the things that we would normally do. Start our own businesses, build our own homes, buy our own land. We would literally be in, like most Black people would buy amongst Black people. Then we would start to shop with other Black people. It would literally, just like every other community.
No, you giving you more
Darwin,
money is not going to make you
hold on,
turn and buy
piggyback
from
on
Black
that,
people.
Darwin. You just agreed when I said it the first time, bro. You just agreed when I said if only 40% of Black folks did the right thing with their money, will we be in a much better position?
I didn't.
Right?
First of all, I didn't answer that question.
That gives credit to
gentlemen.
it gives credit to what I was saying about the whole fact of if only 40% of us does the right thing, we'd be in a much better position because you can't determine what everybody else is going to do with their money. However, we know if you have a large chunk of us that can start building a better future for ours with the financial gain that we have just accumulated, that gives us the opportunity to really build something. But we've never had that opportunity because we've never gotten what was owed to us. So even if 60% of our people fuck off their money and do whatever with, even if only 40% does what we should, that's going to create that economy. And we'd be even a much better position than Black Wall Street, as you spoke of, right?
No, we won't.
I just want to say something really quick. I really disagree because I think that logic would only be effective if we were the majority. But unfortunately, we make up about 10% of the US population. So even if half of us did what you're saying you think we would do, accumulate property and businesses and what have you, it still would not be enough to move the needle in the conversation we're having, which is it going to ultimately change the trajectory of our community? I don't think so because, listen, Mexicans come over here, Asians come over here with nothing. And it's not the money that they have that moves them forward, it's their mentality.
Thank you.
Asians don't come over here with nothing.
Who?
They do. They come over here. They
what you
come
just
over
said?
here, and as I don't know who was talking about segregation earlier, but they come over here and they self-segregate, right? Because every state in this country has a Chinatown, right? They come over here, they segregate, they only bank with their banks, they only eat in their communities. Their dollar gets recycled dozens of times over before it even leaves their community. As a matter of fact, they extract money out of our community, take it in their community, and recycle it over and over and over and over again. And that doesn't have anything to do with them getting large sums of money at a time. It has more to do with their tenacity, the culture that binds them together, and their consistency.
No,
Thank you.
That's the thing, though.
But that's also incorrect because you also have to remember that they come over, they also get grants, and they also have the ability to open up businesses together. They come from a same set. Basically, they understand that they are one. They have to work together, and they have a continuous distrust of everything around them. So they are going to connect. They have these areas where they actually can own those buildings. Not only that, it defeats the whole point when you say that because they're a much lower percentage of the population than we are. right? So if they have a little bit of money and they can build those communities, you don't think if we were able to get what is owed to us, that we'd be able to have even greater things and a greater community? That's
I
crazy.
agree with you. It's a mindset. You got to have a mindset of like, you know what, we're going to forget about everybody else and we're going to focus on ourselves. And we're going to, it's like how you start something small, it's how you do something big. If we start doing it now without reparations, imagine when you do have it. You got to have the behaviors and the mindsets in place.
It goes
And
And it's
I
a
back.
think,
shame.
I
It's
think,
a shame. It's a shame
I
that
think,
the first thing y'all said y'all would buy when y'all that y'all assume black people will buy
Well,
when they first get their money is from
yeah.
other races when they
it,
get
it,
reparations.
it,
Y'all
Who
said that
said
What
they
did
were
I
that?
say?
going to
What
go and
did I
buy
say that they were
He
houses.
said land.
Yeah,
buying the
y'all would have
houses from other races?
y'all said y'all were going to buy. Y'all were going to purchase things, but
We
whatever.
said land and businesses.
Well, but
So
shouldn't we
so
set
what?
up black businesses to buy from? So when
That's
reparation
what
does
black
come
people would do
in,
with their money. Then you would have a black business to buy from.
I'm saying set it up
Uh,
first, and then everybody's like, we're going to go ahead and strategically spend our money with
Thank
these
you.
several
That's
companies.
really what black
And
folks would do. That
well,
No, that's not what
if
they
you
do.
bought if
Every
Ruth
time
bought
black
the
people
business,
got money,
if
they
Ruth
spent it in a different
no,
race.
if Darwin, if
PPP
you bought
loans,
your
whatever.
business
bullshit.
and Law
Hey,
bought his business and I bought my business and Casey bought her business and we're all in the same, we're in this community, we in the Lapeef JR community, we would literally start buying from each other.
we live in
That's
different
literally
places, though.
you
We go
no
to white
no no.
this is
suburbs, so we
Hold on, wait,
hypothetical,
no,
Ruth.
Ruth,
This is
it's hypothetical.
hypothetical.
Use
No,
think
that's
of
not what would happen.
hold on. Yes, it would.
Why
I
wouldn't
will.
it? That's
I will.
what
Why
happens
wouldn't it?
now.
That is
I
not what
deal
would
with
happen.
It,
all right.
Use
Hey,
it.
look.
All right, hold on,
Hey,
y'all.
y'all. But look, hold on, y'all. Look, check it out. I got a ride, bro. It's 1:30. You know what I'm saying? I got to be at work in a little while, about 7. So I'm a ride. It's been real. Hey, Sweeney, hold it down. POP. Hey, Marcus, hold it down, y'all.
maybe
No,
we could talk
yeah,
about
Ruth.
it.
It's
Hey,
just Ruth,
Trim,
it's just a
come on, man. Throw
hypothetical.
I
something in
know.
there.
It's just a hypothetical. Like, say for instance, like if you lived amongst black folks, right, and you bought the corner store, the grocery store on the corner, right,
You wouldn't live
and
amongst black folks. You're gonna move out to the white neighborhood as soon as you can. That's what they're gonna do. That's the point.
that's not. That's not right. That's not gonna happen.
Man, we witnessed three fucking is it three?
like
Three NBA players that make millions of dollars. They don't even put their money in the same. They don't even live together. I think it's Greek, Giannis Antetokounmpo, Thanasis, and I don't know the other brother. They come from the same damn fucking ball sack, and they don't even fucking work together. And they got millions of. I'm
That's
telling you,
not true. Bro, you
they
are
don't.
making that up right
They
now.
don't live
Are you
together.
telling me the only reason Thanos is on a team is because of his brother?
literally because of his
That's
brother.
not my point.
Literally,
That's
bro.
not my
Like he won't
point.
even play without his
My
brother there.
point. That's not the
His
point I'm
other
making.
brother is in the NBA as well
The
because of
point I'm
him.
making is I'm giving you an example of three people who came from the same womb. They don't even invest their money together.
But that's not true. They do.
He's saying it's
No,
not
they
natural.
don't.
You guys are saying it's natural. He's saying it's not going to naturally happen.
First
You
of
have
all,
to
they're not
be
even
strategic and make it
from
happen.
America to even begin with. Like
Oh
to
my
even be
God.
making that argument, they're not even from here to even be making that argument.
Y'all a quarrelsome wife. I
But
swear.
but even if that was said, like Law just
Ooh, I'd
said,
rather be on the roof.
they literally in the NBA because of their brother who told Milwaukee Bucks, I'm not playing without my brother. You saying that they don't come together?
He was talking about financially,
No,
and
they're gonna
That
ignore
is
that.
financially.
They're
You
gonna
gonna pay my
ignore
brother
it.
millions
no,
because I'm on your
no.
team.
He's talking about brothers putting money together and building something together as brothers. He's not saying, my brother play or else type deal.
Well,
But
before I get out of here, let me do a
both of you
shameless
guys,
plug. Real quick, Joe. I don't know if y'all familiar. If anybody that's in Chicago, near Chicago, me and my brothers own the Licking, and also we have a lounge coming called The Spot. You know what I'm saying? At the Licking, right on Madison. Listen,
You own the
that's some
Licking?
brothers coming together. Let me go ahead and dispel y'all disdain for black men coming together because it's just simply not true. But I'm out.
You own the Licking?
My brother do. You know what I'm
Oh,
saying? And
okay.
then we opening up the spot inside of it.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll rap. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Marcus, we'll rap. But yeah, so that's our joint.
that's what's up.
Let's get it.
So
Buy back the block.
here's a prime example. JR.
Hold on. See,
everybody on this panel. Hold on, real quick. Everybody
Bro.
on this panel who got a beard. Basically, what Sweeney's logic is saying. Everybody on this panel who got a beard.
What does that say, Bruiser? What does that say? The brothers literally came together and started a company.
Okay. Excellent. So it's good.
Are y'all keeping that money in your community with Black wives?
So here's
all of us are married to Black women.
Here's the thing.
Just asking.
What Sweeney's logic, what Sweeney is saying is everybody on this panel would invest their money together. If that or invest in whatever product or whatever the hell we got. If that's the case, JR should be able to show us emails and receipts that everybody on this beard, everybody that got a beard got his fucking sugar curls thing or whatever the hell assured man. Is that true? JR? Exactly.
I don't have a beard.
That's not natural. That ain't.
And I have my own beard product.
You said naturally.
That's a damn shame, bro.
We ain't gonna naturally do nothing.
Man, Jay already talked about this. I already told y'all I use my own stuff.
Be proactive. Be intentional. Set a strategy in place.
You don't gotta put
That's what Darwin is saying. We're individualistic. Everybody's gonna be in competition with each other instead of certain people pushing people ahead. We're all gonna be doing our own thing. We're gonna be in our own lane.
This show is an example of that. We come here collectively weekly to push somebody's stuff. Weekly. Rain, sleet, hail, and snow.
None of us getting paid by JR to do this. We all up here doing this for JR.
Hold on, wait, y'all ain't getting paid?
No.
Darwin, you getting paid?
I plead the fifth.
Don't start nothing. He getting paid in sugar curls.
But like seriously, Bruiser, what I'm simply trying to explain to you is that
that's why our hair fell out.
Even when you look at the home ownership and like if my parents, like for instance, right, somebody tried to take my grandmother's house. My grandmother's house is on the south side of Chicago, right? Somebody tried to take her house, right? If my family had the money, if they got the money, the first thing they said they would do was rebuild, fix up my grandmother's house. That was the first thing they said. And I talked to a number of people, and that's what they would say they would do with the money. And these are all Black-owned houses. What they're already trying to do is protect their house from being bought out by big companies to come in and push them out the neighborhood. So if you gave those Black folks the money, they would fix up their own house, and you would see Black Wall Street essentially all over again.
You know what I would hope people do? I would hope people would get their reparations, put it all together, and build a banking system for Black America.
That would naturally happen, though. That would literally, that would naturally happen because there would be a Black bank.
I don't want it to.
No, hear me out.
I don't want it to naturally happen.
Hold on, wait. Hear me
now
out.
He's Mr. Optimistic.
Hear me.
What did you do with Sweeney?
Hear me out. It would naturally happen because the reason why Black banks don't exist because Black folks ain't got no money. That's why Black banks don't exist. And where there are some Black banks, but they're barely holding on because Black folks ain't got no money and they can't sustain.
No,
however, if Black people had money, you would start to see banks naturally pop up with Black dollars in it because Black people would start to bank in their own neighborhood.
You don't think we got enough Black people right now in 2024 that has enough money to come together to build a Black banking system?
Well,
we can look up the requirements. I can tell you right now.
We have Black banking systems already in place, by the way.
It goes back to the argument with the ice. The white man's ice is cooler. The white man ice is better. But we also got to know that, okay, trust is an issue for our people. That's one of the main things beyond discipline and everything is trust. We don't trust each other. And that's the sad case.
Why?
Oh, plenty. History tells us why we don't trust each other because we've been pit against each other since slavery. You know, the house Negro, the field Negro. You know what I'm saying? So
and raw in every sector of our society, just to add to your point, from all the mayors and all the black mayors across the country that are stealing money, that are misallocating funds, to people not, the black church is taking a fall in 2024 because people don't trust the black pastors and the black bishops. There's so much mistrust in our own community right now from every sector of society. People don't trust. You go to Atlanta, you go to a restaurant, you know you're about to get robbed. Like you're literally about to get robbed. You're gonna pay $60 a park. You're gonna pay $25 for a drink if you go to a white restaurant. That same restaurant is the same drink at another restaurant is $12. You're gonna pay $45 for a breakfast dish that
Nickel
costs
and diamond.
$8 to make. We have so much mistrust in our community in every single sector of society. Clubs, restaurants, entertainment, church, like I said, business, politics. Nobody trusts anybody.
Hey, y'all want to know how I know? Y'all want to know how I know that's false though? Y'all want to know how I know that black folks trust each other?
What, Sweeney? Are you serious?
I'm about to explain. You want to know how I know?
serious?
Hold on, I'm about to explain. You want to know how I know that we trust people, that we trust each other? Dr. Umar Johnson been raising money in the black community for goddamn what happened? The whole Black Wall Street project that wound up becoming a goddamn scam. Black folks get scammed by black people every single day. We trust.
And we get burnt.
And we get burnt.
You just gonna disregard everything I just said.
I'm just saying.
And that's Dr.
Tell me I'm lying.
It's like you cannot help. You cannot help yourself. You cannot help yourself.
But to his point, he just proved us right with that. He just proved us right with what he just said.
But
he just
can I add to her point?
What are you saying? So basically, what you're saying is there's still dummies in society that's gonna support black people, even though we're getting taken advantage of. That's what you're saying.
No. That Black Wall Street project, people really believed in it, and they gave him millions of dollars. They trusted him, and millionaires trusted him. Regular black folks trusted him, and they got scammed out of their millions.
That's one situation, and I just gave you 7.
But it's one, but it's not the only one. Black people do trust people.
They trust celebrities.
Hell, how many times you seen people?
I want to just to build on her point really quick.
Hold on, last thing, DJ. I literally was talking. I'm just say this. I was talking to my brothers today. Every black elite, every black person educated in every sector of Baton Rouge right now, all their kids go to University High, which is Louisiana State University, LSU's lab school. They don't go to Southern's lab school. They go to LSU's lab school, predominantly white, all white. That when we get into a place of influence and money, and we always separate ourselves. The only place that we don't do it in is Atlanta and DC, because they're both predominantly black cities, and all the black elites are together. But every other city and all across the country, when anybody comes to influence and money, we always, like Ruth said, we always separate and move to the opposite side of town. It is what it is. That is the truth. We no longer associate ourselves with outside of our community. If you don't have a direct link to that said person, you are on the outs from whatever they have going on. That's what happens in our community. But go ahead, DJ.
There is
a wide
DJ.
Yes, I'm sorry. So I wanted to build on what she's saying, because she's talking about a common practice that happens a lot in black business, nickel and diming. And it just goes back to the point where you said, well, if you give us money for businesses, we're going to thrive. Well, not necessarily. There are a lot of black people that already had opportunities to run businesses, and they squander it with bad customer service, bad business practices, so on and so on. So it's not just the opportunity to get a lump of money, but again, how are you going to execute is what's important. What you do with it is what's important. So we're so busy worrying about the chunk of money, but sometimes be careful what you ask for, because are you ready? Are you ready to do what needs to be done with that money? And again, it goes back to individualism. And it's not just black people. We're set up in this country to be individualists. And it really corrupts our country. I mean, in my humble opinion, it's going to be really hard to even thrive as Black people in America. Now, if we took that money and went to other countries that have a better structure just overall for their citizens, like a planned Black migration, I think that would be more successful than us trying to thrive in this capitalist society that pushes individualism.
I'm glad you said
I
that,
gotta
because you know
disagree with
what you can do. We can even if you go to these suburbs, you can pick a little section, just like Jewish people do, and they all live in this specific set of blocks. We can do that in every community and still have what we want and still do what's good for our people.
We talking about leaving this country when everybody running to it?
Yes, I am. Have you ever been to like the Scandinavian countries where they have, universal health care, and they're not poisoning their citizens through the food, and they actually care about what happens to the citizens. There's free education. We talked about Germany. I just went to Germany. Free education. You can go get a higher education right now, completely free. You can go get treated medically for free. When you have that type of structure in your government, it's really a lot easier to grow. But in this society, we are in a caste system. They sell the American dream to us, but we ain't no different than India. In India, they tell you straight up, when you're born into poverty, it's likely you will die in it, and it's the same thing in this country. We're just sold this fake dream.
Well,
True.
well, we wouldn't be in poverty if we got reparations. That kind of would go in the opposite direction. But I digress. I
Yeah, I think we're coming to
What I
that.
think, what I think will happen, and I'm gonna make this last statement and we can be done. What I think will happen with reparations is the levels of economy would change. Like the upper class will get stronger because a lot of the money that's coming from the reparations will be dumped into those companies. It'll work similar like the PPP loans or whatever, or the stimulus check to push the economy forward. You give them the money and they put it right back into the companies.
Well,
and
Bruce,
consumer products.
just before you continue
you're not
that,
listening.
there's a reason why there's a part in the reparations movement that talks about protecting the black dollar. There's that portion of that speaks to exactly that thing that you're speaking of, to protect black dollars from being siphoned out of the community in that way. That's why I said the reparations movement is far larger than just a cash check.
And how though? Like you're saying, how is it going to protect it from being siphoned out the community?
Well, there will be like government policies that will say that you can't, you know what I mean? Things like one of the biggest things that they try to use, like payday loans and stuff like that. Those type of things that will siphon money out of the black community, but don't put it back.
You can't buy weave or Brazilian bundles or some shit like that.
No, they're gonna still buy weaves and Brazilian bundles. They ain't gonna stop doing that shit.
So it's just gonna go.
They just gonna own the weaves and Brazilian bundles at that point.
I don't think they're gonna buy them all.
About discipline. Discipline is everything when you're handling money. If you don't have discipline when handling money, it's over.
We are consumers. We have a consumer mindset. So if we don't fix that, it's going to be the same thing. Just hand it over.
Hello.
Well, America is a consumer country. Like we can, the whole entire
we can
country
separate
consumes.
ourselves. That we don't have to be all 100% Americans. We are.
Not
we
to
have
mention,
our own mind.
Yeah, but I think the biggest issue is just I know Sweeney did say that it would likely be included in the reparations, but I think our biggest issue, period, is financial literacy, because most people don't know what the hell to do with that money, right? Putting it in the bank is not the best idea. Anyway, that is not. You should know where to invest that money, even if it's rather than putting it in the bank. That's a broke person mindset, to put your money in a bank and get that low rate of interest. That's not, nobody becomes wealthy from putting money in a bank. Saving doesn't make you wealthy. You do not build wealth from saving money. That's only part of it. Not wasting money is one thing, but you have to figure out how to make more money with that money. And most of us who try to invest in a business, it fails. That's a big problem. So we have to understand, like, if you're going to start a business, you have to know how to manage that business. You can't just say, okay, well, I'm gonna just throw this out there. If you don't know what the hell you're doing, you can't say, all right, I'm gonna start a restaurant and then you know how to cook really well, but you don't know how to advertise. You don't know how to market it. You don't know how to make the place a vibe. There's so many different elements that we would need, and that's why I think it's important for us to be able to come together, because you're going to need those outside influences to say, okay, this is my expertise here. This is what I know. Okay, I did this before. This is what I did. This is how I was successful. So the collaboration, I think, is going to be important. And then just understanding, we're going to have to do some studies. A lot of us really need to dig in and know what the hell we're doing with our finances, because we'll get 100,000 and spend 150,000 in our mind already and not even realize that we did that.
Well, reparations ain't meant to make everybody rich. It's not supposed to make the entire Black community rich. It's supposed to make the Black community basically American. It's supposed to create a middle class American. No, hold on. Listen, it's supposed to. Black people in this country are not normal. And I'm about to explain what that means. Black people largely in this country are wealthless. That means majority of Black people in this country have no wealth, whereas other communities have classes. It's like in the Black community, there's still going to be classes. You're going to have your rich class, you're going to have your robust, large middle class, and you're going to have your poor class. But largely your middle class aren't owning businesses and all of that. Most of them are going to be your regular your regular workers who own homes, 3 to 4 family members, can possibly, you know what I mean, their kids can start a trade or something like that. That's what we're trying to get Black people to be normal, be American. Right now, Black people can't afford to live in America. And that what reparations is supposed to do is supposed to fix that. It's supposed to close the racial wealth gap to where Black people are competitive in a country by our population. We're supposed to hold 13% of the wealth in this country. We don't. We hold less than 2% of the wealth in this country. That is not normal. Whereas the Asian community holds roughly about 2 to 3, 6% of the wealth in this country, and they're 6% of the population. That's why they look normal. That's why they can buy normal. That's why they can afford to do, you know what I mean, things that we would look at and be like, damn, I can't get that. So it's not supposed to make all of us rich. It's not supposed to make all of us business owners. It's supposed to make us American.
Has anyone else
it can though.
has
It has the potential
anyone
to.
else recognized that this country is run by 1%? Oh, 1% of the population. We're talking about a handful of families, the Johnsons and Johnsons, the Rockefellers, these people, and they didn't get it through the sweat of their brow and hard work. They got it through hook and crook. So us really thinking that we're going to be able somehow to catch up as the only group in this country that did not migrate here, but we are actually captives and the descendants of captives. I It's just, to me, it's just a fleeting dream, but that's just my opinion.
Well, those companies you mentioned, they got their money from
Those are
slavery.
families. Those are
Yeah,
not
those are
just
families
companies.
who owe reparations. Those are part of the people that you're going after through the government, because they received funds due to slavery as well. The Wells Fargo, different corporations of that nature, the IBMs, and they change names through generations, their corporate names, but they're the ones that were going through the government. We're getting to the government to get to them because they owe the monies. They owe. So we shouldn't say, oh, they have to give us. No, they owe us. It's a debt. We should leave that giving language alone. You're not giving us shit. You owe us. Period. There's nothing to give. You owe. It's a debt. You know what I mean? So I
I
think,
agree with them owing
yeah.
us, but I feel like we're having two different conversations. One conversation is they owe us a debt. The other conversation is how are we moving forward collectively? I don't feel like those two things are necessarily synonymous with one another. It just seems like we're having two different conversations here. You're right. We are owed a debt, 100%. Now, is that going to get is that going to transform our community? Not necessarily.
Well,
It
I,
would.
I think what you're saying, two conversations, they're the same conversation. You have to move collectively in order to get the debt. You have to move as one in order to get that debt. You can't have separate places. Like, for instance, you have ADOS, and then you have FBA, and then you have these other organizations. They need to get on one accord in order to get that debt paid.
Let me ask you
As
this,
long
bro.
as everybody's separated, you're not going to get anything.
Let me
Because
ask you
now,
this.
you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, let me ask you a question, bro. What is a more, somebody mentioned transformation. What is more of a transformation? Or what's better? You give black people reparations, or black people figure out how to come together and stop doing drugs and killing each other?
Well, what you're saying is basically a two-step. I mean, first you got to get yourself together. Period. That's first and foremost. You have to first build your family up, heal yourselves. Then you can come together. Then you go and get what's owed. Then you can expound on that after. But first, we have to heal ourselves. We're not healed as a people, and I'm strictly saying as a people, we're not healed in any capacity.
Nope.
You understand? So, in order to reach out and become one, we all have to be truly healed and say, look, now that we're healed, we understand our faults, we understand our shortcomings, we understand our divisiveness within each other in our families. Once we heal all that, then we can come together as a whole group and say, look, y'all owe us. Y'all got to pay or else. Simple as that.
And then also, I would say, Bruiser, first and foremost, like somebody said in the chat, both of those are things that could transpire at the same time. Like that, you don't need, it's not even one or the other. But if we think about it, first of all, most black people ain't killing each other, and most black people ain't drug addicts and doing, you know what I mean? But that's neither here nor there. I know that wasn't your point. Also, black people coming together and pooling our money together is a solution to close the racial wealth gap. Right? That is a solution to do that. If you give black folks reparations, they don't need to do that, because we would have the wealth to be able to do what we need to do in this country. We wouldn't need to pull our money together, because all of us will have the money to do what we need to do. The whole point of reason why people suggest pulling our money together is because it's a solution to, man, all of us ain't got no houses, so how can we get some land? Hey, well, shit, you give me your 10 bands, I put my 10 bands up, and you put your 10 bands up, we can finally buy a pile of land. But if I get reparations and you get reparations and he get reparations, we can buy our own damn plot of land, and we don't need to pull our money together.
But we won't work together either. What they're trying to argue is people will misuse their money. And like you were saying, the brother Law was saying, at least 40% of us will be responsible. But still, we got to be responsible about the other 60% that threw their money away, because they're going to come right to us. We know how it is. And even in our families, I'm doing well in my family. Everybody's going to come to me for finances. Oh, man, I need your help. I need your help. I need your help. Soon you're going to be looking around like everybody owes me and I need help.
I don't agree with Law that, well, I think he was being hyperbolic when he said, let's just say for the sake of argument, I think majority of black people would do right with their money. Like, even if they, hold on, wait, understand what I'm saying. Even if that is only just paying off their loans and buying a home, that is doing right with your money. You become an owner in this country. That is doing right with your, like, not everybody is meant to go.
What they did with the PPP loans or no?
Sweetie, they're gonna go into more debt.
Well, first, most black people didn't get PPP.
Y'all not hear what Trev said.
For the first
and
week,
on top of that, PPP loans, a lot of them were scamming to get that money.
Okay, they'll pay off their debts for the first week. All debts are cleared. Then with the rest of the
take out another loan.
they're gonna go into debt.
Going right back into it.
Stuff.
Yeah, going right back into
that's
it.
the step that Sweeney is missing.
All
And
kinds
it,
of labels. What do you know,
I think it's better. I think we'll be more stronger as a community if we put our money together and work together versus get reparations. I think putting our money together and working together as a unit is way stronger than getting a lump sum check.
Hey, Darwin, what's the saying about making strong men and hard times create easy times create weak men? What's the saying?
Yeah,
that's how you build a community.
What we're talking about, though, like, y'all got to remember what PPP loans were supposed to be meant for.
He didn't want to address that. He didn't want to address that last
the good stuff.
My bad, because I really didn't hear it, but I'm gonna be real with y'all, because I was looking at PPP loans were meant for businesses. Were meant for businesses to be able to pay their employees.
I don't care.
So the people who were getting PPP loans, a lot of them people were scamming. So I don't expect scammers to do right with their money.
Not everybody was.
You know what I got from
Are
this
you kidding me?
conversation is that the most people who argue about reparations sound like they just want some money so they can buy them a yacht or some shit.
Who said that? What person did you talk to that said that?
Y'all motherfuckers ain't trying to
What person
build
did you
community.
talk to?
Y'all ain't
that
trying
had
to
a
build no
reparations
community.
conversation?
You want to
What
go
person-
get that X6.
Darwin, seriously.
You want to go
what
get the
person did you
Cuban
speak
link.
to?
You want to go and get you some nickel plated T-liners so you can cut some hair. That's what your ass want to do. You don't want to goddamn fix shit. You want to listen to this poisoning ass music.
If I got my
You want to roll around and
if I got my reparations, I would buy my barbershop.
And take shots with Al Sharpton and all the motherfuckers. That's
Bruiser. What person did you talk to said that they wanted to go buy a yacht with their reparations?
Come on, man.
Yeah, but look,
I'm
what
just
person did
exaggerating, bro. You ain't got to surgically dissect everything I said.
Because you trying to win.
You can't make that type.
To your point, though, you have a barbershop. You're already doing it, so it
No,
makes
I'm
sense
not.
that you would buy your building,
No, I'm not.
right?
I'm renting a suite.
You're not
I'm
trying to
renting a suite.
understand. It's okay. You have a
I know,
closed
but you're
mindset.
saying I have a barbershop. I don't have a barbershop. I have a
Okay, but you
suite.
started the idea. You have clients. You have a functioning business. What I'm saying is you're already doing the proper behaviors. If we're not doing the proper behaviors before you get reparations, you're not going to change all of a sudden magically when you have a check.
What is
Start
the
now.
What is the proper
Get your
behavior?
education now. Get
What
your
is the
clients
proper
up.
behavior?
Hey,
What-
no, you know what it is? Take me back to college when I used to watch all them students get all them Pell Grants. And you know what they did? They weren't buying food. They weren't buying the thing and books and the stuff that they needed. You know what they're doing? Going ball out at the club, going spend all that money in the mall, going straight to New Orleans to Canal Place, getting all the labels so they can come to school with Gucci bags and Louis belts.
Hold on. The
and-
throwback jerseys. Remember the throwback jerseys?
Yeah, and all of that
with the flip.
They were not
the bicolor do rag with the
taking care of themselves and doing the right thing with the
Casey,
large
guess
sums
what?
of money.
Like I said earlier, in my 20s, that's what I did with my Pell Grant.
See,
Guess what?
that's
No,
what I'm
wait.
saying.
Wait, but I got a daycare with mine, and that's what I'm saying. People are already going to do what they're going to do.
Yep.
So,
exactly.
So we're
already
8
know.
people. We're 7 people on this panel. All of us. Bruce, what would you do with your reparations?
I plead the fifth.
Jesus fucking Christ!
I'm not gonna tell you what I do.
Sheriff, what would you do with your reparations?
Money, none of that stuff.
I'm investing it.
Casey, what would you do with your reparations?
Yeah, it'll be invested in some type of way. Yeah, I hadn't even thought about it.
Y'all gonna invest in a white man stock?
JR, what would you do with your reparations?
I'm gonna set myself up for residual income.
We should
What would you do with your reparations?
Buy 30 acres first off, then build me a small little enclave community, put my family in it so we can be secluded from the rest of society when it goes under. Also, you know, my stuff is more extreme. I have a whole cache of weapons.
You gonna fall in the category of
the military.
You gonna fall in that.
You gonna get a bunker?
Grid category.
Getting a bunker.
Oh yeah, most definitely. You gotta have that bomb shelter, baby. Because once black folks get money, white folks gonna get nervous because they gotta compete. So something odd is about to happen.
Okay, I'll tell you what I do with my money.
Go ahead.
I think we should all have to spend your money in a black place, like a black owned business. That's the only way it's going to circulate. But I would spend my money just investing in land and things like that, just businesses.
Wait, Ruth, what you mean have to spend your money within a black place? Please give me some insight on that.
If we would have to set it up. We would have to, if you could only spend your money with black people, right? Even if we had the mindset, if it wasn't possible, okay. But 25% of your money had to be spent with a black person, then we would do better than just getting a check and just having no strategy.
Bruh. Okay, this is what I would do. This is what I would do. I would try to position myself as head of a committee that has like everybody in the group has gotten reparations. And what percentage? Somebody said the percentage of population Black people take up in America. How much is it? 10, 13?
13, 13.
So 13. Okay, what is 13? Okay, 13% of the country, the land belongs to us. We buy all the land.
Oh no, we already get that. No, we already gonna get that. That comes with it.
Okay, so we get 13% of the land.
We get 13% of the land. We're gonna get 13% of some checks. We that all comes with it. You already got the land.
Let me guess, y'all choose San Francisco and Atlanta.
Yeah, what's the problem with
all
that?
the little LGBT little states. No, hell no. We going somewhere we ain't never been, going to Idaho or some shit. We need to get the hell on away from all of the little major cities.
Yep.
All we're gonna do is
Go to Montana. Go to
see
Nebraska.
a billboard with a goddamn Birkin on that motherfucker, and everybody gonna change their damn mind. We need to go there with some nice land with some cows and shit.
Wait,
I'm not moving
wait.
to a
One of the
flyover state,
governors,
bro.
one of the governors is actually giving money for people to come out there right now. I'm not sure what state it is. I don't know if it's. I don't know. I'm gonna look it up.
Chat. What would y'all do with y'all reparations check?
Yeah, man. I mean,
give me some.
Look what Mark Cuban.
How much is the check, first of all? That's the
Cuban and his
question.
brothers did.
Well,
How
if
much
you're
is the
thinking
check?
if you're thinking about closing the racial wealth gap, right? Because basically, there's about 130 something trillion dollars in national wealth. So at 137 trillion, you get 13% of Black folks. You're looking at what? Maybe like, what is that? 20 trillion? 20 trillion between a bunch of Black folks. So 20 trillion divided by 40 million Black people, roughly. Can somebody do the math on that?
Everybody. Just play.
Oh, I gotta pull up the calculator because it's too that number too big for my phone. So we looking at 20 trillion.
You gotta get your iPhone 15 in.
Or just an Android.
What if all that money, everybody get like $200 or some shit?
That's possible.
We still ain't gonna put our money together. We could at least listen.
If 40, I think that's 20 trillion. Hold on, 1, 2, 3. That's billion.
We also got to remember the reparations is also, with the ADOS, is built off lineage. So you have to prove.
Yeah.
You is gonna have to prove that you.
You have to go back.
We're going hypothetical because I don't qualify for that anyway.
Yeah, I'm just doing hypothetical. It ain't.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that everybody here.
I'm not getting it. Yeah.
My babies are.
Wait.
Gonna be some.
Nah.
You at least have one
Isn't it
parent
your
ADOS,
lineage?
then you qualify.
One parent. Yep.
All you need is one parent.
And they better not give it to the addict.
Let me get to these super chats, man.
Everybody gonna be high in this, but
Heavy Tits 189 says Girls Gone Wild was popular, so that's America. Mr. Fuggy, the culture is controlled by white people. Fuggy again, music industry and drugs have always been connected. Lord Jitron. First of all, I got to highlight and give a huge shout out to my favorite and, in my opinion, the baddest chick on the internet, my internet crush Ruth. Plus, big shout out to Chaotic Truth, Big Homie, and Angry Man.
I have a man, sir.
So says, I honestly tune in every Thursday to see you, Ruth.
He needs to stop.
John Henry, $5. Pervasive definition to spread throughout so thoroughly as to be seen everywhere. Lord Geotron, $5 says, we as Black Americans are ruining the planet by not grabbing America by the horns and taking full and total control of this country. Ruth wins. John Henry, our Black community needs to stop looking at profitable drug dealer criminal who pays the bills and keeps the lights on as being the same or better than the honest man making $80K annually or less. Lord Geotron $10 says, M. White, we went from slaves to the most powerful on earth in one day. The law says Black people are equal to white people in America. Shout out to Ruth. MC Heavy Tits 189 says he's the same man that complain about welfare. Lord Jitron $2 says Ruth, LBJ separated you and me, men and women. Got that crush. John Henry $10 says Black men and women were united up until the 1960s because we value interdependence and the struggle against a common enemy racism, feminism, and sexual revolution enticed female independence. John Henry $5 says there are numerous black towns that were turned into lakes due to their prosperity. Google black cities that were flooded for more information. John Henry $2 says, and ghetto behavior has entered the chat. John Henry $10 says, or they come to the country, live poor, us blacks, but start a service we support that we come to depend on, thus building wealth for their culture after starting out with less than us. Moses 999 says, re-education in the kids is what's key. Image of self and mindset is key. To focus only on ownership and not image of self will ultimately put us back in the same spot we were in. Kids don't know why. Moses again says, blueprints are there. We are just not listening to the Black Africans who dedicate their entire life studying and developing whole solutions, like Dr. Was it Amos?
Yeah.
Prophet of Smalls, Dr. Ben. Can we please start reading? That's it. Thank everybody that's contributed to the platform. Who talked to us?
Let me say one more thing, JR. I swear y'all forgot the one more thing about this reparations thing. Did y'all forget about BBLs and veneers and all that shit? That's where that money going to. BBLs, veneers, and them goddamn sexy red goddamn concert season tickets. I'm telling you, bro.
Bruiser.
You forgot about social media. I'm telling you, you forgot about feminism, bro.
Yeah, we didn't
Bruiser,
talk nothing about
if
social media
black
aspect
folks,
of it.
if black folks was to get reparations, right?
Niggas gonna be 6 feet tall.
No. You asked the question. You said where would that put black people? You said where would that
Trying to
put
go to
black
the
people?
league with them goddamn fake legs.
Bruiser, if black people were to get reparations, we'd be the wealthiest group in the country per capita. I mean, per person.
For an hour. And we gonna be broke.
No,
6 hours.
those
We gonna be rich at
doctors
6
will be the
and broke at 8.
The doctors
Well, I
and
wanna-
the dentists will be the richest people in the country.
Have y'all read
We gonna
Power
break the
Knowledge?
record for spending the most money in the universe
Surgeons
in a day.
hit a lick is what is what's gonna happen.
They're gonna make a goddamn movie on us, bro.
Well, listen, the only way
Hold on. When we get reparations, all the white folks all the other races gonna open their doors.
So you
like,
saying
nigga,
that?
we
So
open
you saying that when
24
black?
hours.
So you saying that if most black people got their money, it'd just be squandered? Is that what you're saying? If most black people would squander their money.
Yeah.
We gonna
If
break.
they, I'll tell you what, they're not
we
unless
gonna
they
break
think
the
that
treasury system.
Most
they
poor
ain't
people
giving it
would.
to us. If they were hoping we would fail like that, then we would be likely to get it because it would.
We'll get it, exactly,
It would
Travis.
because it would then be a stimulus at that point because
Right.
it would absolutely stimulate the economy.
Yeah, exactly.
So if they believe, if we could get them to believe that, then we got a great likelihood of getting it.
You know what's crazy? We got 7 black folks up here, and 7 black people on this panel said they would do something smart with their money. But I can see if some of us said some ignorant shit.
We own the record.
Okay, yeah, you know what? Listen, I can go to
no. What that
7
tells me
people
is
I
that
know on completely
Bruiser
different answers.
will spend his money on a yacht. When he get his 500,000, he gonna his wife gonna get her 500,000. He gonna get his 500,000, and they gonna go and blow their check on the yacht. That's what he's
Bruiser
telling me.
Bruiser going right to the nudie bar. That's what's happening.
He
with
going
his,
right
man.
to the he going to the
Titty
shitty
club,
bar.
but-
He about to drop
go.
300,000 in the
Nigga,
titty bar.
I'm gonna get a yacht and I'm buying an island and I'm living on that motherfucker.
I know you guys started off with Thomas Sowell. Did y'all go into Dr. Claude Anson?
Yeah, he's better.
Because he broke it down.
He broke it down.
Nope. Yeah, we need to do that next week.
They disingenuous to those type. When leaders get on here, man, we kind of like instead of looking at the points, we got a habit of just.
No, we respect Claude
discrediting
Anderson
them.
now. With Dr. Claude Anderson.
Dr.
We
Claude
respect
Anderson,
him.
he broke it down, and he foretold what's going on now is actually what he said would happen if we didn't come
Exactly.
together. He said that exactly.
And he talked about where we was at before we integrated.
Yep.
And Sweeney didn't believe like their stats. If you got to look at the real history, man. They don't want you to know that we were doing very well when we were working together. When we had no choice to work together. We had no choice to to buy from each other.
And one more thing for me, I think we should have mandatory financial literacy classes before they release your check.
That
Yeah,
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. I shouldn't have to, just like I wouldn't
At
tell
least
you
a
that
crash
need,
course.
I don't agree with that. Give
You
me my check. I don't want no
Sweetie,
class, no
you don't
course.
think that the outcome would be a lot better if we did?
We should.
If
I
we
don't
took
think. I don't
at
think
least
that
a
need.
few hours.
I think it could be an option. I don't think it should be a requirement.
When people getting a grant to buy a house, they sit through all the 4 hours of the class. They go.
But
to
this ain't a
every
grant.
chapter.
Man, we used to have when we had sex education in school and in grade
if
school.
I owed you some money
we were a
and I
lot better
told
off
you,
too.
if I owed you some money and I came up there and said, "Hey, look, before I pay you this money, I'm gonna require you to."
But this is
I'm gonna
internal,
require you
though.
to. But
it could be
it's-
internal.
No, it's a debt owed. Somebody
I
owes
get
us.
what you're
so-
saying, but we don't have to just do things. We can create ideas, structures,
Fair.
committees to say, "Hey, as Black people, this is what we want to do together. We gonna."
But I don't think it should be a requirement. That's all I'm saying. I don't think
give it to. Okay, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, no, if you're saying that if once we get it, there should be an idea of
Yeah.
what we do with the money, fair.
Yeah.
But I don't
Yeah,
think it should
us.
be a requirement
Not them.
to get it.
Not them.
No, it need to be a requirement because you just said you can't trust a nigga. It
I
need
don't
to
give
be
a
a
fuck what you do with your money.
No,
I'm gonna
you
do what
should
I'm gonna
care.
do with my money.
You
I'm
should
not
care.
falling for your scam.
You should
You gonna try
care.
to see Bruce gonna try to scam
you know
the
why
community.
you should care? You know why you should care, Sweeney?
Bruce gonna try to scam the community.
You know why you should
JR.
you know why you should care what I do with my money? Because I can take my money and I can buy a whole bunch of dope and sell it to the motherfuckers who ain't passed the check to test to see if they was a descendant. Because you know the motherfuckers gonna be in pain, they gonna need a heal. I'm like, go ahead and take this drug and listen to this hip hop.
Just put it in the song. Put it in the rap song.
And I'm gonna become a multi-billionaire.
Hey, if
No,
you become a
no.
multi-billion-
I was still being silly
multi-billionaire, hey, that's what it is what it is. I don't care what you do with your money.
I was
gonna
still
do-
silly because
I'm gonna make
Trev
my
had a
own
whole
Cuban
party
links and
last
sell them
night, and I
motherfuckers
didn't
to
have a
black
birthday
folks.
party for my show or around my birthday. Y'all had
I
a
know,
birthday party for Trev
I
last
know
night.
Casey gonna do right with her money. I know Smooth gonna do right with his money. I know JR gonna do right with his money.
You know
I
what
know
I'm
Raw
gonna do?
gonna do right
You
with
know
his
what I'm
money.
gonna do?
Huh? You
You
didn't
know what
hear
I'm
me?
gonna do, Sweeney? I know that 40% of the black people done went to the title loan company and they done pound their title off. I'm gonna buy all their titles and sell it to them motherfuckers for double. That's what I'm gonna do.
I said Trev had a whole birthday party on King Talk, and I didn't have a birthday party in August when my birthday was right. The next
Why you
day,
say nothing?
Friday after the show.
I would have definitely threw a shot back with you. Why you say nothing?
My birthday was on August 21st. I ain't getting no
Mine
birthday.
was. It was on
party.
that Saturday.
y'all
It was
gotta-
on that Saturday.
Oh,
And we did the Thursday
I would have
show.
been down.
You just had a birthday in August too, Sweeney?
Yep, August 21st.
Oh, happy belated! I didn't know that.
Yeah, JR, drop my
August
cash
21st?
out for some birthday money. Let me get some reparations off this damn
Yeah,
thing.
y'all
Birthday's on
quiet.
August 21st.
Oh, what day?
Man, you getting dumber and
Y'all
dumber,
were
Sweeney.
going
That's all I know.
back, taking shots.
The older you
dipping
get,
toes.
the worse.
I'm gonna go ahead and end this show.
Ruth
Hit the like button off
birthday was right
subscribe to the channel. Thank you everybody for tuning in tonight.
Thanks for having me, man.